up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. I'm the greatest, I'm the baddest, no debating. I've been making big moves, know I got it. I'ma get it, never static. I'm the realest. I've been making big moves, so dramatic. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, on with the bass, get loose, then stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Move a little fast, get it and I go. And I'm never last, you already know. I'm the baseline steady, showdown, I stay ready. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, on with the bass, get loose, then stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this.
We coming. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. We coming. Start it up, start it up, start it up. Don't be scared. Time is up, time is up, time is up. We coming. When there's time left, we don't waste time. You just died on the battlefield 8 times. It ain't like you win if you ain't down. It's you versus me and you know that we ain't down. Got your whole team but we ain't trying. How you the leader but you scared, man, you stay high. Get it, man, turn the chat to a rage line. And we ain't playing when we say that it's game time. Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Look, you're dealing with the savagery, time is seeping out drastically. While your squad is in agony, better lean on the strategy. Beating you is a staggering, you will leave as a casualty. It'll be deemed as a tragedy. You're exploring every option, I know that you are imagining all the info you're gathering. Your reaction is flattering, cause you know it ain't happening. Hope you know it ain't happening. We come at like what's happening? What's happening? Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. I don't think they heard me. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Game over. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend now. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. I hear niggas. They don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here like we some fans. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. It's just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream on fix up. Man, all these rappers out here cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a sonic. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. Hit your girl up for some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke a damn shelf. Why my out here losing weight like a Dell? He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend.
No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see who stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh. I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. They wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here right now.
We done came a long way. Never listen to what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my dips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Yeah, we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Crush it again, never complain, we overcame all of the stress, all of the pain, making my change, making my luck, pointing my aim. One of these brothers is stuck with the same. Don't you compare me to none of these lames. Travel these paths, folks in the road, over rainbows, for bosses the gold, stack up the goals, we're ready to go. I said it, I meant it, I'm ready to get it, I'm out on the road. We done came a long way, never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Top floor down, penthouse dream. We here now. We made it. Never coming down. Reaching for the clouds. Overcame it all. We here now. We made it. Hey, we done what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. 'Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the bell call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the bell call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the bell call? Never fall.
Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. Set it off. I set it off. No justice, no peace. So I set it off. It's time to jump in the mix. Stand for something again. Fight for the right for your life. Remember and never forget. Gold all on my collar, king. I am Mufasa, straight up and up down. Honor me like I'm my father. I'm like the moment of time. When you flee or you fight. This the line at the bottom. The height of my life. What's wrong or what's right? The pressure to fold. But I'm from the dirt and I'm solid as gold. Power to the people, power to the people. Got the right to bear arms when you fighting evil. Went from picking cotton to threading the needle. Now all we do is stun like Evil Knievel. Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. Scars looking like survival. A million men march, that's revival. The writings on the wall, that's all I know. Got the slave master's boot like you seen a ghost. Saw truth in my dialogue. I live for the same things I die for. Gold on my collar, excuse me, your honor. You're looking at a king and I will not be conquered. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Out to the people, set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Out to the people, set it off.
I'm on the top of that high rise, switching up the flow. I'm a fly guy. I don't really know about your timeline, but I need your time right. I just left the house, went straight to the bank. I was smelling great, ayy. Smile on my face, I wonder what I bought today. That's a lot of haze, dripping like a wave. Silver surfer mode, call me Young Galactus, cause I'm searching through the cosmos. Yeah, hop up out that weight, what? I forgot what I was saying. You just want that pay cut. You might need a different plan, is that why you don't say much? Running around like you the man, you claim you want that fame, but never seen you working for the bank. Custom made Louis Vuitton, my baby got it on. Swear that we be dripping like the faucet when there's something wrong. Yeah, I'm feeling incredible, I might just let it go, only be puffing a ganja. Medical, I forgot hot as a sauna of Mexico. Every day working, they stop it, I never could.
I don't wanna watch from the sidelines, reading all the headlines, got me feeling like fuck all of the stop signs. These nights I don't wanna wait, I want a green light. Beachside, don't wanna stay on the east side. Whoa.
searching for longevity. 1440 in a day. So you're gonna take the time or waste it all away. This is for the ancestors. The ancestors. Just looking for the answers. The answers. This is for the ancestors. The ancestors. Just looking for the answers. The answers. Tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. Stop living in your fears. Some of them teach that nonsense. Yeah. This is something that speaks to conscience. Yeah. And I'ma keep it 100 regardless. Yeah. If you feel the connection, we bonding. Yeah. All together now. The only one I'm competing with is me. Don't hate, be great, let go, that is who killed me. 1440 in a day. You gonna take the time or just let it all waste away? This is for the ancestors. The ancestors. Just looking for the answers. The answers. This is for the ancestors. The ancestors. Just looking for the answers. The answers. Hey, tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. Wait a minute now. You in charge of your kids. Now hold on just a minute now. Tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. You hold the keys inside. Stop looking everywhere. Come on. We won't be no fool. Rain doesn't fall on just one roof. If you look out the window, waiting for sunshine, you just passed the time that left behind. Now wait a minute now. This is for the ancestors. For the ancestors. Just looking for the answers. For the answers. This is for the ancestors. For the ancestors. Just looking for the answers. For the answers. I came here to be great. You should be great too. Know you got much weight. Take the weight off you. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you.
Easy. Okay. Easy. All right now. All right. This is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy. Okay. You great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Yeah, life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arrive. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. I am divine. I am designed to only be broken, and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky.
My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive. Yeah, I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine.
Disrupt. You ain't tough enough for this rap. Let's go. This the disrupt. This the disrupt. You ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Hey.
When they try to tear you apart, what if I told you you could come together? When they say it's all gone bad, what if I say it can get better? You can cling to the field, choose faith, have faith to just let go. Tell me what's wrong, do you even really know anymore? Oh, they wanna roll you, oh, they wanna control you. You got the power, you got the power, you got the power. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. Woo! Oh, so lit now. Oh, so lit now. Your head in the clouds, but your heart controls weather. Stay stressing over time, but now it's forever. It's the opposite of fear, so feel free to let go. Do you really feel free? Can you even let go? Tell me what you want. Do you even really know? Oh, they wanna mold you. Oh, they wanna control you. But you got the power. You got the power. You got the power. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. Hey, oh so lit now. Oh so lit now. We can hit the high nose. We can hit the high nose. Stop living with your eyes closed. Living with your eyes closed. We can hit the high nose. We can hit the high nose. Stop living with your eyes closed. Living with your eyes closed. Oh, they wanna roll you. Oh, they wanna control you. But you got the power. Yeah, you got the power.
I'm in the Cayman Islands wildin' while I'm bustin' up the silence. I'm denying all vaginas who be claiming that they rhyming. Bust up in it like a bando, way too much to handle. I should let you know I know my haters really fans though. Wow, yeah, why the hell you mad? Look, I'm just being me. Mess around and break the bank. She might shake it on the dash. Had her screaming like a mad. Way ahead, you niggas. Live your future in my past. Whip it like a flip phone. Oh, she loved the bone. All you niggas, big bandwagons on my shit. No, you can hop up off that. I just got my sauce back. So way out my mother loving mine. I think I lost that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. On my 007, yeah, there is no telling, yeah. What am I do next? What might happen here? What am I having here? Yeah, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy that. Let's go. Mama raised a millionaire, self-made winner here. Nigga, you a copy of a copy. Build a bear. I only wear the fair affair, and that's not in here. You couldn't even say you ballin' if you had a pair. Watch out, donuts like the cop out. So much time in music, man, I swear I never clock out. Turn that keynote to knockouts, make them wanna tap out. Now they tryna find me, kinda like the trap out. I just had to flip mode, I be hella lit, though. Whip it hella loud, you can feel it from the 6th floor. I'm a Caribbean girl, shake it like a disco. I just had to lay it down for this girl. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
I'm the best, give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. It's a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go fast. We can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this. We up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the
T.O. Debo, calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic, but they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared prepared for self-defense. They've been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood and I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison. My blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, it'll one.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one.
Won't shift, won't blame, won't break, got no excuse. If a roadblock is ahead, I will always find a way, always find a way. Wise men say, good things come to those who wait. Hey, I'm on the way. Baby, I level up. Every life's in my truck. They can't control us. We in the zone, they know it's on. Pressure don't fool me. Challenge the jewelry. Baby, don't worry. Gotta be strong. I won't be long. Look alive, look alive, look alive. Oh yeah. Get my eyes on the prize, get my eyes on the prize, on the prize, on the prize. Tunnel vision to my brain, tunnel vision, man. Tunnel vision, man, tunnel vision. Tunnel vision on my mission, tunnel vision, man. Tunnel vision, man, tunnel vision. Beat it till the walls fall, till the walls fall. I chip away, chip away, chip away till the walls fall, till it all falls. Baby, I level up. Every life's in my truck. They can't control us. We in the zone, they know it's on. Pressure don't fool me. Challenge the jewelry. Baby, don't worry. Gotta be strong. I won't be long. Look alive, look alive, look alive. Got my eyes on the prize, got my eyes on the prize. Tunnel vision to my brain, tunnel vision, man. Cool head, whippoorwill, cool head, whippoorwill. I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Tryna get attention.
I was in my zone, in my comfort. I was in the dark, wonder. I was on that gas like a Hummer. I was steady focused on the come up. Until you caught my eye. Girl, I hit the Johnny Gill, my. Now I'm knowing what a true love is. And the mothers was so bogus.
I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there, man.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Tryna get attention.
Let it ring like alarms, like a calm for a storm. Yeah, this been the norm. Like, yeah, you prophecy on the first joint. Been ahead, been the future. That's the point. Yeah, love and touch, watch them off, hit the dance. Been rocking with the Campton, your stamp. Sipping, running with OBJ. Small things to a giant, we don't play. Hey.
I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay
stay on my mind, no lie, no lie. Yeah, online like it's Wi-Fi.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah.
Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking with all of that capping that really don't win it. No mercy and pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know like I know, you gotta hustle like you wanted something. All that hype, man, that's a heck of a price. I'm not the kind of the type pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get 1 million of likes. I know it's time, relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission cause I see the vision when I see myself in the mirror, reflection of my competition. So I keep my
team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah.
We in it to win it. We in it to win it. I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. 24/7 the rock clock. I'm cutting shit up like a barbershop. Look, people who listen to eavesdrop. Loyalty is the key, no more flip flops. Cause I can't stop till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, my team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah. We in it to win it.
They say I'm not enough. My shit is gone down. Chasing you at the bottom, on the way up. Gon' kill it, no doubt. Go hard and get all this and I'll get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. They ain't seen what I'm made of. Boy, get rough. Gon' kill it, no doubt. At the top and never coming down.
Raise a glass for the snakes in the grass. Give a toast to fakes in the past. Now the ghosts blowing smoke out of gas. Throwing stones out of house made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track.
This is not enough. All shit is gone down. Can't see you at the bottom, on the way up. Gon' kill it, no doubt. Go hard and get all this and I'll get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. Ain't see what I'm made of. Boy, get rough. Gon' kill it, no doubt. At the top and never coming.
Watch how I run it like basics. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one they want, yeah, I got it out the basement. Now I'm sky high when I pull up in the spaceship. Face it, racks on the 100, they ain't see me coming. Creeping on the comer bay summer, now I'm stunning. I ain't never coming down, I'm on the summit, running.
Let it motivate ya. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside us, and they
That ain't face ya. Not enough. All I say is go now. Straight to you at the bottom. On my way, God. Don't kill it, no doubt. Go hard, get out. So I get through. And nothing I'm afraid of. Can't feel what I'm made of. Gotta get right up. Don't kill it, no doubt. No doubt. The top is never coming down. Old school rebel, hey, hey, vibes, let's go. We got a new dance for you. Oh, for the fly sexy. Yeah, wax on, wax off. Check it out.
Let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Wax on, wax off.
Hey,
Wax on, wax off.
okay. Yeah.
Wax on, wax off.
Hey. I spit that flame, been in the game, been Hall of Fame. Yeah. I cook these beats since 13 in mom's dining room. Check. Can't let these tracks for Swift, Usher, and Chris. On my block, I was always on this. They can count you out, but you can count on this. I would never ever miss. Young OG, I've been low key, like Steph from 3. I keep the key, game on lock. I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get it. I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get him, the business. Hey, old habits die hard. Jippy Kanye, Bruce Willis.
Let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go.
Stadium status, let's go.
Wax on, wax on.
So real.
Wax on, wax on.
Hey, this right here feel like perfect timing. I've been shining, stars aligning. So many clips I've been grinding. No malice, I just been climbing. Keep it a buck, keep it a beam. I've been on top, doing the thing. Paris with Billy at Zena Facine. I've been in shadows, stacking the green. Call me your highness, like I'm a king. If you've been hating, that's low self-esteem. We just been out here living the dream. Me and my team, nah me.
Let's get it, let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get it, let's go.
You know what it is. Art school. Get a beat, yo.
Let's get it, let's go.
In the game like EA. In the game like EA. In the game like EA.
Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax on, wax on, wax on, wax on, wax on, wax on.
Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes.
Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit. Got the juice, yeah, I'm saucy. All night, no days off. Days off and going hard, it's the payoff. Yeah, I train like a troop do. In the rain, in the snow, dirt through. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Here, Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here. Ain't stopping here, it's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promised to be the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
Falling off, show them your balance, show them your passion, move forward, not back. Go hard, be effortless, confident. Off the ground, might be safer now, we ain't pedaling. Keep control, we ain't settling. Keep it going to the very end. Till you win, gotta try again. Ain't no limits, we gon' get it in. Hey. Start it up, we finish. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I ain't limit. Coming to get it and pushing the limits. You better pray we ain't come to play. Went on a mission, you tunnel your vision. Now I can't hear what a hater say. Didn't believe they didn't need. Now they can see what time it is. Infinity, now you can see. High in the hills where I'm trying to live. Tell me how long this lasted. Never mind, we ain't waiting away. Chasing great, can't be jogging in place. If it ain't helping, it's taking away. You ain't helping, you just in the way. Limitless range, we take it to space. Chasing a dream, you can't relate. Time's ticking, I cannot be late. Start it up, we finish. Never running out of energy.
Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. No boundaries. No end. No limits. Nothing is easy. And everything is earned. Be the last one standing. Be the best out. Be limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless.
Welcome back to LOL Park in Seoul for First Stand 2025 finals. Across the past 7 days, 5 teams showcased elite mental, sheer creativity, and showed the world that they got. Today, Hanwha Life and Kaminkov stand as your finalists. Glory is theirs for the taking. And it all comes down to this. We're in a half hour away from finals. I'm Laure, and today joining me, I have Emily, Kobe, and Wolf. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I'm great.
Great.
Hanwha
Nice.
Life Esports looking great. Hanwha Life Esports looking to potentially take their first international title. Peanut, the last Rocks Tigers were never able to get it done.
Already, wow.
Hanwha Life,
Jumping the narratives
big
already.
favorites to maybe do it again. As an LCK rep, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, same thing. You know, Team League. Just kidding. No, it's a super hype matchup here, though. To get to see KC bounce back in a tournament, you know, showing resilience from a very rough start, making it all the way to finals to challenge HLE is huge.
It has been a journey for all our teams, and I'm really excited for the finals that we have today, and also for the first Fearless International Tournament that we had, guys. For better, for worse. For craziest draft and the wackiest one. Guys, what have been your highlights from what we've seen so far on the Rift, Emily?
I can hear people booing me already because this is the draft I pulled, and it's like Lucian Nami versus Zeri Yumi. Expletive deleted. Emily, what are you talking about? But I was just really happy that when it got to game 3, we were able to see Yon's Lucian, because like Kobe and I are like, yeah, Yon, guys, he's actually a good Lucian player, I promise. And everyone is like, no, you guys are wrong. And this was such a good tournament for Jan individually, and I was really glad for him because he has been performing so well. And this was a draft that really enabled him to show off his mechanics.
Yeah, you have to check the Lucian license every once in a while. You know, we've been talking him up, but not everyone's going to believe us, Emily. So they had to see it.
No one believes me after top esports too, right? So it's like I've just been gaslighting everyone. Apparently.
It's so cool though, you know, to have him. We keep talking about how bright of a star he is for us with this young talent. And he was actually magnificent once again. For me, though, as far as the drafts go, Lore, I gotta love the Zed draft. I love the Zed and the Vladimir that HLE brought out. Now, people can definitely say, oh, they're having a lot of fun with this tournament, and they're definitely, you know, expecting a lot of their opponents to be a little bit weaker or a lot weaker, and so they're trying more things. But to me, I just love the shift in philosophy that I feel like started with Fearless, where people now more highly value solo queue style counter picks. There is more value in it. You know, Zeus was using Anivia top and stuff even in the LCK Cup.
I love the Anivia top.
The Zed is actually legit with the buff, the Conqueror build, with the CDR build. I mean, it was fun to watch. They probably want, you know, use that one again, but Vladimir was very real and Zeus was massive.
You know, sometimes you can blend fun with strategy as well, because my draft is also from Hanwha Life Esports. It's from Game 3 from yesterday, where you do end up seeing the flex of the Vladimir into the mid lane. Jax comes through, you're thinking maybe this could be support Maokai, it could be jungle Jax, and you're not 100% sure if you are TS in this situation, what's coming through. Zeka, a player who's evolved so much, was known for having a small champion pool back when he won Worlds in 2022. He's now playing the pick that we saw Zeus play so much throughout this tournament. It was a Zeus exclusive. Now they're showcasing Zeka can play this. This is a super common thing in Korea as well, to pair the Blitzcrank with the Maokai. I don't think Top Esports saw this coming. It's a fun draft, right? It's fun to see Vladimir in the mid lane. They already played at top lane, but it comes together strategically here. And for Top Esports, I think it was really difficult to predict that was going to happen.
Winning while having fun. That's what League of Legends is about. And I do feel like we forget about this sometimes. And that's also what competing is about, because we're excited to officially announce that Fearless is here to stay. That's right. After an exciting debut in Split 1 and here at First Stand, LoL Esports will be bringing Fearless draft for the rest of the 2025 season into all the best of 3s, best of 5 matches across regional leagues, MSI and Worlds. The format of MSI and Worlds will remain unchanged. So for Swiss stage of Worlds, for example, we will stick to best of 1. And I have to say, guys, I remember the glorious times of Europe, the glorious times of the West, and the fact that it is those special picks, those wacky picks that allowed us to surprise LPL, surprise LCK, that allowed us to win, and I'm really happy that this is a trend that we're going to keep on seeing here.
100% agree with that. I mean, I feel like Fearless, not only is it amazing for fans, so the fans are all about watching more variety, but it does kind of cause a paradigm shift for the players as well, because now to be an excellent player, you have to have multiple picks, be super deep. You can't just like copy the picks that Korea has decided are the best, which is what a lot of people did for a very long time. And so we get, you know, more variety.
And I think a lot of people copied the picks from Korea because they were winning a lot, because Koreans iterated on those picks. They decided these are the strongest picks on this patch, in this meta. They keep practicing them. They only play a small portion of the champion pool. But I was worried coming into this tournament how Fearless would affect LCK. I'm still not 100% confident about how LCK is going to do going forward with Fearless, but Hanwha Life, this tournament has been one of the most fearless teams, if not the most fearless team. They already showcased they can prepare a lot, and I want to see how this is going to change how LCK as a region is more dynamic moving forward, instead of just picking the things that are strong, and then the bottom of the LCK was picking what the top teams were picking. Let's actually use some counter picks. Let's actually think about the game more.
Zeus has you for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And I think no other team illustrates that better than Hanwha Life, right? Except for maybe D+ Keo. When I was watching them, they had some really great drafts. But I think watching them here at this tournament, having so much fun with so many of these picks, I really underestimated how bored players were at times, especially talking to a lot of AD carries and junglers. They're all like, oh man, because you scrim in Fearless too, right? So they are so happy that they don't have to go into an entire scrim block and only play Sejuani, right? Or only play Varus or whatever. So I think for me, the fact that players have embraced it so wholeheartedly, and we have seen them trying to challenge themselves on a variety of picks, That's been really fun. And it seems like to me, at least from the players I've spoken with, they themselves are having more fun with the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And even when you look at a team perspective, the way you perceive the draft, the way you conduct the draft and think about those priority picks, I'm really excited to see how creative our teams and players are going to be. And later today, we are going to crown our first Fearless champions internationally. And as we approach first stand finals, I want to take a look back and see how we got here, because short tournament, lot of surprises for sure. The first one for me was CFO, and how big of a mark they're gonna leave in this tournament for themselves and for the entire region as well.
Yeah, it was awesome seeing CFO come out and have as strong of a showing as they did, right? Because they had so many 2-0s in the group stage, and they are such a cool mixture of some older players and some fresh new players, specifically Hongkyu coming up from CFO Academy to debut this year. And with APAC having merged and having gone through so many iterations, right? It was really great to see them step out on the stage together and have such a great showing.
Exactly, because we've got this history of the LMS and so many deep run to internationals and really making all of the other regions fearful for what they're going to face. So really nice to see that kind of legacy held up.
I really feel like the resilience of this team and the really positive attitude they brought to this tournament was really awesome, because they know coming into this tournament, a lot of international fans don't know who they are. They had to play some incredibly tense matches that affected the stakes of, for example, KC. And then when they played against KC, they went down 2-0, and everyone thought, oh, this series is done. It's over. They were almost able to get a reverse sweep as well. Even when everything was stacked against them, they kept that positivity. That's what you want to see in a team like this in an international tournament.
I'm happy you mentioned KC, because honestly, for the first 2 days, I thought they were completely cooked. In fact, they were cooking. They were scaling into the tournament, reaching their first LEC finals, winning it into their first international finals. What a glow up from this team.
Yeah, and I mean, the player that I definitely want to call out here is Yike. He had some really bad performances to start off this tournament, and to have the mental fortitude to really turn that around mid-tournament. This is a very Spartan tournament. You don't have a lot of time to adjust your mental, as we saw from some other teams, they'll go unmentioned. So shout out to Yike and shout out to KC, especially with how much criticism they were receiving after their first 2 days.
Yeah, and you even see it still continued yesterday, and the importance of resilience even in the series that they continue to play, because the Vi game, he got targeted a whole bunch, and it looked like mid-series, oh, are you going to get like a slide back or something? And then the Wukong gang, he immediately gets targeted a whole bunch more, but he immediately jumps back, huge Maokai performance, and he has remained locked in.
Yeah, some of his really big facilitative picks like the Maokai, the Ivern were what I was most impressed by. I think he changed his playstyle a little bit throughout this tournament and looked very well-rounded when we hit best of fives. And going into a finals like this, you're going to need that versatility.
And by contrast, HLE has only dropped 2 games, and it's been really great seeing Peanut show up and have some amazing performances. I remember talking to Arnold when Peanut was back on Gen G, and he was always like, if you could hear his comms, if you could hear how he thinks about the game, you'd never make fun of him again, even if he does occasionally have some mechanical errors. And I think it has been really cool to see him come out and just generally see HLE as a team be so creative, be so coordinated, and be so proactive.
And he had his own struggles too. He locked in Zyra, and
we don't talk about this.
They continue to struggle with locking that
yes.
in. But then yesterday he went like Super Saiyan, of course. So huge stuff.
I think one of the big questions we have for Hanwha moving into this finals is, like, what is their peak form? Because so much of this tournament has felt like there's been a little bit of playing around, experimenting. And when it comes down to winning that title, getting your region an extra slot for MSI, this is where it matters most. So how try-hard do they get today? And what does try-hard for Hanwha Life look like? We're not sure yet.
Yeah, and that's what Zeka was saying. Like, they're having fun and they're being so dominant doing it. I really want to see what phase they're going to show in today's finals, focusing on the specific matchup. It is a grudge match on the top lane in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Zeus versus Kana.
And I have to say, some of my favorite plays.
I'm sorry.
Towards Kana and Zeus in the top lane for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Zeus was Kana's successor on T1 in 2022. He sits on the throne as the undisputed best top laner in the world, with honors unreachable for most players. Becoming a 3-time world finalist and twice champion with T1, Zeus left the organization for Hanwha Life.
Viper now, right in the back line, and he's getting bailed out. Will he be able to find it? The answer is probably yes. And look at this immortal Viking. Throws the undertow, takes down his former mid laner, and HLE will be staying alive in the LCK Cup.
Now with his eyes locked on yet another international title. Opposing Zeus, Kana, determined to add the first international trophy to his case.
Kana's in the middle of everybody. He might just be the hero they need. Driver is so low. Juju is so low. A double kill over to Kana. The hero of France is the Jax today.
Kana has made a name for himself in the LEC and here at First Stand with a dominant laning phase and incredible performances for KC. Will Kana complete Karmine Corps' redemption arc and earn KC their first international trophy? Or will Zeus continue his reign of dominance?
Wow, great points, Azael.
Interrupting you like this, wow.
As I was saying, yeah, Kana has actually emerged. Kana's my favorite player on this team, not only because in the beginning of the tournament, he was very, very consistent, constantly picking, Jace and Gnar and winning lanes and having good statistics. But what doesn't show up on the statistics were all the team fights that he won with huge engages. Even in some of the games where he did not have a very good lane or a very good start, I feel like Kana's flanks in this opened up opportunities that would not otherwise be available to KC. Like, they definitely needed him to step up huge, and when all the pressure was on, especially in game number 5, in his semifinals, he did step up and he made some game-winning plays.
We talked about this last time these two teams matched up against each other, but you could talk about one strong point on the side of KC. On the other side is an even stronger point in Zeus. Right now, being considered by most to be the greatest top laner to ever play the game. And so many top laners have had eras where they are known for a specific playstyle. Some players, strong siding, counter picking. Zeus is the full package. You put him on a tank, he'll pop off. You put him on a scaling pick, he'll pop off. You put him on a blind pick, he's going to be able to handle almost any matchup. And you put him on Kayle, and he can turn any player into a tank. And he did that in this game as well here for Hanwha Life Esports, but they didn't have a tank. Super creative playstyle, so difficult to predict. And in terms of individual performances, no one right now is coming close.
Well, especially in a format like Fearless, right? Where it's like, he can play anything. He can slot into any composition. However you want, whatever you want him to do, he will able to be, like, consistently perform for you. And I think when we look at the LCK teams, Zeus in particular has been such a standout in the Fearless format specifically because he has played such a wide variety of things.
Looking at the other side of the map, on the bot lane matchup, we have Kalist facing off against Viper. And I talked to Kalist yesterday, and he was actually telling me that the first matchup didn't actually go really well for me, but he has since then downloaded Viper, understand how he plays, understand how he clicks, and that sometimes, today, should be a completely different matchup for him. I love my French boy, but
that was a quick download then, because he must have some crazy internet. That was an insanely fast download. A little bit skeptical, but good luck.
I love the awesome dudes call out back to when Viper debuted with Griffin, and I know we're going to talk a little bit more about him later, but I think the other cool thing here with both of these bot laners, again, is just the fact that they have been so consistent for their teams, and Kalist also, in his debut, it kind of reflects a little bit the way Viper came in, right? Where he was so hyped going in to perform for KC.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm most concerned about the matchups that Kalista is going to end up with here. He loves his Ezreal. He's picked it a ton, but he's often blind picked it when Varus is available. I'd say Viper, the best Varus player in this tournament, arguably in the world right now. You've got to be really careful about going greedy for those types of picks, because even if I hope he's downloaded them, because if you think you're going to be able to play those matchups into Viper and get ahead or even survive, I think you're going to have a really hard time.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I liked that we saw from Kalist yesterday was the Nila. It's something he pulled out in ERLs, had success with, and then it was successively banned against him. It's a slightly different play style. You have to play in a bit of a different way as an AD carry because you are going in and you don't always have a way out.
Yeah.
And I thought he looked really, really good and very, very comfortable on such a pick that can be really volatile.
Yeah, I think it's a massively different playstyle. You know, you have like defensive cooldowns with the shield that goes up, very short range. So like to see the versatility. And as you said, the more weapons that you can wield in these best of fives, the better from every single lane.
And I think for Kalist, the more playmaking opportunities you have, the better you're going to do. He's an extremely confident player. He has been all year long. Love to see him when he's playing at his best, when he's playing at his most hyper-aggressive.
He's got tools, he's got confidence, he's got ego. Let's see how this one will play out on the Rift. And Jason caught up with the rookie bot laner ahead of his first international series in the Verizon Game Day interview. Let's check it out.
I'm here with Kalist for the Verizon Game Day interview. First off, Kalist, ahead of the finals, how does it feel? Especially this tournament has been rough for you. I think this is kind of the tournament that allows you to break the egg because you were not having the strong start, but you had the resilience to reach to the finals. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really excited first to be able to play my first international final. For me, just being here first and playing against the best teams in the world is already something, but going into the finals is something else. And yeah, I agree. I think we didn't have the best start, all of us, and also me. I was not really confident. I was not playing my game. And I think at the start of the third best of 3, I started playing my game and being more confident. And I'm really happy with my performance from now and how the team is playing also. I think we have a real good chance of winning this tournament.
This is your first international tournament finals as well. So what kind of AD carry performance would you like to show the audience, and how do you want them to remember you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's my first time at the international event, but I really want to win, and I want to show everyone that I can be among the best already, and I will keep working hard to be the best. But I think I will have a really, really good fight, either against Jakilov or Viper. I would like to play against Viper because he said he's waiting for me, and I'm waiting for him now, so I want to play against him and win again. And I just want to show a good performance, aggressive and like cocky, but also always reliable AD carry, and just make sure that I'm playing good and I'm bringing a lot to my team.
So 6 years ago, in 2019 Worlds was the last time an LEC team made it all the way to international finals, and now 2025 first stand at KC. What's going to happen in the finals?
I mean, I don't want to jinx anything or something, but we will for sure give it our best. We will make sure we are giving everything we have in us to get the title, bring back Europe to the like in front of the world, and also make sure KC is at the top of the world, because I really want Kameto to be happy and accomplish his dream. And I'm really excited to play these finals. I think we will give our best and we will make sure we are winning. And for sure, I hope we win.
Kalist, you already made the European fans proud, the KC fans proud. But before we go, anything you would like to say to the fans directly out here? Facing them, maybe.
I mean, just thank you for the support. It really means a lot. All of us, we really, from the bottom of our hearts, we are really happy for you to be here, to see you guys at the LoL Park, giving us like a lot of strength. We are really happy that you are here in Korea supporting us. Also to all the fans on the stream, and we will make sure we are giving our best to win the finals, and we will make you guys proud.
Thank you so much, Kalist, and good luck in the finals. And back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing to hear from Kalist. And I have a fact that is going to make us all feel very old in a bit. Shout out to Twix, French caster from OTP. The last time a French-owned team made it to an international event, it was AAA against Fnatic in 2011, and Kalist was 5 years old.
AAA, that's
5 years old.
A name we've heard in a while.
I was literally at that tournament as a sub for COG.
And now you see him on stage.
I played in the show match opener for that. No.
How old were you, Kobe?
I'm turning to dust right now. I can see my fingers actually.
It is amazing because he was really hyped up at the beginning of the season, and I feel like he completely answered the expectations that the audience had for him. But we have another matchup on the side of the bot lane, because as Caliste is a hyped up rookie, it is easy to forget that his storied opponent Viper once stood in his situation, and he's about to celebrate 7 years in the LCK. Emily, can you talk us through the history of Viper?
I can. It is time for another Draw My Life, and this is Draw My Life Viper. Park Viper Do Hyun began his pro career on Griffin, an upstart challengers team who promoted into the LCK in 2018 summer. From his debut, Viper was known not only for his mechanics, but his creativity, playing a variety of mages in the bot lane, and even Teemo. Casters coined this the AD or awesome dude meta at the time, and that's kind of stuck with him since. Griffin and Viper unexpectedly finished second in the 2018 LCK regular season and nearly became LCK champions that same year. They narrowly lost to KT in the finals and then narrowly lost to Gen G in the regional Worlds qualifier. After finishing first in both 2019 LCK regular seasons, Viper and Griffin were stymied by T1 in both LCK finals. Viper moved to HLE for 2020 LCK summer before then being signed by the LPL's Edward Gaming for the 2021 season. And while in the LPL, Viper had an absolutely stellar first year with EDG. He became an LPL and a world champion that year. Viper returned to the LCK and HLE for the 2023 season. In 2024 LCK summer, he won his first LCK title, upsetting Gen G in the finals just last year. Since debut, Viper has been a gregarious and creative bot laner who has consistently found his way to not only the top of every region and tournament he's played in, but also has had influence on bot lane globally. And it's really difficult now to talk about just how influential Viper, specifically on bot lane meta, and also this Griffin team had when he debuted, right? Like, I remember when the LCK teams had a really rough year that year at Worlds. Everyone was just like, oh God, if only they'd made it through the regional qualifiers. If only Griffin were here, they would save us. And he was such a massive, massive part of that with the different picks he'd pull out in bot.
Let's actually hear from Viper himself, because Jason is standing by to give Viper a return fire in our Verizon Game Day interview.
I am here joined by Viper on the side of Hana Live ahead of their finals match. First off, congratulations. Hana Live have been having a great time so far here at the first stand, unleashing some of the crazy picks so far. But I want to know your experience, because you didn't really get to play a lot of the fun picks. Most of the time, you were just playing the standard AD carry picks when you were also the mastermind of non-AD carry bot lane. How was your experience?
일단은 저번에도 말했던 것 같은데 그런 피어리스에서의 어떤 준비 과정이었다고 생각하고, 다른 선수들이 그런 픽들을 할 수 있게끔 누군가는 또 정석적인 픽을 해야 한다고 생각을 했고, 이번에는 제가 그런 픽을 했다면 다음에는 변수를 맞출 수 있는 그런 챔피언을 제가 또 할 수도 있는 거고, 번갈아 가면서 서로의 장점을 살려주는 게 팀이라고 생각합니다.
Well, because this is a fearless format, some players get to play the standard picks in order to make rooms for others to play some of the crazy picks. So this time, it could be me, playing the standard picks. But later in the future, I could be the one playing some champions that can make something different happen, and the rest of the players can support me. So I think we can all take turns, playing different picks and according to our concept. And we have all eyes on the bottom lane matchup, Viper versus Caliste. So Caliste earlier today said, I saw Viper saying that he's waiting for me in the finals. He wanted another rematch, but now I'm waiting for him. So do you have any message back to him?
사실 지금까지는 좀 지켜보면서 되게 신인 선수기도 하고 했었는데, 이번엔 정말 진심으로 가겠습니다.
I've been really nice to him because he's a very young rookie player, but this time I'm going with the full locked-in Viper mode. And lastly, Hana Life is just one victory away from claiming the first stand title, the trophy. So how confident are you heading into the finals?
사실 롤파크에서 진다는 거는 말이 안 되는 것 같고 질 자신이 없습니다. 네.
there is no way we're losing that match here at Low Park, and I don't see a future where we are actually losing there. And that was Viper. But before we go, I also want to ask the Hana Life fans whether they also believe that Hana Life will win the finals match. 여러분, 내일 하나생명이 우승할 것 같나요? 네! 바이퍼 선수 화이팅 한번 해주세요.
감사합니다.
All right, I guess we have the answer from the fans as well. That was Viper from Hana Life Esports, and back to you. Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you.
I will never forget that last OGN 2018 opening where Viper joins the LCK and he storms his way into the room with everybody else and the music gets turned up as he is one of the most hyped prodigies coming into the LCK of all time. I would argue still the most hyped AD carry to ever join, much more hyped than Pays was when he joined. 7 years since then. He's won a Worlds title. He's looking for another title here on a completely different team. He looks so mature in these interviews. I've loved watching the growth of this player over the years.
Matured, confident, and the fans seem confident as well. But I want to see how the fans have voted at Mastercard.gj on X. And they're calling the match for KC with 55.1% of the vote. On one side, big surprise. On the other side, I was kind of expecting more votes for KC given how strongly the fans have been voting so far.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking this would be even more KC favored just because their fan base is really good at these kind of calls to action. So it also tells me just how confident people might be in Hana Life as well.
Yeah, I can tell you, all the North American fans, they pre-submitted their votes really early before going to sleep for HLE. That's probably why.
A man's dream will never die. We will see about this in just a couple minutes, but I want to check out our predictions here, and I'm just going to go quickly through mine. French representative here, I had to call FF. I think it's legit here. But yeah, a majority of Hanwha Life votes, rightfully so.
Rio, I think the dominance of Hanwha Life in this tournament cannot be overstated. We'll see, as I was asking earlier, how try-hard they get today. I'm expecting, though, they're going to pull out all the stops.
The road to glory starts now. For first stand and towards Worlds for Hanwha Life today, it is about sending a message, ringing the start of a new era for the LCK. And for Carmine Corp, it is about proving that hope is still alive for the West and that they are deserving to stand here among the best. It is time for us to kick off the first stand 2025 finals.
FST, 그들은 모두 각자의 지역에서 수많은 경쟁자들을 제치고 올라온 선택받은 강자들이었습니다.
It's now just zoning away Jackie Love and 그냥 밟힙니다.
수많은 도전과 예측하지 못한 순간들, 불확실한 여정 속에서 그들은 무엇을 배우고 무엇을 놓쳤을까요?
끝까지 가면 어차피 우리가 이겨.
풀세트 가기도 전에 끝내버리도록 하겠습니다.
Finally, we'll show you what we're made of.
You see what we can do. Now it's our turn.
이제 그 누구도 물러설 수 없습니다.
충분히 결승 오를 수 있다고 생각은 했는데 오늘 이 정도의 활약까지는 생각은 못했던 것 같아요.
제 경험상 이제 결승까지 올라온 팀이면은 충분히 우승할 수 있는 팀이라고 생각해가지고 방심하지 않고 자기 할 거를 잘하는 게 중요한 것 같습니다.
Hanwha Life, we know they are a very strong team. Last time they beat us 2-1, but we managed to get a game from them, and we were one of the few teams that did it. So I know we can always beat them.
저희가 충분히 질 수 있다는 생각 가지고 최대한 잘 집중하면서 컨디션 관리해야 될 것 같습니다. 언더독의 입장으로서 많이 해본 사람으로서 뭔가 무섭긴 한데 저희가 방심하지 않고 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Even though I think we are the big underdogs, I would say, but we'll still go with confidence and imagine beating the best team in the world right now.
A double kill over to Kana, the hero of France in the Jack delay. KC top player refusing to
KCC가 엄청 2일차에 비해 훨씬 많이 올라왔다고 느끼고 엄청 잘하는 팀이라고 지금 생각하고 있어서
Zeus is a very hard player to prep against because he plays so many weird champions.
As down goes Cassante. Oh, we knew it. It was going to be an carry, guys.
No matter what Zeus plays, I know Canada's gonna beat him.
많은 방법을 찾아오겠지만 저를 밴으로 막을 수는 없을 겁니다.
이 선수들이 언젠가는 터질 거라고 생각했는데 오늘 하나생명을 이긴다면 그게 변수 아닐까요? 프로 선수로서 되게 값진 이 시간들인데 근데 거기서 또 우승을 한다? 그건 정말 말도 안 되는 일이라고 생각합니다.
모든 시작에는 끝이 있습니다. 그 끝에 살아남는 것은 단 한 팀. 역사는 승리는 단 한 팀의 이름을 기억합니다.
NCT는 언제나 강했고 그 힘을 지금도 이어나가고 있습니다. 저희가 새로운 전설을 만들어 보겠습니다.
Not difficult for us. We're always ready for change. We are the fearless.
최초의 전설로 기억될 단 한 팀은 누가 될까요?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the First Stand 2025 Finals. Cannot wait to get the very first one of its kind out of the way. We'll see who's going to be able to pick up the first trophy. And our first team to enter Lowell Park, our arena, is HLE.
And HLE had a crazy run in the LCK Cup. So many games that pushed them all the way to the limits, but when everything came to the end, it was always their Nexus that was standing, and they are going to be the heavy favorite coming in today.
Absolutely. It looked a little bit like they've been styling on the competition, picking all kinds of crazy stuff here at First Stand, but still have yet to be taken down, and they are definitely the massive runaway favorites.
Absolutely. Lowell Park, they are no strangers to this particular arena. As we know, we've been watching them so far this year, but for many years prior to that. But this could be their very first international competition victory for this organization, dating all the way back to when they had some tigers on the jerseys. It would be very, very exciting. But their opponents today are going to be Karmine Corp. We'll see whether they can perform a miracle here today.
And the fact that they're here in the first place, I'd call a miracle. The revival in performance that they were able to find in just a matter of days is nothing short of amazing. The gap in performance, both on an individual and a team level, is remarkable, and they're gonna have, I think, a similar level up if they want to step up to Hanwha today.
Absolutely. I mean, we really have seen them level up throughout the tournament. You know, started off pretty rough. We're able to get through on tiebreakers, 1 and 3, and then really did have a strong series against CFO, who had been looking like that #2 team coming in. KC able to take them down, and now are gonna have a crack at HLE.
And the thing that I think is really impressive about KC is the fact that they lose to Team Liquid on day 1. They look like that really affected them on day 2 as well. But then to come back from potentially being reverse swept in a game 5, that shows mental fortitude that obviously wasn't there at the beginning of the tournament. And so we'll see whether they can utilize that in order to create something here up against HLE, a team that has looked almost unchallenged.
And I think a lot of people, myself included, are just super interested to see what is the draft going to look like for the first game, because HLE has had some where they're looking like, okay, it's a little bit more experimental. You know, we have the Quintop, the Kale, we had the Zed in Italy, Vladimir, you know, topside game versus CFO. Yep. But they're still winning with this stuff, right? But then we see them coming against TES. They're playing kind of more similarly to how they played in the LCK. They looked super locked in yesterday, and we're clearly focused on bringing out the best picks and dominating the competition. So I'm curious to see, are they going to be a little bit more experimental? Are they going to have that confidence, that swagger to come in and say, you know what, we can flex on you in the finals? Or are they going to show us what they showed us yesterday?
Well, I think maybe because it's a best of 5, they could win the first game, you know, try and dominate that one, and then perhaps we'll get, you know, a couple of Teemos and something like that. And like, I think they often run off a buffer.
Winning an international title with a Teemo is the biggest flex.
That does sound pretty good, and you know, Viper's done it before.
We keep asking for the Teemo. I don't know if we're quite going to go that crazy, But
they've won games on it. You know,
I know.
A very long time ago.
We've heard these stories, but you know, there's a Vladimir that clearly Humble Life rate as a pick right now.
Yeah.
But my expectation is that it is going to be a lot like we saw in the TES series, where the level of discipline in particular is on a different level from what they showed throughout most of the group stage.
Well, it's now time for us to dive into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. See who's going to be able to get the lead here. Of course, the coin flip was won by HLE, and they have elected to hop onto the blue side today to begin our best of 5 final. Who will be the first stand, first time champion? It's what we're about to find out.
Well, bans already kicking off here. Poppy as well as Skarner are going to be banned out here by HLE. 80 carries being targeted over by KC. We'll be interested to see if Vi Prio is going to be really high, because we're coming off of an insane Vi game yesterday from Peanut. And Zeka was going crazy on the Akali. These melee champions really were looking unstoppable.
I'm pretty sure that if KC don't ban it, Humble Life are going to pick it. They've been very adamant. They love leaving the Vi open when Skarner is up, but considering they banned themselves, I'm fairly certain that's just going to be the early priority pick here. If they continue the trends that we've seen of them in group stage.
I do think that Rumble is more valuable. I think as soon as you first pick Rumble, they have to pick the Vi away, because otherwise you get Rumble Vi and then you just win.
Well,
That's
yeah,
kind of how it goes.
but I do think that actually provides an issue, and I actually really like this because I agree with you. This is going to be a Rumble lock-in, most likely, and Yike's performance on the Vi just hasn't been up to par. So I feel like you need to pick that away, but just banning it is the safest bet, and there is the Rumble that you mentioned earlier.
I'm just so curious, you know, obviously if you're not going to ban Rumble on red side, you know that it is going to be locked in. So what is the answer here from Kana? We have seen things like Galio in the past, you know, be a strong answer, but it doesn't feel like Kana's style. You know, he is really much more of that kind of aggressive carry style player.
I feel like he could just lock Jace.
That's most likely.
It's a it's a fantastic champion for him, and I think that this team sort of lives and dies by whether Kana can get an advantage. And if he does have a champion like Jace, there's certainly a chance that he could get that one done. As that is a Maokai. Maokai has been very, very strong. And so he's going to be locked away here. Theoretically flexible, but likely going to Yike. And now will we see the Jace pick up?
And that's a twofold winner, as there did feel like kind of a no-brainer. Kana's Jace, as mentioned before, we are playing Fearless, which means that it also is denied from Zeus. And the same for the Maokai. Those are two picks that if Hanwha ever get their hands on them, you're going to be feeling very, very scared. Not going to be the case here. I'm wondering if we're going to go towards something like the Zinza, which still very high in priority
as well.
Yeah, that's
like
the other one.
Rumble, and then you could even look towards another melee mid here potentially for Zeka. Like you have that triple melee top side that can be really strong, but Wukong also really powerful. You know, isn't maybe as easy as that kind of Vi combo with the Rumble, but obviously does have that lockdown to be able to drop the equalizer down as he's going forward. And we saw Peanut look really, really good on it yesterday.
It also really complicates the pick for AD carrier because Ezreal's already been taken away. That is one of the safer choices. Do note, by the way, Kalista is still open, but I do think you're going to be feeling a lot more scared trying to play that into the amount of backline damage that's there. That Hanwha Life is available, and the Kalista really has been kind of hit or miss. Was very, very extremely high in power early on, but has somewhat dropped us. I do really like the Talia. I think it's both a strong pick into the Azir to break or block angles for the shuffle, as well as make it harder for Wukong to actually get into the backline.
I mean, this is kind of just a run back of their draft yesterday, game 1 against Top, but they have the exact same first 3 picks. It was the Rumble, the Wukong, and the Azir. The Ezreal is banned out, but then they paired the Ezreal with Delight's Alistar, and it was like total comfort, you know, besides maybe the Wukong for Peanut. It's not necessarily like his most played, but still, this is basically the same game 1 draft that they wanted yesterday, and they're just getting it exactly again here.
We'll just have to see what Viper is going to be playing there towards the bottom side already. A few things banned away, but it's a turn of attention towards Delight and his champion pool. His Rel to be taken away. An interesting one, because I sort of think of Alistar and Rakan, but maybe just having a bit of a different idea and wanting to get rid of like an MF Rel combo because of the amount of wombo you can already see on the HLE side.
There's also the fact that I think playing the Rakan into Maokai and Talia can feel quite rough, so maybe they don't feel quite as scared. I wonder when they wanted to prioritize the Leona though, because I do think that Leona for the Hanwha Life comp is going to feel really, really great. They obviously need a primary source of engage. And there is also the opportunity here for Hanwha Life to get a counter pick on the support otherwise. As the Jhin gets taken away, and my expectation is that KC is going to save it for Targamas, who does have a pretty eclectic champion pool, just locking an 80 carry here on 4, and then we'll see what the response from Hanwha is going to be.
I mean, there are a lot of 80 carry bans, but I mean, Ashe is still available, MF is still available, Kai'Sa if you want to play aggressive. We've seen Sever come out a couple times, but you know, to me, I'm thinking, okay, well, Ashe is taken away. Now I'm thinking it could be things more like the MF, more like the Kai'Sa, which have been, you know, 2 fairly popular picks. I'm not the biggest fan of the MF, to be honest, but I do think, you know, it does still have a lot of power in the early laning. You can get prio in the 2v2, you can control mid lane and be able to move around the map through that. Though it didn't really work for JackeyLove here, when you watched him play in the LPL, I thought Top really played around that pick very well.
I would like to see an 80 carry pick though, because I feel like getting drawn into that trap of picking something like a melee support means that you can just get enchanted there on the bottom side of the map and really run into trouble, as the MF wasn't the top choice.
Yeah, the only other angle, which we haven't seen at the tournament thus far, would be that Xayah Rakan combo, right? We do know Hanwha love it, just hasn't really seen it this far in the tournament. The MF, it's really one of those picks that in theory sounds great. They have a good amount of CC already. I'm sure they'll be able to get an engaged support to end on as well. The Maokai in particular creates a great combo. You have the Taliyah to set up as well. But I do really think that trying to play any team fight later in the game, when this is the setup that Hanwha have, especially now bolstered by those 2 champions, it's going to be so hard for Kalist. We saw JackeyLove have this exact same issue.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think, you know, you want lockdown with the MF, but at the same time, I feel like a pick like Renata kind of goes pretty hard here, as you do have 4 champions that are kind of diving in. True. Can be actually really strong, you know, in the 2v2 as well. It can be tough for Alistar, but will be interesting to see if they just go towards Leona. That would be kind of the more standard option. They are going to go in towards Rakan instead.
Oh, I find Rakan so difficult to play into this combo. There's just damage coming out of everywhere, right? And so Rakan being as squishy as he is, he's going in with the quickness, trying to do stuff. He could just be swatted like a fly.
I do agree with you. But again, in the context of the best of 5, this is a great pick because it also takes it away from the line, right? And that's something that I think make these drafts really interesting. I do really worry about Casey's ability to fight team fights later on, even with the, I think, great disengage that they have with the Gate from Jace, with the Maokai, and with the Taliyah, because there is just so much damage coming out from Hanwha.
No, I agree, but you know, the Rakan, I will say, very explosive as far as the engage, and if you can get in with R Flash, you know, follow up, twisted advance, MF bullet time over the top, you have the seismic shove, like there is a lot of CC. If you can actually get that prime target, if you can catch Viper or Zeka and get them 100-0, that feels like it's going to be pretty important here for KC, and if they can't, it's going to be tough because there's so many threats over on the other side.
Biggest window for KC for me is that bot lane matchup. That should be one that is very, very heavily favored just by the virtue of Alistar not being a champion level 1 and MF being so much stronger than Kai'Sa in the laning phase. And that, to me, is going to be the main leveraging point. We'll see where Yike paths, what they can actually get done early game. Because even though Kalist and Targama started off slow, they have been looking a lot better as the tournament has progressed.
Yep, just have to see. It's a lot of comfort on both sides of the Rift. And with Fearless, I think this is going to make Game 2 even more exciting, given the fact that there is a lot that has been used up in this first draft. But let's get into it. Game number 1. This is so cool. We have a European team here and we've nailed the fan chants. That is exactly what you want to see, as well as Summoner's Rift here in game number 1.
Yeah, what if it wasn't Summoner's Rift?
I know. What if we like...
Turns out, surprise, it's Aaron.
It's in Arena, baby. Which is where, like, if you try and look up anyone's solo queue history at the moment, it's really, really difficult because there's so much Arena. It's absolutely absurd.
But Arena is just objectively great. Like, I've been playing a ton as well.
I never said it wasn't. It's just really hard to scout now. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. You know, we don't need scouting. It's Fearless. We're going to see weird stuff anyway if we get to the depths.
True. Top of the morning to you, Yike, says Peanut.
I did really like the little moment between Vladi and Zeka.
I also respect that no one broke the truce.
No, exactly.
Because if you break the truce, it's 5 years of bad luck.
It is a bad omen.
And it's a guaranteed sweep.
Both emoting as well. I think it was Crab versus Thumbs Up. You'll love to see it.
I think as well, that was normally a top laner thing, you know, where you'd be standing in the pixel brush and you'd sort of be hanging out together.
By the way.
Yeah, no, but it was the top laners that broke the truce as a collective lane.
It's the shared sense of pain that top laners have experienced. The shared trauma of lane swaps, bonds you together.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah.
We saw that a lot yesterday. I think it was Zeus was 0-4 while 369 was 0-5.
That's brotherhood right there.
It was definitely brotherhood. It was beautiful and also tragic. As already KC with some control here towards bottom side, just as you guys predicted.
Yeah, as expected, not going to have the best of times here in the early level ones. Just because of the fact that Alistair's there, but even Kai'Sa obviously doesn't really have that much that she can do against the MF. Sustained from Rakan, also going to be feeling really nice there for Kalista and Targamas. Both junglers pathing towards the bot side of the map. Obviously, for Peanut, he's just going to be looking to get to 6 as soon as possible. And I think that's where the Humble Life comp does also really start to make its mark known. Whereas for AC, I think even early on, if you do find a possible angle for a skirmish, there's a good amount of lockdown throughout the Rift, particularly if Vladdy and Yike can sync up.
The thing that I like about this on the KC side, you already mentioned the fact that, the fearless denial of the Rakan. Well, it's also Talia, Maokai, all sorts of other things, as Yike's going to move in and look to steal away this Brambleback. With the fact that Targamas and Kalist have such control of this bottom side, Peanut does have no way of getting over here unless he goes for a cheeky smite steal.
He's on a ward.
Yeah, everyone's on a ward. This is known throughout the Rift. As, all right, some aggression here as Viper forced to flash already. Kalist going to trade that one as both AD carries happy to lose those. And I believe we had just Yike coming in and taking all of Peanut's stuff, although Peanut does still have a slight advantage as far as farm.
Yeah, and part of the problem with that is, yes, they have bot lane prio, but because they left lane to actually go help him at the red buff, that meant that the earlier level 3 came through for Viper and Delight, and that costed double sums there for Kalist. Yes, it is traded for the flash on Viper and the ignite on Delight, but still, that is a 2v2 you're supposed to be winning.
He doesn't have smite! But wait,
he doesn't.
Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut's going to move on over, and Yike's going to flash away. Peanut does grab himself a blue, but Yike picked one up as well, so it is going to be the Maokai pretty happy.
And by the end of that, I think that Humble Life's going to be pretty happy about that, right? Viper used his flash very aggressively there. He dodged away from the Grand Entrance from Targamas, and I think it's as you're saying, I think they just overstayed slightly maybe. The Maokai obviously doesn't get through the jungle quite as fast as some other champions, so he actually spent a good amount of time on the red buff.
Yeah, they just lost that experience.
Exactly, and Viper and the Light still gonna have to, I think, play it safe, particularly for Viper, because that flash is actually valuable into the amount of lockdown that's available. But it does mean that Invade doesn't actually end up panning out, right? Because it's just a trade of buffs.
Yeah. I mean, I was more nervous for Viper when Yike still had flash, but then the re-invade, I think, is extra important because, really, who's going to come and punish it? Likely, if anyone, it would be the Maokai. Flash was in advance, that not being available. Maybe Targamas can still set something up. But the same is true for Kalist, and Peanut does have his flash available, so definitely both of these bot lanes do have to play a little bit careful.
And it does look like Peanut's going to be able to double scuttle as well. And again, for Wukong, you just want to get to 6 as soon as possible. Wukong is a really interesting jungle champion that he actually scales obviously insanely well into the team fights, but he does need a good amount of both experience and gold. So getting those extra early camps,
they're
quite good.
They're TP bot. They have 3 bot here, so this actually kind of has to work.
Well, see whether it does. Zeus, only level 5, wants to try and cook this wave as best he can, but he doesn't have the equalizer. There's the flash. As Connor, to the skies. Targamas tanking things up beautifully, and that is going to be first blood over to Kalist. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a KC fan.
And the lane swaps, they might be good in the early game, but there's still one being done there, and Zeus just doesn't seem to be ready. The fact that Kana is able to hit that early shock blast is already bad news for him, but he misses out on a huge wave as a result here, and KC going to be very happy with that play.
Yeah, at the very least, he had his teleport, so he's able to teleport back and get some of that experience. But definitely a pretty bold play, because Kai'Sa and also were already pushing on top side, so they're giving up waves on top side to go for this dive bot. They had to make it work, and were able to do so.
And with that, though, especially if Humble Life is able to actually get all the grubs, I think in the long run it's a bit of a more even trade because, as you mentioned, a lot is invested, and Zeus is able to still TP towards the top wave to not fall too far behind as Delight.
Yeah. Caught out just a little bit here, wanting to buy space for Peanut as best he can, and he should be able to do so quite well. Peanut now with one of these Void Grubs remaining. Now Peanut diving in. There's the two-man pulverizes. Yikes, in a bit of trouble. Zeka, he'll turn up. Doesn't have Emperor's Divide back available just yet as the Void Seeker barely going wide. Conquering Sands not finding the mark either, as this tree is looking pretty durable, but not durable enough, as Zeka is going to answer. Picks up the return kill here for HLE, and I believe they also got, no, never mind, one Grub going over to KC.
Yeah, Yike was able to steal one on the way out, but because he had no flash from that earlier invade, Zeka was always going to be able to chase him down, and HLE do, again, win out. They're being able to punish some of these missing resources really, really well.
And I feel like I've seen Delight in that exact spot in like 3 separate plays now, and every time, either he's fine or he ends up dying, but the play ends up working out. And we see a lot of this also happening before Hanwha Live have a lot of their big team fight ultimates available, looking mostly towards that Cyclone. Viper doesn't need to respect, but burst alone from Kalist not going to be enough. And we do see now level 6 being slowly hit across the board.
Yep, Canna level 7 here towards this bottom side, really pushing that advantage. Currently 300 gold ahead in that individual matchup. But the CS not actually a margin that I was expecting it to be when I looked down there. As here's a flash pulverize, Killer Instinct from Viper all the way behind the KC bottom lane, and Peanut throws out the Cyclone for fun. The bullet time's there as well. Viper takes a bit of damage, but they do exactly what they're supposed to and take down Kalist.
Look at that flash timer, by the way. Look at it.
God.
It's about to come off. By the time he respawns, it'll be back up. But that is exactly, I think, an issue that's going to keep plaguing Kalist throughout this game. SMF, this time it's the light that's flashing on you. Peanut still has his available for a subsequent fight, as Delight really wants this wave to go into the turret. And I think Tarmas is able to slow it down. Now at this point, Kalist with the Strut is making his way back into the lane, but that right there is going to be a continued issue. And the fact that Peanut is getting, again, pretty fed off of these assists and these plays is a big deal.
And I think it's kind of going to come down a lot to a concept we saw yesterday with HLE versus TS, where it's kind of who can engage first and put the other team on the back foot. We saw HLE doing such a good job of always having Jackie Love on the back foot, which created space for Viper. And I think KC have got to do the same thing, because Kalist is ever the one getting engaged on. He's never going to get an opportunity to go for that bullet time. So we're going to have to see, Yike and Targamas creating those opportunities and buying that space for Kalist.
The one thing that is good for KC is that they have the tools, right? Between the Maokai, the Jace Gate, as well as the Talia, these are some incredible disengage tools. So you're really looking to kind of know where Hanwha's coming from, absorb the initial blow, and then go back in. Or you have to be to an objective first, but we'll have to see if they're actually going to be able to do so. At that point, you have the zone control with the Maokai ult, as well as the Talia rocks.
I do feel like it's a little bit more like finesse-based in order to execute it on KC's side. Because like you say, it has to be disengage and then lure them into that false sense of security so that they've hard committed. You find that bullet time angle that allows you to lock it down. So I think as a result of that, vision going to be extraordinarily important, as Zeka is going to be walking over some rocks, trips over, grazes his knee a little bit, but he'll otherwise be absolutely fine. Checking in on the CS, it's like 5, not really too much of a big deal there, but the one kill putting Zeka in the lead by about 400 gold. But honestly, when it comes to gold, things like that, 500 is the whole story of it. So not really much to talk about just yet as far as advantages on either side.
And no dragons have been taken yet. And as we get the grubs in 20 seconds, I think it's going to be a little while before those are actually taken. As this is Zeus actually using his equalizer. Not going to have that available for a possible grub fight.
Yeah, I think he was nervous about a potential dive coming in again. He obviously doesn't have a lot of vision on that side of the map. You can see there's no deep wards for them. So he doesn't know where Maokai is. And I think Rakan had briefly gone into vision, so wasn't sure, is it a repeat type play? Instead, he'll just drop the equalizer. He has his TP back up, so goes back to base, plays it safe.
Well, as we can see here, Peanut looking for a little bit of an angle, not really finding one there, as I believe he was spotted on that cheeky ward around the grubs. Zeus is teleported towards the bottom side of the map. Both teleports on cooldown here for HLE, but they're still going to start up these grubs.
I think they just want to get 1 or 2 because they are down to teleport, right? Kana can TP in and Zeus can't stop him.
Yeah, so there is one of them. Vladdy going to be getting towards the top side of this fight. These grubs going to be split as there's the Weaver's Wall. In goes Delight, but he gets flung back immediately. That cow is a stake immediately. And Peanut just wanted to be cheeky. Will be able to grab another grub here, and now they're looking to try and exit the fight. Peanut's going to need to flash preemptively there as well, not wanting to get twisted advanced on, as Nimbus Strike will be able to buy him a bit of space. Kana catches up there, and a Cyclone going to be used defensively. Unfortunately, Vitagomas doesn't make it in, but it doesn't matter, and Zeka whiffs the ultimate completely. Is that grub worth it, HLE? That's the question, because they also lose the feats of warfare.
Not only that, they're probably going to lose a dragon for that as well. And I think the moment that they saw that Zeus had to use his TP to go back towards the bot side, Hum Alive never really wanted to fully commit to it. But KC actually pull off the chase, get on top of their backline, and get a couple of crucial kills.
I mean, it just seemed like a lot of greed from HLE. I think they should have been happy with just getting the one grub and denying fourth from their opponent, but instead they say, but what if we stay around and we get the fourth grub ourselves? And they did go for it. I feel like maybe Zeka could have stepped a little bit more forward to use the ultimate, disengage a little bit preemptively, but he was worried about being the target himself. So at the end of the day, you lose the Flash, you lose Peanut, you lose Delight, and it's just for that fourth grub.
And if Delight has 6, maybe that play works out, right? Because they can't just collapse on him, but he got popped in seconds there. Actually nicely done there by KC, cognizant of the fact that the Delight, not that tanky if you can catch him off guard, and that does mean that the gold lead, which has been, again, very even, now swinging again in the favor of KC, and that dragon is a big deal.
Yeah, and Vladdy being able to pick up a kill. I mean, he's just been so good for KC. Really, to me, when I watched the LEC playoffs, he was the star of the team. Obviously, Khalees, there's so much hype around it, but Vladdy was going so crazy in those games, was someone who was able to actually get the best of Caps, which has not really been happening in the LEC for many, many, many years. And it's just been fun to watch the development of Vladdy, of Khalees, to have them coming up and to see how successful KC has been able to be, really in their first year with this roster altogether. The improvements from last year are crazy.
Yep, it's really impressive. And I completely agree with you, but I think this tournament, the story has been a lot more about Kana. Exactly right. And if all of them are going to be firing at the same time, that could spell some difficulties here for HLE that we're already starting to see possibly crop up. As we do round the 14-minute mark, these turret plates are going to be falling down. Some decent platage being picked up in a couple of these lanes, but no turrets under threat just yet.
Delight is in that back brush last time we saw him, so he's been waiting there for quite a long time. He's going to be looking.
Yeah, Vladdy does have the rocks on the ground, so can't actually use them to stop that headbutt. The flash forward from Viper, and that will be a kill. Shutdown coming in for the Kai'Sa.
Oh, and that is flash invested. If he had the shield on Archangels, if that was a Seraphs, he might have lived. Instead ends up going down. Gives the shutdown to Viper as well, who says thank you for the money, and Delight sets up the play yet again.
I mean, Delight was just there for a long time. He had been waiting in that brush for 30, 40 seconds, I want to say. Very patient, knew someone would be able to come up there and answer that wave. The fact that it's a shutdown is insult to injury, and they're going to be able to get that tower.
Oh, man.
Oh, maybe? No, okay, it's going to go down. So, yeah, they get the first brick.
That's that fourth grub value, okay?
There you go, paying
off.
So,
like, maybe it's already worth the investment. It's definitely not. As Delight's going to get knocked up here by Targamas, but not anything else going to happen. Kind of pushing on this bottom side, and he's gotten quite a ways through this turret as well, as Peanut's going to come down, try and stop him. Not actually going to get rid of that vision, as you can see Zeka making his way in, and this is another turret that is likely going to fall. There it goes.
That
so
means
the answer comes through, and everything very even as once again Delight is pulverizing. Khalees going to get stunned up there by the trample, and he is dead once again.
Yeah, just way too far up there. A little bit of greed on that top lane push. He saw, okay, maybe multiple people are down on bot side. Maybe I'm going to be safe here. Wukong's down there, but does not respect where Delight could be. Walks up to hit the tower.
There is a classic Atlas bit as we have the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. I want you to look at specifically that gold lead on Delight, about how Hex Flash, you want to flash just to get it.
Oh, yeah.
And then, in Delight's case, I'm like, yeah, you know what? He makes it work. I think
you're not getting any value if something is off cooldown.
You gotta get value.
You gotta get
rooms.
it ticking immediately. And Hex Flash is broken because it's available while there is also something ticking. So absolutely beautiful stuff, and I'm glad that you brought that up. Hex Flash make me happy every single time I see it. And Delight, of course, on his cow is never going to disappoint.
Obviously, sucks that Khalees died, but I will say I'm glad he didn't flash. He was absolutely dead to rights, and if you flash in that spot, then you're cooked for the next fight as well. Herald now spawning. Dragon's going to be up here in 50 seconds, and it is going to be a march towards those objectives to see who will get the feats of warfare.
And
this is actually, this is a really important time as well. Sorry to cut you off there, Chronicler, because this has been the time where HLE has created all of their advantages. They've sometimes had a few like weird things in the early game, but this is where they really take control. And so KC, they're gonna have to stay vigilant.
Well, the item spikes as well, hit one item on either side, but I think Humble Life, they're going to be feeling amazing. That Triforce on Peanut is big.
Well, there's the Nature's Grasp. Cyclone there for Peanut as well as the Rift Herald is being ignored. Down comes the Rumble as well. Equalizer not in the most perfect position, but they split up the fight. They managed to take down the tree. And it is the Herald being secured here by KC. But they don't walk away with their tree and their jungler.
Yikes, steal is successful though, and it feels very reminiscent of the earlier play where the team fight goes the way of the other team. Yes, you get ejected, but you are going to lose the dragon, and we're going to see what the soul is, I think, shortly.
And that puts them at 2 out of 3 of those objectives. So KC now only 1 objective away from claiming those feats of warfare. Of course, it will be traded back for the dragon on the other side. But this is only the first objective claim for HLE because they never got a full set of those 3 grubs. And meanwhile, Kana just pushing up on that top side, playing heavily through side lanes, just trying to keep that farm up. Of course, Zeka will be able to defend the top lane tower for now, but a very close game, and I gotta say, KC definitely coming out ready for this series and looking really locked in.
Not gonna lie, feel like it is more competitive than I was expecting after seeing HLE dismantle TES yesterday. KC looking fantastic in the early stages of this one. Going to have to continue that way, absolutely, but so far so good. As we have a look at this fight one more time.
The big thing here is Yike is actually able to, by the cost of his life, make it all the way over. There's an attempt there, but you see the immediate cancel on Kallista's ultimate, right? It's going to remain an issue for him, as I think actually channeling a full ult when you're that close to the life is just never going to happen.
And that was at 1187 he smite that, by the way. So that's basically a perfect smite that he actually had to secure it from Yike. So well done by him to be able to grab that and get in, grab the Herald. So, at least is able to walk away with that. Still has that in his pocket. Could use that maybe next, next objective that's coming up, next dragon that's coming up to try to drop that mid lane and try to get them prio there and look towards that final objective for Feats of Warfare.
Yep, now moving down towards the bottom side just to make sure that Vladdy's going to be safe as he is pushing this wave in. Viper and Kalist just chilling out in this mid lane. And nothing really going to come of it. Next objective is going to be Otacon that's coming up in about a minute and a half. Don't know whether anyone's going to be fighting over that too soon, but we'll just have to find out.
There is also the fact that we're dealing with a mountain dragon. I think KC going to be happy that they got that one Drake, because for their comp, I do actually think that they can run into damage issues. None of their characters are really good at dealing with extremely beefy targets, and there aren't really any big tanks on the side of Humble Life, but if they're able to actually get to that mountain, I do think they're going to lose a lot of power. The Jace poke also loses some of his impact, so these team fights going to be incredibly important, and that has been where I think we've seen the biggest gap between Hanwha and any other team is in the actual 5v5s. The amount of times where it feels like a game is relatively close, and then they fight for 0 and the game just kind of ends. It's happened many a time, but KC, they don't want to make that happen as they get the mid lane turret here, are going to be able to open up the map with that.
Yeah, will be traded on the bottom side, though. No one going to be answering Zeka, so he gets ISO gold down there. He's going to be able to open up his own advantage, and Zeus realizing not in a position to actually take this fight, but we'll cancel the recall now.
He cancels it. We'll be able to get that point-blank harpoon as the flash out from Kana, flash to immediately follow there from Zeus, and he just cooks him. Solo kill from the sneaky Rumble in the top lane.
Yeah, and Kana, I think he was just caught chopping. Like, he went back in and he started recalling even though he was getting hit already. And unfortunately just didn't have eyes on it. Now they're going to go straight for Otacon, and that could be the kill that breaks the game open.
Yeah, Kana isn't going to be here for the longest time, and even though Otacon makes you insanely squishy, you can see as well, KC, I think, caught a little off guard. They have a lot of AoE damage, though. I just don't know if they're ever going to get to this pit. Look at the light there.
It's going down so incredibly quickly. Viper, yeah, no, it is just gone. Yes, they see it, but that's all they're going to see is Delight going to cancel all of that CC with his ultimate, and now realizing that they weren't actually going to go for a fight. It might be that they can get the cow, although he just flashes, gets himself out of there, and Otacon going to be picked up. They picked all the flowers as well. They had time to harvest, even after all that, as Viper looking for his opportunity, but it's a little dangerous as Targamas moves up, and he's hit by a space plant.
And you can see the rewards now in the experience. You look across, it's a level lead for every single role, and some of them are closing in, on even more than that now. So HLE, just like that, a great pick on the top side, use the teleport. They recognize their advantage. And they're just the best team in the world at finding these windows and recognizing there's nothing you can do here. We will just go for it.
It's literally just a single mistake from Kana, and it's even more understandable because when he died, there was a lot of backup. Targamas and Yike were actually in the area, so it makes sense that he felt safe to actually go in for the push on that turret. But Zeus' trap now putting Hanwha on a, as you point out, great experience lead. Obviously, as I already mentioned, I think it's going to be really hard for KC if Hanwha Life is able to stack the Dragons. That's only going to get worse now with the extra buff that they get from the Otacon. And this next Drake fight is going to be, I think, a must-win for KC. We are hitting the 2-item spikes. Hopefully, Kana is able to transform. We also have Leandri's done for Vladi. Second item for Kalista. Essence Reaver is in the pocket as well. And if they can get to this objective first, I think that's going to be huge.
Opportunities there. As now Zeus pushing here towards the bottom side, but there's a teleport just behind him. Yikes moving in. Throws down the ulti as Zeus says, well, I guess I'm not going that direction. Now realizing, I think, that he's probably going to be dead. As there are rocks all over the ground, he gets flung backwards. And there goes the Rumble. Really good timing on this one as the Drake just spawning right now. And KC answering back beautifully.
Yeah, that's actually huge because not only did they get the kill on him, he has no teleport, and they got the teleport answer out of the Zeka. So big play there from KC, punishing the side lane.
Well, Weaver's Wall going to come through here once again. Vladdy looking for an opportunity. Seismic shove going to hit onto Viper. And the Shock Blast to follow up that punishment. Just insane as he's still burning down. Sitting at about 150, and he's going to have to blast cone his way out of this one. The rest of HLE just trying to play defenses. I don't think Delight is going to be as lucky as his AD carry. Will have a Pulverize, I think. Yeah, there it is. And then he's dead. And so the Drake gonna go over towards Yike at the same time. Dragon advantage here for KC as well as a couple of kills.
And it's back-to-back oopsies from XT1 top laners that set up a whole cascade of events. First it's Kana getting caught, leading to the Otacon going down. Then it's Zeus pushing really far up, and realistically, you should know that there are so many people that are going to be in the area for KC, right? The Dragon is such an obvious objective, was about to come up. That alone is already rough. I think is nice for KC. Get the kill, as you point out, dig out the TP, they get the Dragon, but the Kalist.
Oh dear, there's a Cyclone. Zeka gonna turn up. These Sand Soldiers doing some work. Doesn't actually hit Kalist with the ult though. Only onto Targamas as now the Nature's Grasp. The flash from Zeka is aggressive, but the Seismic Shove is better, and Zeka will be taken down. Twisted Advance does it, but now Zeus is going to turn up the Equalizer. He's going to soften them up and then knock him down. Kana goes to the skies, looks to get some revenge against Zeus, but Yike is so far in. Now doing battle against a Delight that's only just come back, and Peanut wants to get some revenge himself. Behind enemy lines is this tree, and Yike should be falling, although he makes it back to the rest of his team. He's running it, it's actually Delight that falls eventually. He does go down, but I'd say that there should be a worth in all chat. There's another teleport to bring Zeus into this mid lane as he's booking it towards Kana once again. Kalist will have the damage though, and Zeus is just gonna fall. The bullet time to rain on through, and that thumbs up. That's a good one there, Kalist.
That is massive for KC. They get the kills. Yike somehow is able to survive in this, and this felt like it was going to be an HLE1 fight. But Zeka goes forward. He doesn't have the soldiers actually in position to get very much damage down on Kalist early. A great reactivation of the Cyclone there from Peanut, but then this flash from Zeka puts himself in a really awkward position. He wanted to flash aggressively, could have just flashed back, played the fight out more slowly.
And then it looks like Hanwha Life is able to turn the tide. Viper's in the midst of them. Zeus is toasting people, and Kalist can't really join the fight because he's already taken so low. But then, in this extended chase for Yike, I think initially Hanwha Life are able to get on top of him. Obviously, he stays alive for so long. And this is still fine trading jungler for support. But then the TP from Zeus, the man just not on point, walks into an MF, who is full health, face first, and just dies.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the vibes, though, you know? It was just aggression. He wants to fight, he wants to battle. Maybe don't make that decision again, but where the thought came from,
Wait,
I appreciate.
You can't both like the decision and say he should have made it again, Atlas.
No, I can like it, just don't do it. Like, it's not good, but I like it.
You can like eating one slice of cake, but maybe the second is too much.
Exactly.
You know, you'll feel a little bit sick.
Okay, that was not a good slice of cake. You can't tell me that. That was a bad slice.
What
well,
is a bad
if you're a
slice of
KC
cake?
fan, that was a great slice. That was delicious. Give me the whole thing.
Well, right now it is just going to be the game almost completely equalized. There's like a 500 gold lead or something like that. Nothing that has been broken open just yet as far as this game is concerned. KC do get themselves feats of strength, though. They have some fancy shoes that they can be putting on. And we'll see whether some of these advantages are going to work out.
I mean, we're 26 minutes in. It's pretty much dead even, right? It is going to come down to the team fights. You know, that's where people would have thought HLE would have that big advantage, but KC has been given as good as it got. They have been looking really strong in these skirmishes and getting the best of HLE a number of times so far this game.
We've also seen already in a few of these team fights the impact that Vladdy gets to have with this Talia. It's so much harder for Peanut to actually reliably get on the backline because of E. As we, as mentioned, do have those 2 items across the board. We have Viper already on his third as he was able to pick up a good amount of gold. Kalist just now finishing the IE as well. Huge spike to come in. And this next fight, if it goes decisively, might end up being the decider one way or another. If KC is able to finally best the Hanwha team fight presence, that should not only be them setting themselves up for Soulplane, but also a Baron possibly afterwards if the fight is decisive enough.
Not to mention the fact that this is phenomenal for the series as a whole, right?
Yep.
Because HLE always just created a ridiculous advantage in the mid game. It feels like every single game this entire tournament, there's been something that they've done and the other team has just fallen off a cliff. Well, there doesn't seem to be very many cliffs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they've been looking really, really good. They do have to be aware of the flash timers, though. Both Viper and Klee spent their flash, but Delight has his.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulp comes in. Targamas should be able to make it towards Vlad if he wants to, but instead they turn it around. There's a shutdown onto Peanut. Delight has to get the heck out of there. Weaver's Wall comes through, but I think they've already won this battle.
And they might get even more. I mean, they're right by the Baron. The jungler is dead. They're going to go for it, absolutely. And now HLE have got to try to stop them 4v5.
Oh, this is a risky call though for KC. They could have gone for the Dragon. There are still a lot of teamfight ultimates available. Zeus, Zeka, Viper, and the Light all up there is available.
Oh, wow. Blowing the stopwatch very early here to Zeus as the equalizer comes down. Delight looking for an angle. In goes Zeka. Finds 2 with the ulti, but immediately he's thrown around. Does go into stasis eventually. Viper taken down. Zeus, the last man standing. He's got a flamethrower, but no hope. It's a double for Yike, and there goes the Baron. KC are looking to put themselves into a position to win this game.
This is madness. KC coming out on top in the fight. They go for a pick here, but it's on Targamas, and Vladdy is over the wall. Gets the seismic shove. The charm is there on Peanut. And Khalees just lets it rip with the bullet time, knocks him down.
The entirety of KC is just ready, and here, Delight already taken very low. The poke from Kana as well as Vladdy just hits. And Zeus, I think, a very early equalizer here. If he combos that when Zeka goes in, Vladdy just pops immediately. Instead, so much damage is done. It's the Baron that finishes off Viper, who doesn't, and I think realistically so, doesn't have another opportunity besides just go in there. And now KC, that should be soul point as well for them, being able to, and there we go, use that Baron to pick up the Dragon, and the gold lead now broken.
Yep, this is the first big lead that we have this entire game, and it's to the tune of almost 5,000 at this point in time. Is Canna going to be diving on top of Peanut? Peanut is able to Warrior Trickster away, but Cavalry will arrive, and HLE, they are really going to have to find something in the tank here if they want to win this one. As Nature's Grasp comes through once again, there's a wall there as well. The bullet time comes down as this Unbreakable Will is going to need to be exactly that as Delight utilizes it to get rid of a whole lot of damage. But now the equalizer coming down. The quickness comes through from Targamas, not able to get on top of Peanut, but that doesn't matter. Empress attack once again, hits 2. It's a double for Vladdy though on the other side. Canna going to be taken down, and now Zeus is looking to chase after Targamas and Yike. He has to sacrifice himself, but now it's Viper and Zeka chasing after the remainders of the Baron, as Yike should be chased out here by the Pigeon Man. And Targamas, I think he's probably going to be fast enough to get out as Yike. He's on vision. He's got that little sapling down though, and we're going to need a shifty sands from Zeka to be able to catch up to this guy. And Twisted Advance, not quite enough. So that's going to be the shutdown. Zeka now has a whole lot of money, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet.
They're not, but that was a really big moment. If KC just get that turret or able to rotate completely take out that ring of inners. That could have been what I think put them too far ahead, but instead, Zeka finds a miracle.
I mean, it's Zeka that finds the miracle, but it required the setup first because Zeus is able to force a flash, with this engage here. They drop the equalizer, in goes Peanut, Khalees flashes away. Now this is the opportunity for Zeka to go because of the missing summoner. He finds his angle, gets in, gets both the carries, sweeps them into the waiting arms of Zeus. That is a game saver, and that is a 1-2 punch that you have come to expect from HLE.
And two big ultimates were already missing there. Particularly the Maokai ultimate was used. They didn't really get too much out of that. That is a tool that I think is needed to provide the safety as Peanut not doing the damage, but I do think that the initial setup, as you point out, was important there. And now Gold Lead still in favor of KC. Still them sitting on Soul Point, but Humble Life not going down without a fight.
Yeah, Viper just bought a full item since we last checked in. He has a GA now, so that is a very rich Kaisa.
Yeah, it's also a bit of a different build as well. Hasn't gone for, a bit of extra AP. The Nash's Tooth not actually there. Not building a Zhonya's or anything like that, electing to go a lot more AD, and that's because you've got Azir and you've got Rumble. They need as much physical damage as they can possibly get. So a little bit of a different flavor of the Kai'Sa. Haven't seen as many of these physical ones as we have in the past.
And I kind of feel like it makes sense with the context of the game because I think he's saying, we have more threats, we have more consistent damage, so if I can get in the backline and trade my life out for that of Khalees, play it really aggressively, or trade it out for Vladdy, well then the damage that's coming through from Zeus and Peanut and Zeka is going to be enough to carry the fight. So, with that thought process, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially considering this next Dragon could be absolutely game deciding. If you give the Soul over, that is huge for KC, so having GA for that one fight is big.
It is looking, besides that, stopwatch is done for both Zeus and Zeka. Vladdy also sitting on an arm guard. So that cooldown is going to be huge. It looks like neither AD carry is going to have the flash available, at least at the beginning of the fight. So both Khalees and Viper need to be careful, but Viper has a lot more built-in safety just with E-ult as well as now that GA bot. So we're going to have to see how KC can keep their AD carry safe. 4 items now that LDR are going to shred through everyone on Hanwha Life, and the setup here being done again. KC, their composition so hard to retake space versus particularly that Maokai, but even the Taliyah doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Yeah, not to mention the scouting that the saplings do give you. If you don't necessarily get to the objective in time, you can just throw them in to see what's going on. Absolutely fantastic. So now HLE going for a bit of a reset, and as we tick over to like 35 seconds until the Dragon, that is going to be exactly where everyone has their eyes on. The Baron, not actually giving that much gold. Rebel Baron power play, I think, was under about 1,000. And so that is going to bring this game back to under 3,000 gold, the difference. It's going to be an honest team fight for either side to try and take this, but KC, so much more than that they can gain with this Mountain Soul being available.
And KC did just want to poke. Hanwha Life, they are the ones that need to be proactive. They're the ones that need to go in and make the big plays. They do have great taken control here of the river.
They just sort of
wandered in.
Yeah, the monkey and the cow just sort of like going forward. Pigeon getting involved now as well as Zeka throws out some Sand Soldiers. This Dragon already down to 50%. Yike wanting to move on over. Let's see whether this Nature's Grasp comes down. The Equalizer is going to be preemptive though, as Delight going to get rooted, does have his Unbreakable Will, and HLE, you can just get them yourselves out, but instead they're looking for a team fight, and Zeka finds some Sand Soldiers. The quickness going to get interrupted, and the charge comes through, knocked up as well, but he just shifts the sands, gets himself out.
TP.
Now without Delight, they're going to teleport on top to see whether they can take down HLE. Vladdy gonna get harpooned. He looks for some of these shots as Zeka goes golden with that Zhonya's, and in the meantime, Peanut is just gonna get melted. 2-man on the Emperor's Divide is not quite good enough as Khalees taking the damage here as the GA is gonna be popped as well. Man, that Bloodthirster looks completely broken as he one-taps Viper, and that could just be the end of the game.
And Delight is going to be up in 10 seconds, but I don't think he alone can do it. And Hanwha Life, they got the Dragon. But if it comes at the cost of the Nexus, no one's going to be calling Worth, and Khalees being alive means that there's so much damage. We'll see 25 seconds for Peanut here.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it, as Delight just needs to try and get in there and stop this wave from getting towards these Nexus turrets. I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. What is he going to do? Like, moo aggressively in their direction? I don't think that's going to happen. Trying to headbutt List away does make a fair bit of sense here. As down goes Delight, and look at this.
The ult
These
is gonna
turrets
happen!
do not last long enough at all. The first net is claimed will be that of HLEs after they chose the blue side here in game one.
And the Hanwha Life game 1 win streak ends just like that.
It's KC coming out on top, absorbing that engage. HLE trying to force there, but the equalizer was on no one. Delight got nothing done with his engage, and KC gets the chase down, punished massively. Vladdy with that teleport, chasing after him, getting Zeka incredibly low. He tries to go for the hero play, but he didn't have the juice to knock him down. Kalista on the other side with the rest of the team, able to finish him off and just push for the win. It's a massive start from KC. They have got to be ecstatic.
And that was incredible too, because the game was so extraordinarily close. Every single moment throughout had to be played exceptionally well. Everyone had to be extremely locked in. But now it is time to throw it over to the space to break down the KC victory here in game one.
And what a victory here from the boys in blue. Honestly, going against every prediction that we had coming here today, KC take the first win here against Howard. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
KC would take
no,
the game.
You had it, but did you think it would happen like this, Em?
I definitely did not think it would happen in the first game.
Yeah.
Basically, what I was more thinking is that it was going to come off of some sort of draft difference, but that is not what happened here at all. Every time that HLE actually ended up going in on these fights, KC were able to absorb it and turn it around, especially when it came to mid-game. And that's super, super impressive to me because, as the casters already pointed out, the mid-game, especially in terms of their map movements, is where HLE really, really shine, really, really balloon their leads. And we saw KC also cross-map trading really well during that time.
Yeah, it was insane. So many of these fights going so well for them. I love that in draft number 1, they invested in the Maokai for Yike. He paid them back. And Kana's Jace again definitely paid them back from our featured matchup. I mean, they picked off Zeus right before that role that we just played. Then Zeus teleported out to try and kill Kana, and they turn around and just burn him down as well. Like, KC absolutely coming out on fire in game number 1.
And we know that every second counts in League of Legends, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, the Baron joins KC to take HLE off the map.
This fight gets really desperate for Hanwha Life Esports, of course, because they're not going to be able to come in and actually contest easily. And, you know, when you look at some of these desperate situations for Hanwha Life Esports, they're down because they made a tough choice. They made a poor choice in terms of fighting into this comp where Kalist's positioning is so good that they're funneling into an MF ult. Zeus' ult being dropped down super early here is a massive problem for Hanwha Life Esports because with the Kalista composition, you don't necessarily have enough long-term damage to win out these longer fights. The Baron is on Team KC here as well with the positioning of the Hanwha Life players. And with the death of Viper there and the equalizer used this early, there's just no way for them to clean up the fight.
Yeah, I mean, that one was critical. The Peanut face checking in, and Targamas just immediately, they burst him down. You killed the enemy jungler and go straight to Baron. Like, that snap decision making, KC are coming in with full confidence. They talked about in the interviews coming beforehand that, you know, it's like, it's basically a win-win situation for them because they're so heavily doubted. But if they do win, then they get massive, massive momentum.
Yeah, and the interesting thing to me as well that Wolf brought up initially when we're talking about like how HLE are really like, it seemed like they were more desperate than they had to be, especially in a lot of these mid-game fights, right? Because when you look at the way these two compositions match up, I actually really wasn't sure about the MF pick because of what Hanwha Life have to deal with it. So in a situation where it's KC setting up with the Maokai ult and the Jace and the MF in a more standard front to back, and it's not HLE engaging, I actually think HLE look a lot better in some of these fights, but because they were trying to choose, or they were going in, or they were getting caught out, it looked really, really good for KC.
And Hanwha just kept hard forcing in unwinnable fights where the situation was no longer favorable. They no longer had the positional advantage. They had used their tools to peel for Peanut, for example, no longer had the ability to collapse onto the Misfortune, and just kind of continued to double down into some of these scenarios and gave such a massive gold lead to KC as well. Hanwha Life not playing their best game, but credit deserved, I think, for KC piloting an incredibly difficult draft into all that dive.
Simple question here. They got game 1. Can they actually do it? Can they actually keep this going for a second game and maybe a third game. That is not the level I expected them to play at, but it's also not what I expected from Hanwha.
Yeah, and I mean, Hanwha is what? This breaks their game 1 streak, right, Wolf? Where they typically always win game 1 and game 5, which is another reason why you asked me, like, oh, did you think it was going to happen in this game? And I'm like, no, because they have been so consistent, and I think this is definitely a draft they could have won with. So we'll see if they're able to come back or if KC can do it.
The LEC representative opens up the score here in this first finals. We'll see what happens here in game 2.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
This is something that speaks to conscious. Yeah. And I'ma keep it 100 regardless. Yeah. If you feel the connection, we bonding. Yeah. All together now. The only one I'm competing with is me. Don't hate me, great, let go, that is who kills me. 1440 in a day. Look out the window, waiting for sunshine. We just passed the time, got left behind. Now wait a minute now. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you. Easy. Okay. Easy. All right now. All right. This is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy. Okay, you great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Wukong coming bot.
No, Wukong is mid.
I think. Yep.
No flash. Came back. Good job. Nice. Good call. Very good call.
Probably a margin that I was expecting it to be when I looked down there. As here's a flash pulverize. Killer Instinct from Viper all the way behind the KC bottom lane, and Peanut throws out the Cyclone.
Flash. Just second. Win.
Guys at it. How's it? Good job. No flash rumble. Go Nas after. Nas after.
Nice. Keep this big.
Down.
Nice, good job, guys. Nice. Team game on. We reset, okay? This is we're playing Koi, okay, guys? We're playing Koi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 2, and I wasn't expecting to say this, but KC are leading the series 1-0. I think a lot to do with that guy on your screen right there, Kana, having a phenomenal performance up against Zeus, who everyone's been calling the best top laner in the world, and he just had a stinker on Rumble, and I don't know what's happening, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Delight and Zeus definitely not playing their best. I mean, not looking synced up in those team fights. The team fight equalizers leaving a lot to be desired, but KC, you have got to give them so much credit. They came in. I thought they were going to get blown out. I thought no matter who played HLE in the finals was going to get blown out, but they come in, they're able to really play well and take down game number 1. First step towards the first international title for the LEC since 2019, where G2 absolutely clapped TL in the finals. And we'll see if they can keep it going, or if HLE is just going to be able to just kind of flip that switch and become the monsters we were expecting from them.
Even that game 1 win, though, that was, if I remember correctly, a 15-game 1 win streak for Hanwha Life. And obviously, for a part of that, the Orc has been very successful. That 15, that goes back a good amount of time. And Hanwha Life in recent years haven't always been at the top of their game. As we'll have to see a big bounce back. The game 2 Hanwha Life is also notorious, but for bad reasons. So KC, this could be their opportunity. Obviously, as we saw by the predictions, they were the very heavy underdog. Getting such a decisive win in a game 1 can completely turn around how the rest of the series looks.
That depends which predictions you're looking at, because when I had a look at Twitter, that told me that KC was easily going to win this series.
That is true. Well, no, it was close.
Yeah.
It was 55.
So it might just mean that our analysts need to wake up.
You didn't predict,
right?
did you?
True.
I did. It was.
Oh, you
I
did?
predicted 3-0.
There was only
I could
Emily
get you out.
gave them a game, I believe, out of everyone on the broadcast.
Yeah,
Every other prediction was 3-0.
Yeah. And Flowers gave them a 5-0,
Yeah.
which I don't even understand, which is
They were
completely
going to
crazy.
chrono break 2 games in which they would beat them again.
There we
Yeah.
go. We just had to redo it and do it again. As we have actually dived into Champion Select already. Poppy, Sejuani, and the Ambessa are all banned away here as Blue Side once again for HLE. One last ban to come through after the Vi and Yone have been taken away, and it will be Callista. And so HLE, this time, Ezreal up and available, Varus up and available. Quite a few different things that we're going to see here in game number 2.
And particularly with the build that Viper went for, I do think it's really hard to have a consistent impact. There's a reason why we basically only see the AP Kai'Sa, as Skarner is unfortunately
this is one of
available.
this is one of the 2 extra games. Maybe.
I think we're getting the Ivern though.
Oh,
that
that's
to me
true.
is actually a really good answer. And Yike has won both his games on it. So to me, if you're leaving Skarner up, you have got to be laying a trap. Just like how we've seen Callista, every time Callista gets left up, it's into these really difficult to deal with ranged lanes. So to me, you could play an easy Ivern.
There
it just
it
feels
is.
like you slammed that down. Already saw him beat 2 teams with it. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was the game they actually beat HLE as well in the best of 3.
I'm pretty sure.
I think it was. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to perform on it again. But this is just such a difficult pick to deal with. And it's been the key to them actually taking down both the LCK and the LPL representatives with it earlier.
We have to see what Vladi is going to play. His Taliyah, to me, was such a big deal. I think that it really was one of the pivotal picks that actually allowed him to win team fights the way that they did. I think his map pressure was great as well. And even him getting picked off every now and then didn't really seem to phase him. As taking away the Ezreal from Viper is a good call. Although we are expecting a secondary AD carry because we are playing the Ivern, right? So a mid lane AD carry
Like
is
Corki
most
or
likely
Triss,
here.
probably.
Yeah, Corki or Triss both are open, and it's kind of hard, I think, for Hanwha to fully deny them unless they want to spend both bans on that, which obviously can complicate the rest of the pick and ban down the line.
Yeah.
See where Zeka is going to go as far as this pick is concerned. I think leaving things up in the air could make some sense here, but we'll see. As the Gnar a consideration and a lock in here for Zeus. The pick away from Canna as well does make a fair bit of sense there, as both of them are huge Gnar fans.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at what Kana has played, his 3 most played this tournament are the Jace, the Ambessa, and the Gnar. So obviously, Jace was played last game, so that's gone. They banned out Ambessa. They take away the Gnar, so they're kind of pushing him down as far as that tier list does go. It is going to be Leona as the grab here for Targamas. Didn't elect to go for it last game. And does lock it in this time around, which leads me to believe we're going to see a couple of these engage supports getting banned out here by KC. Try to pinch that pool here from Delight and really put him in a less comfortable spot.
Yep, the Rel banned away in the last game as well, is going to continue to do so. As Dandy, where are we banning this time? Solo lanes are all that's required here.
Yeah, I think you just ban AD
Tristana,
mids.
Corki.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
Tristana, Corki, and Smolder?
Well, I don't think like Smolder to me is just really not worth it anymore. It's like if you can get a really easy matchup and just scale for free, but like the amount of time and effort you have to put into actually getting the 225 to even turn online doesn't feel like the payoff is really worth it anymore. And I do think that the laning phase is a lot weaker than the other 2. So if it were me, I would do Corki Triss, and if he goes Smolder, I'm willing to deal with that.
Oh, the respect ban there towards Zeka Zakali. I was kind of expecting something like a Braum ban. I do think that pick always is going to feel really obnoxious to play into when you're playing a melee support, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case.
And double AD carry.
Yeah, the Nautilus is still up, as it's the Victor instead, so Tristana does remain open. That would be the other AD mid pick that has still remained viable after all the changes that we had. Obviously, it dominated most of the meta last year.
And Kana can go towards
pick up,
a top laner if you'd like to. They can already see the Gnar, so just taking Aatrox or Jax, one of those things is fine. Camille is something that we were talking about a lot yesterday, but didn't actually lock that one in. It is going to be the Aatrox, though. So it feels like Canna and Zeus' champion pools are just getting drilled into very aggressively by both of them at the same time. It's kind of crazy. It's like their shared champion pool is what's getting attacked by the Fearless Draft, as Braum, considered by Delight, definitely a step away from a lot of the engage that he's been heading on, but you can see why they would like to pick it up. That is going to be locked in here. And now a Zeka pick, please.
What is Zeka going to go towards? A lot of the very comfortable blind picks have already been taken away. It's going to be the Aurora, which hasn't, I don't think, really felt that amazing this far in the tournament. You're also playing it into an Ivern and an Ezreal. And the Humble Life draft, I gotta say, not necessarily inspiring the most of confidence. Engage feels relatively lackluster. Obviously, you do have the Skarner, but Engage Braum we all know isn't the greatest. And then the kite back and the range on this comp of KC is a complete nuisance.
I feel like they have a giga draft gap.
Yeah,
I think so too.
I think their draft is so much better for KC. Aurora 1-6 so far in mid lane at first stand, really has not been a performant champion. Kana, obviously playing his Aatrox. You talked about kind of pinching these pools. He's been 2-0 so far on it. He beat CFO with it. Also got a win against TES, so has been looking pretty good on it. Definitely a comfort pick for him. And we'll see if HLE can really step up, but I do think it's a difficult draft to deal with. I mean, yeah, you have the Aurora who's kind of looking to set up these dives, but you're not really setting up the dives for anyone. It's a bit weird as far as like not having an obvious dive buddy. I mean, obviously, Zeus can go into the backline with him, but against Ivern and all of this potential peel, like the fear and the roots and everything coming out from Hwei, feels very, very difficult to actually get in the backline and burst someone down.
Yeah, particularly if Humble Life fall behind or stay relatively even. I think the comp just gets so hard to play because, again, I think their engage is pretty lackluster. You're trying to engage into Ivern, Ezreal, and Hwei.
Yeah.
And
good luck.
They outrange you, so I do think KC going to be feeling pretty confident. Humble Life go to blue side 2 times in a row. The one thing that I do think that they can play towards is that bottom lane. That is a really strong 2v2 that we have there. The Varus as well as the Braum. If they don't leverage that, I think KC looking good.
Might be cooked. Let's dive onto the Rift for game number 2.
I really want to see how well they can actually track Yike, because both of his Ivern games, you just get through these camps so fast and you don't really have to interact with them. So it's always these early pressures that he's able to put on with it, whether he's going through mid or through bot. They need to keep eyes on him because Ivern just shows up so early and can really swing these matchups, even with just throwing a shield and a couple autos, can make the lane a difficult place.
Yeah, it can, and I do want to say that Peanut is one of the 3 junglers that actually plays Ivern in the LCK. He wasn't very popular, even when he was being played sort of all around the world quite a lot. Peanut was one of the guys that does sort of know how this champion works. Him and Canyon played a fair bit of the basketball playing tree guy.
He wasn't great at it, but he did play it.
Yeah, he was one of the first to pick it up.
How are you feeling about the fact this is actually going to be Poke Varus as well? Like, their consistent damage is non-existent over on the HLE side. I mean, you have Aurora, Poke Varus, and a Gnar. It's like, you better kill someone instantly or that's
it's
that.
Viper.
If it's a nameplates on situation, because I was actually expecting, particularly with the Braum, right, at least Halo Blades, but most likely going for the on-hit variety. But I think that it's also an acknowledgement that if he doesn't have any range damage, and again, unless he gets fed, it's going to be hard for him to actually do meaningful damage against all the shielding, the healing, and the Ivern. But without him, they have no range.
Part of my issue with it, though, is when you're playing into Hwei and Ivern, Hwei just throws down the AoE team shield with the WW.
Oh,
and
I know.
Bring up Ivern shield.
I know.
There is a Zenith Blade here from Targamas, as we did see that Vladdy went down relatively low. Decent trades, though, as you can see here. Targamas actually avoiding the concussive blows. As Viper hitting that level 2 now. Throws out the hail of arrows, but isn't otherwise going to find too much.
Oh, lethal tempo. Gonna be big there, and that's the heal already being used by the Light.
Yeah, Viper with a cancel auto or 2 there as well. It does feel like HLE sweating a bit, feeling some of that pressure here. It's KC. Sometimes you come in as an underdog and you can just play your best game. You're playing a little bit more relaxed. You're not feeling the kind of onus of that expectation. And KC looking really good in the draft and looking really good again in just these early trades and laning.
Outside of this top lane, where Kanna is struggling a little bit into Zeus, but I think we're expecting that early on. Not to mention mid lane as well, where Zeka does have almost a wave advantage, as we can see here. It's the jungle that I'm really going to be glued to, is already Yike having a decent lead as Targamas tanks up a turret shot. Not super psyched about that one, but Kalist able to even out these trades really, really well. even getting on top of these cannons, as we can see. And so another thumbs up. Has he been spamming thumbs up on cooldown no matter what the entirety of the last 2 days? I think he has.
Yeah, KC in general have been great about emoting. I always love to see the different emote. Peanut is another notorious emote user. Loves his penguins of different varieties. So always like to see that, as we do have a possible angle. At least some vision being secured here by that duo of Targamas and Yike. And maybe looking towards Zeka.
Yep, counter gang position here from Peanut as he's moving in, but Yike going to turn up as well. The flash comes out from Zeka, and HLE are just going to be happy that they got out of there.
I actually really like how Targamas played that. He goes in with the initial ignite, so you're going to have the reveal even when he goes into the invis, and that's what forces out that immediate flash from Zeka to be able to dodge out from the Ivor and Q. Yes, they don't get the kill, but still, you're trading sums as a support with the enemy mid laner. You're relieving pressure on Vladdy. Like, look how low health and mana he was, and you're getting him out of that lane, so it's just kind of a huge win all around.
Yep, able to even out things as well with the fact that he was able to crash that lane through at the same time. So really nicely done. He'll teleport back, and things will be fine. So alleviating quite a lot. And this top lane is going to continue like this, I think, for quite some time.
Yeah, we did see Kana go, which Zeus has done as well, into ranged matchups. The Vayne obviously being the most notorious one that stands out in a mind where he had an incredible game. I imagine Kana's also going to go towards Psycho Sword, particularly in ranged matchups. As Aatrox, you actually, if you ever get to proc that, the lane just feels infinitely better. As we might have an example of that right here.
Yeah. I believe Zeus may have been hit by some electricity.
I did watch his health bar just like half there. But Zeus himself also loves the Aatrox, as we highlighted in Champ Select. So we'll see if he can maintain the pressure on Kana. Yike did get spotted on the ward, so Zeus should be aware, but Wave in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, Blight finding a point-blank Winter's Bite here, but not going to follow up on anything. Of course, Targamas with no flash is somewhat of a target, but he's still Leona, so probably not something that you can really hope to take down in any quick fashion. And Yike, yeah. There is no flash available here for Zeka as he comes out. Crushing Maw going to come on through there as Trigger Seed going to land. But Vladdy in a lot of trouble. Zeka not going to walk to the side of that wall. And Yike, no damage with himself alone. So KC just pushed away 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, these ganks have been really good because Vladdy has been in a horrible spot both times. Again, he bases with like 5% HP. You know, Zeka, if left in isolation, maybe could have got a kill in either of those situations.
Yeah. And Zeka, I think if he has flash, he probably goes to the play, but Vladdy has flash, he doesn't, right? So doesn't go back to try and actually get the execute. The one thing that will happen because of this, with Yike showing mid, is that Peanut will be able to pick up the grubs. And the one thing that we do always talk about with Ivern is that his solo jungle take of epic objectives is just really, really bad. Definitely needs help, so he's looking to make an impact towards bot so that he can free up Kalist and Targamas to help him out take that objective down.
You can see that they're super aware of this, though. They're playing so far back. You know, if I'm only taking the cannon with a Targon charge from max range Q, like, they are not willing to walk forward. Peanut's topside, no one's contesting there, so where could Ivern be?
I have no idea. Well, actually, we have
compelling mystery, Azale.
Not going to be moving on over, though, as Peanut will be face-checking this brush. Throws down a control ward first, though. Intelligent. And Vladdy not actually going to be able to take it down.
Yike might be... Oh,
yeah,
flash
comes out. That's actually a huge kill. We've seen how this lane's been going as Yike forced to flash as well. There is not a lot of those summoner spells left available on the side of KC. And HLE looking like they're pretty angry about what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, that is 2 big flashes, particularly because they're playing into the Aurora. And the big thing there was that Viper and Delight were able to, I assume, get the bounce, have Prio on the roam, right? So Yike has no way of getting over walls unless he can, you know, use his Q to somehow get above. Not the case there. Doesn't actually make his way, and that's the flash. So not the end of the world, but particularly for stationary targets, this is a big deal because Peanut still has his, and any... showing up of the Narc can also be a much bigger issue.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I do think it was required to spend those summoners. You know, they're going to outscale, so it's okay. The question is, like you say, can you punish those missing summoners, right? You know, the summoners themselves are not the issue. Yike is just here again. They are giving so much help in towards Vladdy, really getting him through these early stages. And Vladdy is going to hit a point where no longer can Zeka really interact because the waves are just going to die so quickly.
The one big player that does get to benefit from this is Zeus, as Yike tried to go, but Zeus just walks it up. And again, I think that they've been pretty good at creeping track where Yike is, baiting him in. And Zeus has been able to basically just lane in isolation in the 1v1, where obviously the Gnar is going to have a really good time. The Aatrox pick was always both a pick away, as well as just a neutralizing pick, as we often see him use, because he gets to lane pretty decently into effectively anything.
And I've always felt like Zeus is just such a confident player, right? When he is playing really well, he can just play even better. And after a game number 1, you want him to be able to start off strong, to get himself into a good position, to get that swagger back a little bit, so to speak. And now at this point, he's up a good 20 CS. Yes, some of this may be collected by Kana as he runs back to try to get that, but still, Zeus opening up a really strong early advantage.
Do you want to go back to what you said earlier, though? For KC, as long as there are no substantial leads being gained by Hanwha, like 1-2k gold is not going to be enough.
There you go. Oh, immediately interrupted. Peanut just going to get root called and might be able to turn this into a Gromp, but really good disengage here by KC. Something that we were talking about already.
Yeah.
Disengage certainly highly available from this composition.
Peanut
still wanting to hang around here as the rest of his friends have kind of left.
Creating pressure. He does have Aurora on the roam, right? They don't know where Zeka actually is, so I think that there's a little bit of hesitation from KC to overextend into that, and looks like Peanut will be rewarded with one
Gromp. Hell yeah. Does have his entire top side to go through, as well as going through things. It's going to be the wall that he goes through as he heads down towards the Scuttle Crab. And you can see here on this bottom side, it's a slight advantage as Chains of Corruption do fly forward. Kalista, a lot of pressure on him right now as, even that piercing arrow as the flash has to come out. Glacial Fissure following here by Delight. And man, this is an HLE that really are not happy about how game 1 went. I'm getting that confirmed over and over again in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really strong here. They have opened up that 1.3k gold advantage, and they're going to continue to try to extend that. You're just delaying the bases there time and time again. Stepping forward past the tower to be able to do that means it's more minions lost. And both top and bot going pretty rough. You know, yes, Vladdy is held even, but Vladdy is held even with a lot of help from his team. So that is kind of where they have spent their resources at the cost of these side lanes getting pressured.
Peanut starts it up again. 6 grubs for a Gnar composition would be huge. There's also been, as we talked about, the continuous pressure for Viper and Delight in the spot side. A response is coming through as the swap is there, the TP to follow. I don't think Peanut should be allowed to get all of these. He doesn't have his, or he still has a smite.
They're just not coming to contest, though. I mean, you have your bot lane top, but you're just going to let him do it in your face.
Yep, he's still got smite, so Yike might be able to come over and try and contest as far as that is concerned, but that is Peanut just taking it away. 6 grubs, that's feats of strength as well that he's able to pick up because he got all of them.
Yeah, I think a big mistake from KCorp, because you got to imagine that swapping that bot lane towards top was with the explicit reason to deny this very thing, but instead it's going to go 6 grubs given over there to Hanwha.
And it means you're going to lose a play bot. There's no way you're not going to at least lose that one play here, as Viper and Delight going to be pushing up. Kana do his best.
Oh dear.
See.
It's just not fun, right? You're just stuck alone underneath this turret. The bot lane is on its way back, but that is going to further build upon that gold lead for Hanwha.
Yeah, and they're kind of just behind tempo, because now the teleport will have to be spent top for Kana to even be able to answer this wave. Zeus can base and save his, which means for the Dragon, he could have that available, and it's really kind of just spilling over as KC, I guess, just didn't realize that Peanut would be going for the grubs in that situation, end up getting punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, maybe just didn't quite track him correctly, maybe had a different idea as to where he was on the map, and sometimes these assumptions can lead to pretty catastrophic mistakes. But this is what HLE has been doing every team so far this tournament. It's being able to catch everyone in these tempo plays that puts you in a tempo vacuum where you just can never find your way back. This is what I was expecting in game number 1, and we'll see whether KC can do a little bit more of what we saw in that first game to try and pull themselves back.
The big thing for me after the previous game, though, is how good the team fighting looked as Targamas.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption smashed into the wall there as well, and he decides to turn it into a bit of an engage because he has nowhere else to go. That's first blood somehow here at 12.5 minutes, going over to Viper. as Kalist going to be pushed out of this one as well. And HLE, they'll take their prize, and they'll keep an even firmer grip on this map.
Yeah, and the real concern here for KC now is just that the advantage is starting to get bigger and bigger. It is not just stabilizing, right? You know, if you're down 2K, you're still kind of chilling if you can keep that at 2K for the next 10 minutes, for the next 15 minutes. But HLE are really starting to push forward. And the fact that they're dominating the objective game puts you on a timeline that you're not necessarily going to be ready for.
It's also the problem of Zeus in side lane, I don't think is ever going to be answered, right? Like, we talk about the scaling. I think when it comes to the 5v5, KC have a lot of compositional advantage.
Yeah.
But that alone is not going to be enough when you have Zeus already sitting at an almost 800 gold lead with 6 grubs.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that a Ivern composition inherently just wants to teamfight. So in a 1-3-1 scenario, you already have a lead just by not being the team with the Ivern, but now you've got Zeus on Gnar, and there is no comfort bigger than Zeus on Gnar. Like, this was his debut champion, and he performed phenomenally even then, his very first game in the LCK. This is his bread and butter. This is how he plays it. So it's a frightening time here for KC, but they won game 1, right? We can hold on to that.
It's a team fighting, right? That was, for me, KC was doing so much better, particularly with Hanwha's strength being team fighting. So that's something that I think they can still rely on, but it's, again, gold lead, it just keeps on climbing slowly and steadily, and if they're not careful, they are just going to get choked out of this game.
Yeah, but not at that position now, definitely. We'll see. It is going to be a Cloud Soul spawning here, which is quite strong. Peanut's going to be able to grab the blue buff, and they should be able to walk off. Gnar just heading back again to topside, just trying to continue hammering home this advantage. And I mean, really at this point, it's tough because normally in these kind of situations, you say, well, the junglers show up there and relieve some pressure, but because it's an Ivern and Aatrox, you have no consistent CC to be able to really guarantee a lockdown and actually make that play happen. So it kind of just ends up being a waste of his time. So he's just kind of playing around the other lanes, and Zeus gets to play, you know, 1v1 here, where Kana is just getting pounded under the tower.
Yeah, 6 grub Gnar is just not a whole lot of fun to deal with if he does get that shove, which he will have the remainder of this game. Trinity Force now in hand. And speaking of item spikes, we have Viper with his Ghost Blade already done and continuing to siege. As we have a look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, they forgot to put KCs in there.
No,
we'll need to get that redone.
I'm not going to redo the math, but I'm pretty sure they're right. I do want to highlight something we haven't talked about yet, as Zeus should be fine here still. I don't think there's enough people nearby.
Does need to hit this tower a couple of times before he makes his way out, as he flashes, actually. Not sure about that one, as the Gnar into the wall. He hits the Mega as Delight comes over. The redemption coming down, though, as Yike looking to try and protect his top laner. But with Peanut in the area, they might be able to get something done, but Delight is just being given up for the Ghost.
He's dead.
And it looks like KC are going to be able to finally strike back in this game, answering that first blood with a kill of their own.
That's actually huge as well, but they're going to look for Kalist.
Yep, ulti comes through from Zeka here, as Kalist taking a fair bit of damage, but not going to be hit by everything. Zeka needed to land that other one. Piercing arrow going to go wide there as well as Kalist. I reckon give yourself a bit of a thumbs up there. It's the first time we haven't seen a thumbs up, and that was the most expected one.
I mean, that was a really nice sidestep on a couple of those different spells. Great for Kana to be able to grab a kill there and equalize things somewhat here in that top lane.
Well, Peanut is going to come on over here as the rest of KC looking to try and take down this Rift Guard. It's going to be stolen by Peanut. And he's tanky enough to be able to pick up this Eye, and Thomas at the same time throws out the Impale for what feels like fun. As the Spiraling Despair comes down, Peanut trying to deliver it to the rest of his teammates. He's blast coned his way out. They managed to pick up what they wanted. And Zeka now looking for maybe a little bit more. Kalist coming on over, but HLE, calm down. You managed to get what you wanted, now just leave.
I do want to highlight what I wanted to talk about before that whole sequence set up is the fact that Peanut has actually been farming like a demon.
Wow.
Right? The invades came through. The one thing with Ivern is that obviously his early clear is insanely fast, but there are a lot of junglers that, as you know, the game continues, he does eventually get outpaced. I just didn't really expect Skarner to be one of them, and I think the consistent invades are a big deal. As Zeus,
yeah, looking a little bit aggressive towards Kana.
Man,
Delight not going to be able to get in.
Engage prompt doesn't quite fight the Aatrox.
I mean, that was actually a really important Q hit there from Kana to be able to lock him in the chains, because if he gets out of the chains there, maybe there's an angle to try to chase him down, you know, scoop him back with the Mega Gnar into the Braum, and then you are in trouble. But always difficult if you have to use that Aatrox ulti to retreat. The only real recourse you have is to threaten an all-in this kind of matchup, and without that, you can't threaten it.
And not getting these early Drakes, I think, is a really big deal, because if you got a Drake, I think as Hanwha or as a K-Corp, right, you just sack the next fight, right? Like, it feels like right now the gold lead is really big. Again, it's just shy of 5k gold. That's some big item finishes that are there. The Serpent's Fang already here for Viper. But that's Soul Point on Cloud Soul that you're giving up. And the one issue that I do think the Home Life comp have, as mentioned, I think their engage is pretty lackluster. If they are zooming across the entirety of the Rift, that's not going to matter nearly as much.
No.
Well, I'm never really a fan of giving up Soul Point for free like that. I don't think they're in a position
that's
to
my
fight.
point.
You have to,
like,
yeah.
I don't think they can.
They can't.
Bounties are up. They didn't even get the bounty gold on the Herald because Pina just kind of walked up and stole it.
Yeah, wandered in there. KC, now with Kana being able to farm relatively safely from behind his dead turret, but like you were saying, bounties are up. That spells disaster here for KC at this stage of the game. They're not out of it just yet, but it looks like a circling of the drain is what's kind of occurring here. And the thing that's really dangerous and worrying is that this is the Ivern game. You don't get another one of these, right? It's fearless. And this is one that they should definitely be winning, right? That's what you'd expect. This is their ace in the hole. Not quite working out, although it might be enough to kill Zeus. Like you were saying, see whether he can crush his way out of it. There's enough CC here as Vladdy is getting the same treatment as the Glacial Fissure. Almost what finishes him off there, as Zeus will get taken down as well. Peanut, in the meantime, though, is looking for that Soul Point that we were talking about. The rest of HLE on that bottom side able to take down an inner turret. And I think sacrificing Zeus is probably okay.
It's an acknowledgement of what we're saying, right? KC just say, guys, we can't fight for the Dragon. There's just no way. The fact that Vladdy dies is really rough. You would really have liked for him to stay alive, because this play towards the top side, I think, is just the cross map that you look for because you already know you're going to lose the Dragon. The fact that Vladdy then dies is really rough.
I mean, and Vladdy, that's his mistake. This is not an outplay. This is a misplay. You know exactly. You know 4 people are going top. You know that the Herald has been summoned on the bot side. You just need to back off and hold the inhibitor tower. But instead, he tried to step forward. He loses his flash, which also means the next fight there is that much harder. And it's definitely a costly error there from Vladdy, because you're already losing the tier 2 and you're going 1-for-1 plus the Dragon. HLE are just going to continue looking to push the pace here, and we'll see if KC can find that one stabilization fight that could get them to late game. Because if they can find that, yes, it's going to be hard to, but if they can still win through their scaling.
They also were able to shrink the gold lead a little bit, I assume, by the shutdown that they got onto Zeus.
Yep.
So that is something that they can look towards. Yike also now having the 2-item power spike on the Ivern, insanely strong as the Moonstone. This Viper takes a bit of damage, but the question becomes, do you think you can win a team fight as KC in 4 minutes? And with how Hanwha have been playing, it's so different from really, I think, almost any game we've seen of the tournament thus far. They are pulling back the tempo so much to just not allow KC any weird skirmish, any overload on the side of the map that Hanwha Life isn't ready for, compared to game number 1, where they were much more happy to scrap. And we saw how that one ended.
Yeah, this feels like,
you know, 4 kills.
Yeah, it feels like Dandy just said to them, no more fun, we're winning. You've got to do your homework. You've got to make sure that all the ducks are in a row. And it's not about having fun, it's about controlling the map.
The ducks are innate.
Yeah, and when Dandy's talking about ducks, that's when you know.
That's real.
That's
scary.
Yeah, things are really looking dire for the players here. At least that's what Mowgli told me that one time. And he might have been joking. Atakan has been started up down to 9k, as we can see here. Daisy coming out.
It is slow.
Yeah. She is going to try and assess what's going on. True Shot Barrage does give that information of her, and Daisy is sacrificed.
Oh, Saka standing guard. The poke is landing.
How are you supposed to engage here as Between Worlds come down at any moment? Kalist moving in now. The flanking Ezreal is not the scariest, as there's the wallop from Zeus to slow them down. Yeah, they're looking for this, but I don't know about it. It's down to 1,000 as there goes the Otacon, and it's voracious. So we've got some second lives here for HLE. They decide not to go more aggressive. And HLE now with a whole lot of extra power in the next couple of skirmishes.
And as soon as Zeus TPs, I think you just let it go, right? Like the fact that they're also investing Kana's TP there, the fact that they're looking, even after all the poke lands, still to try and aggressively contest this, I think is going to really hurt them. Giving up the buff is rough, because again, I think I like the rhyme. It makes it so much easier for Hanwha Life to set up for that Soul Point fight. But the alternative is you lose resources, and otherwise maybe you get that topside turret, you get the bounty gold that's associated with that. And that could have been, I think, a much more safer play because now, well invested, not a lot found.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. And you just need to play for as much gold as possible, get strong for that Soul fight, because the Soul is kind of that deadline. That's where you can't give anything else up. KC have been trying to overload the side lanes, trying to pick on Zeus, which I do think is a good option when you're behind, but they don't really have the most explosive engage, and Zeus is very difficult to actually catch out and knock down. When they do kill him, HLE are always getting more on the other side of the map, which has really been the problem, as they're just losing more and more jungle camps and always getting shoved in.
Well, some weirding being thrown around here by FLICKR as he looks to try and lock down Kalist, but not actually going to be able to do so. And this is something that we were scared of, right? It's the side lane play, the fact that HLE do have the ability to split up the map, and Zeus being over there, forcing KC to play outside of where this composition really does thrive. Problem is that they sort of don't thrive anywhere with how far behind they have now become. 5,000 gold as Peanut looks to try and pick up Kalist, not able to do so. Arcane Shift going to be there, but the inner turret still going to be falling down. Daisy getting aggressive, the Spiraling Despair is there as well, and Zeus going down rather low. Remember, Otacon still up and available, so they have the ability to recall. Still going to be gold going over. This is the thing, you can play with a whole lot more reckless abandon, and they don't even lose any of them.
Yeah, and I kind of like the aggression there. Try to force out some cooldowns, see if you can get summoners prior to this dragon fight, because the Atacon buff is going to expire before that dragon comes up. So if you just push aggressively, hope you get a flash, hope you get some ultimates or something that wouldn't be available. KC doesn't really overreact. They do use a couple ultis, but no summoners lost or anything like that.
They're just not letting them play the game. HoloLive haven't given up a single turret yet.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of standing gold, there's a lot of bounties still being doled out across the map. As KC, it looks like they made the call. They are still going to contest. Viper very far ahead. Zeus doesn't quite have his second item yet. So KC, maybe this is the opportunity they needed. There's a deep TP there from Zeka.
That's kind of crazy, actually.
It's
the minion wave is going
deep.
to spot him.
They will see him.
Yeah. But now with that information, what are they going to do? That's the real question. The remaining four going to be, the 5 members of KC all moving back as a unit. Make it 6 as Daisy comes out. Zeka moving over. They are splitting this one up. Kind of taking a big chunk from Zeka here, who is really playing with the amount of gold that he does have. He cuts through Kant quite effectively. Piercing arrows being thrown out. That range that we were talking about from Viper really a factor here. As there's the Hex Flash in from Targamas, but he's melting! They kind of ignore him here as he gets stunned up. Chains of Corruption do go wide though, as Delight taking a lot of damage, but the poke, the artillery fire here from Viper is just ludicrous, and Kalist getting thrown out of the battle. Zeus still extremely healthy. As Zeka on this flank angle, and they will be able to take the Soul, but what more can they get? Exactly right, Zeka finding almost everyone with that one, as down goes Vladdy. Canna just realizing that someone will have to die. It may as well be him, as Zeka gets another one in the fight. That'll be Soul as well, and the shutout continues from HLE.
And KC are the ones to pull the trigger, and we talk about the lack of engagement on HoloLive. Well, guess what? Engaging into the Braum, and Skarner isn't going to do it either. It's understandable. They don't want to give up the objective, but Targamot just gets fully segmented up by Delight. Kalist doesn't actually get to join the fight, and at this point, the health bars are already blown up.
Yeah, I think they decided to go because they saw the Gnar on that ward walking over to the red buff, so they're saying, okay, Zeus isn't here, maybe we can force. It's always going to be a risky play, but when it's onto the Braum, it's just not going to happen. And then Zeus just kind of going behind them. Zeka doing a great job, keeping them interested, buying so much time for the Gnar to arrive there, clean up the kills, take the Soul. And as we go back to live, we know they can start playing around Baron very easily now. And Zeus, if it was hard to stop in the side lane before, now he's going to be so damn fast.
Yeah, it's impossible. He does have his Sterix now completed. You were talking about the fact that that second item hadn't been done. Well, now it has. And I want to say, the one thing that I'm learning from this is that Aurora can actually be good. Vedius was explaining to me in our first cast that this champion is just not that great.
I was with him.
Yeah.
I think Aurora's thus far have not looked great.
And Zeka is looking really, really good. And this is not his flavor of champion either, as Peanut looking aggressive, finds the Impale. They're happy to just grab any target, as AZ and Targamas both going down in unison. And Zeus is just zoning everyone away. Yike segmented off as well. He'll just explode. Concussive blows holding him in place. And HLE I mean, we call them the orange tank for a reason, but they are lumbering towards the enemy nexus, and there is nothing stopping them.
Yeah, they get that kill. They know they just need Yike, and then the Baron is going to be free, and they can even go for Vladdy at the same time. He gets tagged.
Yeah, Winspy coming on through there as there's the stun, and Vladdy going to be taking a lot of damage. Does manage to almost kill Zeus.
To make it look close.
Yeah, as his health bar doesn't move because he hits Mega Gnar at exactly the right time. I'm tilted on his behalf.
Yeah, when the engaged Braum plays where like Light first flashed over the Raptor pit to ensure that Zeus could get it and then just dives a turret. You know the game, unfortunately, is cooked, and it's what we said earlier, right, in the draft, where if KC is able to keep it close, they've been fine, but it really felt like Hanwha Life, starting at the early laning phase, just kept slowly building advantage upon advantage, and then by the time we got to the final fight, just wasn't anything that they could really do.
And this is kind of more what you expect when you're playing against HLE, because they have such strong individual laners that a jungler is going to get pulled all over the map trying to help everyone at the same time, and you just can't be everywhere. In this game, Targamas and Vladdy put so much effort, or excuse me, Targamas and Yike put so much effort into helping Vladdy that it meant Kana was kind of just left out on his own, getting no assistance. And Zeus is wise to their tricks. There's 3 members pushing top. No one's there, so Zeus knows.
Yeah.
Not wise enough, maybe.
Well, he is now moving the wrong direction. Or is this the right direction? Yeah, Cloud Soul is also just kind of obscene.
He's fine.
As, yeah, Callista's the one that's in trouble. As the Impale comes through, Zeka there for the follow-up damage. And this Ezreal nowhere he can go, and Zeus turns it into an engage opportunity onto Vladdy. That's, I think, demonstrating just how far behind KC are this game as they'll move up towards this inhibitor on the top side. The base just in ruins. As HLE, I think they're done here with game number 2. They're going to make it a best of 3 as they take down the second. As KC, pretty happy. They have that 1 game buffer. They can use this as an opportunity to go back to the drawing board and figure something else out. But this one was all HLE all the time. And this team looks real angry with dropping a game in this series.
Yeah, Nexus, I think, ends up falling to mostly minions, as that felt personal. They're in the fountain.
I mean, you saw Zeus actually still sitting in his seat there as well. He's like, I just want to get into the next game as well. I think that first game really did hit him.
9 towers to 0. I don't think they gave up a single objective, only gave over 2 kills. That was domination.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. That is definitely a difficult one. This HLE are absolutely terrifying, but have you heard? You can subscribe to LoL Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite teams. Use custom emotes and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi Have You Heard in-game emote. And we'll be back for Game 3 right after the break. We'll see you there.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
To face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops there. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Split a blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. I will arise. Yeah. And get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. I am divine, I am designed to only be broken and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive, yeah, I'm the greatest alive, yeah, I will arise, yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless, I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine, yeah, the kingdom is mine, yeah, I will arise, take a look in my eyes, it's time for glory, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times, split a blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine.
Take the solo, they're getting Shepard! Exactly right, Zeka finding almost everyone with that one as down goes Vladdy. Canna just realizing that someone will have to die. It may as well be him as Zeka gets another one in the fight. Really, really good. And this is not his flavor of champion either, as Peanut looking aggressive, finds the Impale. They're happy to just grab any target as Daisy and Targamas both going down in unison. Kind of obscene.
He's fine.
As, yeah, Callista's the one that's in trouble as the Impale comes through. Zeka there for the follow-up damage, and this Ezreal nowhere he can go, and Saves turns it into an engage opportunity onto Vladdy.
Welcome back to First 10 2025, where HLE have tied the series 1-1. And guys, here it really feels like HLE came and sent a warm LCK welcome to KC, telling them, we'll show you guys what a low-kill game looks like.
Objective focus, anyone. That was objective domination, actually, in this game. I mean, Zeus, I really did like the Gnar play from him too, because, you know, with the 6 scrubs, he was able to take the top tower. And, you know, this one, he was able to trade his life for more objectives.
Yeah, and when they have this much prio and this much control over the map, the only play for KC is to try to maybe collapse and get somebody. But in trade, you're losing your inner turret in the bottom lane. You're losing a dragon for this. So grouping up to try to kill Zeus feels like the only option you have. It's going to take so long to do so, but what you give up is so massive as well.
And as we see those objective timers down at the bottom, right? The plates, grubs, Drake, and gold difference at 14. I think the most impressive thing were the setups into this, right? Because it was so difficult for KC to choose because Hanwha didn't really give them a lot of opportunities.
They were losing on every side of the map, it feels like. And for me, it reminds me of what we've seen from them in the LCK, in the LEC rather, where if the opponent was not giving them opportunities to collapse on the map and to find kills on the map, they were just not able to find them themselves.
Yeah, I mean, HLE's pressure was so good in the early game, and, you know, Peanut rotating from objective to objective. Once they got the early 6 scrubs, I felt like they utilized them so well. And I counted the whole game. I was like, all right, you know, objective here, objective there. And I was going to put the time when KC got their first objective or tower. But that time never came. Oh, no. It was HLE with everything. 6 scrubs, all 4 dragons, 11 towers, every single one. The Otacon buff, that was actually just objective domination. Objective perfect game.
And when you look at how Hanwha Life have played most of this tournament, with super high aggression, constantly forcing fights, constantly hands checking, skill checking people, it has been the way they've gotten massive leads. But in this game, we went back to full LCK, slow, tempo-based play. You got Prio, you hold on to it, you never let it go. Peanut everywhere on the map. And they basically, as boa constrictors, squeezed KC out of this one.
Yeah, their early tracking of Yike was really good. They're playing around Prio, even while Peanut was not doing the super like gank heavy playstyle, right? They were still getting such good incremental advantages. And it's awesome to see HLE come out and play like this after their game 1, right? Where we were looking at, oh, you guys are kind of engaging on a lot of, you're making a lot of reckless choices, or you're making a lot of volatile choices. This game was anything but volatile. And again, I'd love to stress just how much of a stranglehold they had on the map, where it just made it so hard for KC to make any decision. Even when they're trying to make a positive play, HLE were able to capitalize cross map and get something for it.
Do you feel like it was emphasized by KC's draft choices here and priorities maybe?
Well, this one pick we've been talking about, I've been mentioning a lot, is the blind Ezreal. I mentioned it in the, leading into this series that he's been doing that a lot. Varus is going to be picked by Viper, and he didn't necessarily have a bad early laning phase by any means, but ultimately lost control of the bottom lane, lost control of mid prio as well, because his Varus pick is constantly chunking into him. So I feel like as great a Ezreal player as Kalist is, we've got to stop picking these risky picks. And now, I mean, it's gone. You don't get to make a better choice next time. I feel like Ezreal wasn't fully utilized in this draft because they didn't protect it.
And then we do have both tree champions removed for Yike. And it's not like he can't play anything else, right? But you look at what they wanted to draft here, what they wanted to do. This was a composition where they really wanted the Ivern on top of the Ezreal, right? And then they're able to come to these late game team fights and have so much protection for their carries. This draft didn't work out, and now all of those things are off the table.
Plus, because Peanut used the Skarner is also not going to be available for Yike. I feel like the Skarner, Maokai, Sejuani, which is still up, but is probably going to get banned, and the Ivern have been his best. He did have a good game on Pantheon, though. So maybe go a little deeper, Lore, and get into some other jungle champions there. Pantheon was a pretty good one. They had like the dream pairing, with Talia, and had some good combos there, though. But that could give you some more hope as well for draft.
The tricky one to pull, though, I feel, the Pantheon, especially because HLE has shown so much versatility when it comes to draft and when it comes to how they can act in game. KC on blue side here, do you think they have something specific that they want to prioritize?
I mean, honestly, I do like when they did go with the Talia Pantheon.
Okay, so
some sort of global, some sort of pickoff comp. Nocturne, there's definitely a lot of those picks that you see more in Fearless as we start to get a little deeper.
If the Kalista is left open and you end up banning the Poppy, I think that's a pick that you can dominate lane with. I want to see some prio for Kalist so he can actually get ahead. Then he can play through Yike, because Yike has been so good at facilitating those bottom 2v2 leads when they get them. But the problem is a pick like that is probably just going to be banned by Hanwha.
We're opening a best of 3 now in this first stand grand finals. Let's see if KC have more tricks up their sleeves. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lore and the Spaces, and it's time for us to dive into a best of 3. Something that we have been used to so far this tournament, and it is now a blank slate, and we'll see whether KC can utilize it as such, because that last game was
basically just HLE playing, and they were told to sit down and not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, here we have Delight and Zeka's moms that are cheering them on in the stands.
Oh, the mom power.
You'll love to see. The mom buff is a powerful buff.
Oh, it is.
That was actually one of my favorite parts of the summer finals that Humble Life unexpectedly won, is that our casting was right next to Zeka's family, so we could just hear his mom go completely crazy as the won Game 5.
I love the esports families that come and support.
She
and
also
stuff.
like participated in the interviews afterwards, and it was like one of the most wholesome things ever.
That's just a mom gap.
Yeah, it's absolutely adorable. We have a lot of moms that actually attend World Park almost every single time their sons play. A lot of support, family support. It's
That's
absolutely
content idea
beautiful.
for you guys. You have the battle of the moms.
Yeah, we could. Maybe we could get them all into like an A round.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
Oh, that could be it. That's how we decide tiebreakers
Mundo
from now on.
That's how we decide side selection.
That's side selection.
Oh my god.
It's the mom 1v1. It's not.
Yeah.
No one will see it coming.
Mom
I love
div.
it.
And
All right.
yeah, soon like players will get onto teams based on how good their mom is at League of Legends.
Exactly.
Oh, so good.
My mom is gold 3. You're in. All right, well, we're getting on into game number 3 here. What I really want to see is KC prioritizing a winning matchup for Kana. I do think that's actually so critical for them. He does really have a strong laning phase, and when he has that pushing matchup, you know, give him some sort of advantage against Zeus, get something going on the map, because it felt like last game they really just had no control in the lanes. And once, you know, Targamas was moving mid to help Flatty, then him and Khalees kind of fell behind. They lost out in XP, they lost summoners, and they're just on the back foot the whole time. So would really like to see that.
Well, we'll see whether they do manage to get it. Of course, this is a switch of sides, so blue side going over to KC for the first time this particular best of 5. See whether they can utilize that in order to get themselves a priority pick that really can point them in the right direction, as they have banned away a couple of Peanuts good champions, as well as that Akali from Zeka. One more ban, and it will be the Kalista being taken away.
Oh, that's actually interesting. I was kind of wondering if they were going to be willing to leave it up, because this is, the Poppy this time around hasn't been banned.
Yeah.
And that's something that Delight has very consistently gotten banned against him, and particularly when your opponents are probably going to be looking towards the Kalista, because we're getting deeper into the series. There was an angle there. Also, I always love when teams are very cognizant of the Peanut Zyra. You know, never waste the ban on that. The Nidalee Defy, great choices as a Sejuani comes through here for Yike. And I'm with you, Azil. I do think it's more complicated because Humble Life is on the red side. And I would be shocked if they don't save that counter pick for Zeus. Unless KC commit to a pick for Kana earlier, something like the Jax that we've seen. Jax Sejuani is obviously great.
Yep.
And Jax, his counters are definitely there. I think something like the Gragas comes to mind, which we know Zeus plays, but maybe just getting the 2v2 makes it worth it, as the Ashe does get picked up.
How nervous are we of the Peanut Zyra, by the way? Do we think...
Surely they've learned. It depends on who you ask. If you're a K-Corp fan, I don't think you're nervous at all. Oh, instead...
The pick away.
It's going to be the pick away. There is a very small chance that this is a jungle flex, right? Theoretically could go for that.
Oh, that means no Zyra. Yeah, I'm into that.
That's the main thing that we obviously are trying to look for.
Please,
but most
please.
likely, this is just going towards Zeus, as he will be able to try and make his impact known. And Kana had an incredibly pivotal Jax performance just yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he has played Gragas this year as well, and Gragas to me is always that kind of priority matchup against the Jax. It really just shuts down everything the Jax wants to do. You have out-sustain, you out-poke. Obviously, if you are a really good Jax player, then sometimes they can kind of play it aggressively, use their health to just push in the wave and then constantly reset. But Gragas can make things very, very difficult. Would be excited to see if Kana was confident to bring it out here.
Also into Ashe.
Yeah.
Be good.
Well, the Jhin has been locked in. I actually like this, taking this away from Viper as well. I feel like Kalista and Viper have been the best Jhin players this tournament. I say with a bit of chagrin because I'm not a huge fan of the champion in general, but there's a gangplank, boys.
So I will say, you know, well Chronicler's giving me a little smirk. I can tell you don't like the taste of the GP, but...
I've yet to be impressed, and I think partially that was some of the build, but I've yet to be impressed by GP. I feel like recently the champion just hasn't had the same oomph.
I'm personally still an orange enjoyer, and I do think that GP plus Jhin is actually a really nice combo.
I do agree with that.
You drop the GP ulti on the Ashe's head, then all of a sudden, you know, you're trying to retreat back, but Jhin ulti is slowing you down as well. That can be pretty difficult. And I do think it is considered to be a pretty decent matchup into the Jax. It's kind of like a neutralizing matchup, more so than a bullying matchup, and something where if you can scale well and perform in those team fights, you do have a shot. But Zeka on comfort, I don't even care what ultimates he can steal. Just the fact that he's playing Sylas, it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, you're allowed to play that in any draft.
Yeah, and he's got Cannon Barrage and Glacial Prison. So if you do actually talk about the ultimates...
And Jhin ultimates.
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't say that one. I was happy to not see him go,
You're sitting next to perhaps one of the biggest Jhin haters.
You steal,
on
you
the
steal the
planet.
Jhin
Don't even bother killing
the Jhin, and they just pop the ulti point blank on his face.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the play.
Oh, man. That were actually a bit of flashbacks to a few days ago, but I don't want to talk about it because I think it might be mean, as we already have some bans coming on through, as the Poppy and the Rise to be taken away here by Dandy and the gang, as well as the Nocturne being removed. And still not thinking that this Jax is a jungle.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of risks being taken here by Hanwha Life though, right? Because they end up, yes, they throw a ban towards the Rise just to secure Zeka some of the other matchups he might struggle with. As there is...
That's a Peanut special.
That's the Zac. The hard engage. They want to deny from
one
Hanwha
step
Life
closer to a Zyra.
It's so interesting though, because when I look at Sylas plus Jax solo lanes, I'm thinking they're going AD jungle, right? I'm thinking, Viego. I'm thinking Xin Zhao. I'm thinking this kind of thing. Like, you want physical damage. So to me, it's like, yeah, like you wouldn't want a Zac, I feel like, really in this draft. So that's why the ban confuses me a little bit. But maybe they're happy to play into the Xin Zhao if they're saying, we'd rather play into that. Then I can kind of understand.
And they're saving the counter pick here for Delight. And we're getting to the point where there are very few engaged champions left. And with a lot of enchanters, I do think you can struggle a lot more. Even utility champs like the Bard comes to mind that we've seen paired many times here with the Jhin. But instead, it's just going to be the Rel to come through here for Targamas. That is combined with the Sejuani. Amazing setup. You have a lot of big team fight ultimates that you can use for this as well.
Circles. That's what we decided to go with here for KC. I actually really like, I like how this looks as far as the team fights go. Of course, you're adding a lot of great ultimates to the Sylas, but that doesn't matter if you can get your wombo to work out.
Absolutely. And for Vladdy, this is ultimate comfort. He is the best actor, in my opinion, in the LEC. Even once this really started falling off in the LEC, he continued to play it to great success. So, if you are a KC fan, you're feeling very happy about the fact that he is on such a strong, comfortable champion.
Delight. This is some life energy coming out here. Of course, life in the LCK and the LPL was a bit of that set support enjoyer. And that's what Delight's going to go with here today.
Yeah, we have some in NA as well. We used to always love to play this. You can actually E the Rel out of his W, out of the Crashdown, very, very easily. And when you are forcing some of these potential all-ins, the W can be quite strong. It's an interesting pick. I do think it's difficult to play out in the team fights, but you're looking towards things like the Sejuani, who normally is going in towards Heartsteel and stuff like that. So it's a lot of HP. If you can dunk him into the backline, could have some power. But this is high risk, high reward. It does feel like quite a risky pick, and not one that I'd expect to see in Game 3.
So their engage is Ash Arrow, and stealing an ultimate from the opposing team.
It's just suplex. Yeah. You just throw Delight in. He just wanders forward real fast and just suplexes into the back line.
They need to engage onto you first. Otherwise, who are you going to throw in if there's no one in front of you? You can't just run up to them.
Yeah, you just run up to whoever's in the front.
Invented Flash.
Exactly. There you go. And that's up like all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah! Well, Kanna's about to save EU. All right, guys, let's see whether it is going to happen. Of course, match point on the line for both teams heading into this one. And already, this is a very different flavor of draft. I feel like HLE have decided, okay, now we can have...
What flavor would you say it is?
This is a
It's
spicy
not chocolate.
flavor.
It's
Chocolate
not
with
vanilla.
chili.
Maybe it's chocolate chili. That could actually work out.
I can see that. It's like, chocolate, but then the set is the spice at the
you
end.
got a bit of that spice on top. All right, I like it. A little bit of some delayed stuff going on as far as the fan chants are concerned, but a lot of volume here in LOL Park. KC fans keeping up with HLE on their home turf is completely ridiculous. Very, very impressive. It's as if they have a megaphone. It's extraordinary.
Now, I actually wanted to go back to the ice cream conversation.
Oh, yeah, please.
What's your favorite? We have had extensive discussion about this, so we don't need to revisit it. Just want to know yours.
I like salted caramel.
Okay.
Oh,
that's a good choice.
I think it's a pretty good
That's
one.
a classic.
It is that, or anything with peanut butter, to be honest. You know, like
Yeah. So I'm an
some, like,
anything
peanut butter
with coffee guy.
swirl type thing. You know.
But I do
Okay.
respect the peanut butter.
Yeah.
That's not really common in a lot of the ice cream apps, but that sounds great.
I don't eat a lot of ice cream, to be honest, but growing up, you know, after a soccer game, you get the dub, go get some ice cream.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Well, Zeus is going to hit a barrel. That's what's sort of happening here on the top side of the map.
Top cap.
There we go. It's beautifully done. And kind of really wanting to hit the passive onto Zeus here. Zeus not wanting to allow that one to happen. And does manage to land the barrel chain. So that is a good start to this lane here for the Gangplank. We've seen this matchup many times. We saw it go quite well as Zeka is going to miss his first chain. Good sign here for Vladdy, who's going to be able to utilize that range advantage on his way out.
Also, do note Zeka did not go for Resolve. Often we see melee interranged mid laners go for something of the sorts. Yeah, instead he went for cookies as the life.
Okay, yeah, Callista's going to have his face broken already. Cleanses immediately, and that is going to push them out of the lane. An understandable thumbs up, and by understandable I mean only because he's been spamming it.
I mean, I actually really like it, right? You go for it, you trade out the Ignite, yeah, you get the cleanse, but also a big chunk. Zeka, I mean, he's in the spot where you're so low, all you can do is trade, but basically he's going to have to base here very shortly unless he can get a bailout from Peanut to help him push out the wave. Those early trades and the lack of the resolve tree really punishing here. And Vladdy is just doing this lane very well. He dodged that early abscond duct and then just starting with Q level 1. He's playing area, and I believe I saw the Scorch Burn over on Zeka. So, you know, really just trying to ramp up the pressure early.
Throwing out the chain there, and you can see able to drink that potion, get himself back up to at least half health. Wanting to rely on Kingslayer to keep that health bar okay, I guess. As here on the top side, some very even trades between these two, but these lanes are going so much better for KC here in Game 3 rather than Game 2, right? That's the comparison that I want to make. Right now, very, very competitive. I know a lot of people weren't super psyched about the fact that KC had barely any lane priority in game number 2.
Yeah.
So now playing towards that a little bit more here in game number 3.
Also have Yike covering as they shove out the bot lane, making sure, as he still has his topside jungle up, just to ensure that Kalist and Targamas are fine. Lane not quite crashed yet, so Delight and Viper could maybe set up for Peanut if he goes for the wraparound here.
Yeah, I would love to see mid lane as well, because it looked like Zeka couldn't get the crash in, and yeah, so that's why he's having to TP back.
Oh my god, it's a Peanut classic.
Yeah, he's not looking
know.
for it by the looks, and he is over the wall, so he did flash it, yeah.
Oh, so that's kind of a bit of a costly one. We'll see if he can make a gank happen mid, though. Vladdy just TP'd, so if he gets chunked down too low, that is going to be pretty punishing.
That is a Peanut classic in both ways. Both the flash over the wall, and then Peanut just going for a play that completely falls flat.
Flash over the wall, and then the no game.
Yeah. It's like, oh, they knew.
Well, that is not super great for Peanut, but the fact that Zeka was able to get a good trade after the teleport is going to help him out, and you can see already things evening in that mid lane. Is Silas relatively famous after his win in 2022 off the back of this pick in Large Reason. Has already had some success on it so far this tournament as well, as he is going to be able to get the shot in. Vladdy will be able to pick up that wave just fine. Peanut also going back to base, and you can see HLE with some numbers in their direction, but not anything to really write home about. The lead is currently to the tune of about 300, as Zeus unable to avoid the barrel, as Scanner also not able to get his passive off, as the counter-strike is pretty valuable there. The trial by fire. It took a while for me to remember.
Yeah, Zeka going for another back, just wants to keep his health bar nice and healthy, as Vladdy has again been pressuring him a good amount. When the crash comes through, I think it's still actually close to even when this actually is taken, as now we do have the dragon being started here. Zeka is like, do I need to join? Do you need help? Looks like he is fine, as obviously Vladdy, no TP right now. They do spot this, but I don't know if they can really contest this.
Cannon Barrage just came available, so that might give them some sort of a way in. Yike getting all of the information.
Oh, I know about this one. We have Zeka on the roam already. Maybe just let it go.
Looking a little dangerous.
Yeah.
And there it is. The first Chemtech Drake going to be taken here by Peanut with the help of his friends. Next going to be a Cloud. We'll see what the Soul will be after that. If you want sort of the trio of the least impactful dragons, then maybe it's going to be an Ocean Soul this game. But it also could be a Hextech, so you never know. Just have to see how lucky we're going to get as Peanut now moving up towards these grubs as Zeka is going to steal away a Chaos Storm. Great gravity field there from Vladdy to get him out of there.
But I actually love this play because it's the grubs right here. So you go for that big chunk. You know he has no GP, so now it's so hard for him to join. Exactly. Prio top, Prio mid. Support is here from both sides.
Well, Delight will be able to spot them out here. Great Scryer's Bloom usage from Zeus. That should mean Peanut's able to grab at least 2 of them. This third one not going to happen as it's a good shattering strike there as the Face Breaker going to come on through. Only level 4 here from Delight, but he's got the Haymaker to keep himself alive. That's still going to be First Blood going over to HLE, and it's Zeka that picks it up. Yike should be able to kill Delight. I say should. He's going to need another auto attack, maybe a Q. The Winter's Wrath is enough to get that one done. But Can is now in trouble. The Leap Strike will take him out. And Vladdy, can you be the hero? That's the question. Finding a death rate, getting a little bit done here, and Yike looks like he's not done just yet. Leap Strike is going to be up for Zeus as the Winter's Wrath not going to find any joy at all, and HLE just wander their way out.
I just feel like Yike over chase for Delight. He flashed over the wall. If you just take the fight with the rest of your team, I think it's going to go so much better there. They had so many HLE members on low health, and you're committing your flash just to get Delight doesn't feel worthwhile.
Particularly because Set with his passive regens so much health, but actually takes so long. Imagine if, because Delight's out of the fight 100%, if Yike is there.
Flash on Peanut right there even.
Yep, and especially because that gives Kana the opportunity to proc that passive, right? Permafrost in these early fights is crazy strong. GP with his melee attack actually gets to help stack that up, but instead, feels like Humble Life is going to be very happy. Trade favorably in grubs and trade favorably in kills.
I feel like at the very least, you'll kill both Peanut and Zeus if he doesn't chase Delight and he actually commits to that side. So definitely think he got a little bit of blood in his eyes there and just kind of wanted to get that kill as Delight was so low.
Ooh, Facebreaker going to find absolutely nothing at all. Haymaker just to get that shield back as Delight investing his Hex Flash. Thankfully, that one doesn't really go on cooldown, so he can do that one again if he would like. Just trying to fish for some opportunities here towards bottom side. Peanut finding a control ward as Yike is going to be able to take down his Raptors. Delight moving in, though, could mean a Brambleback steal. One that Yike may not be able to contest. As you can see, pushed under the turret is the bottom lane here of KC. As Yike is going to face check. Facebreaker is going to come through as well. As Yike gets into the brush, does manage to take his red buff, but there's the knock-up. And in comes Zeka. He lands the chain, but Delight goes down first. A 1-for-1, and the red, I guess, was secured by the now dead Sejuani.
Yeah, that's a shutdown going over here to Zeka, though.
Oh dear, Glacial Prison that he just picked up as well. And now Vladdy is just dead. Peanut able to come on through with the audacious charge, and oh dear, if it wasn't bad before, it is now. Deadly Flourish is going to catch Viper, who does have to cleanse, and then will be allowed to leave.
And that play towards the red buff, that was at least somewhat understandable. The Vladdy, thank you. You know they're all there. They were just in your red side jungle, and going down and losing the flash as well is such a big deal because, as we have seen, Zeka is going to keep going for every single chain, and the fact that now you don't have that extra safety tool is a big deal.
I mean, it's just a little bit greedy. I think he was mismanaging the time there. He's thinking, you know, I can get in and actually clear this wave. Kalisto.
Yeah, Facebreaker onto both of them. Cannon Barrage is there. As the flash away from the crash down. Targamas only level 5, but it doesn't actually matter. Yike actually in the perfect position. And Kalis says, yep, I'll just bait you in. But now Zeka looking for even more. Wind becomes lightning. Zeka just, throws out the dash cannon. And now Yike is in trouble as well. The knock-up comes through. Peanut is able to take down Targus. And now Yike hit by the Haymaker. Zeka has enough damage, and it's a double for Peanut as he comes over and steals it away.
And whereas Kalist finds the upplay initially on the Jhin that he had such a crazy performance on as Zeus, I should gotta get the plate and get out. It's the arrival of Zeka that again is the difference maker. This 2v2 of Peanut and Zeka is just running the game.
I mean, it's kind of like game 2 yesterday against TES. We saw how out of control they got. We can watch this one more time.
Because their bot lane gets outplayed, right? They try and take down the Kalist, but he's able to flash away, doesn't get hit by the damage from the W, and then Yike with great arrival, plus the slowing from the Cannon Barrage. This all looks great. But then, unfortunately, the moment that they see Peanut, it's a little dicey. Look at the outplay for Zach here, by the way. Dash forward, dash cannon. Nothing you can do!
Yeah, where's the sidestep? Well, you actually cannot do that because he does, and that's because he has a dash cannon already. Like, He was 2-0-2 on his way down here. In a lot of instances, he doesn't have that item and cannot simply grab that kill. As now Peanut once again on these grubs. It was 2-1 the first time around. I think this time it should be a clean sweep, as it should be 5-1 in the end. A lot of extra side lane power for a Jax composition alongside the Sylas is terrifying if you're trying to keep your structures alive. As HLE moving Viper to the mid lane now, looking to set up for that style of play as the arrow is going to connect onto Kalist. Peanut moving in as well, Facebreaker, fantastic. There's the superplexes, oh my god! The Magnet Storm's so good! Yike has been in the perfect positions and Delight going to be going down as well. Yike finally falls, but Zeka is a raid boss! He's just too strong! And this duo cannot be beaten.
It's Zeka and Peanut versus the world here. They are popping off 5-0 and 4, 4-0 and 4. So accelerated in this game, and quietly, Zeus is just getting a bigger and bigger lead on that top side, just like last game.
God, the chain lash damage. Okay, not going to go for another chain. Not absconding his way forward this time as Peanut looking for a glimpse at what our Seoul is going to be.
And I think if you're a KC fan, you're praying that it is an Ocean, that it's not an Infernal or a Hextech or something like that. That would be so devastating, but it's just a great initial engage here from HLE. The turnaround, though, was unexpected because it's actually Viper goes down so fast. They didn't realize Vladdy was there.
Actually, every play that we've seen before the arrival of Zeka this game from KC, I think, has looked pretty good.
Yeah.
And you see those chains come in, and you just know it's over. All the cooldowns get used. Yes, they get Viper. Yes, they get Delight, who also invested his flash to set up that play. But then they all just become fodder for this 2v2 duo of Peanut and Zeka now, both with incredible gold leads, and it makes the game so hard to play because I think most of KC, Yike and Truckers in particular, they gotta get up close to try and get anything done.
And I always find playing in a Mountain Soul as Jhin is horrible because you do so much damage based on missing health. The executes. We'll see.
Well, they're going to go for a 3v1 against Zeka, and Zeka says, I will flash over the wall. That is going to be a good way to get out of it.
It's a buddy cop movie, and he doesn't have his buddy cop. Peanut isn't there, so they're not going to take the fight.
Yeah,
you know?
Peanut is in the in the arc where he's like, I don't want to work with you anymore. You broke too many rules. Who's the
You're out of control.
Who's the rule breaker in that scenario?
I mean, they remind me of the Bash Brothers from the Mighty Ducks.
I don't.
You know, where both of them are.
I like
just,
that one.
Yeah, just kind of bad boys anyway. You know.
Is that the Ducks that are in a row?
What? No, the Mighty Ducks.
Well, the Mighty Ducks do get in a row when they do the flying V.
They do when they. It's 2 rows, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Really? You've never seen the Mighty Ducks?
I've talked about this thing. I've talked
I love the bit where Charlie has the rollerblades as well and he jumps over a car.
About this right here at this desk.
Oh yeah, and you didn't know then either. You haven't done your homework for required reading? Okay. It was months ago, Chronicler.
Okay. Well,
you do know that the LCK is effectively a movie club, you know? You reference these things that you're supposed to go home and watch so you can discuss.
Yeah, and please tell that to Valdez, who never does so.
Disappointing.
Yeah, he has watched some good ones, like some classics recently.
KC right now in a rough spot is Targamas.
Yeah, Targamas in a little bit of trouble. That is a beautiful arrow, but doesn't actually do too much here as Vladdy getting pushed around. Once again, though, KC holding themselves together. Another suplex from Delight, who gets a haymaker for the big old shield and uses that to take down his opposite number. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the end as, oh god, yeah, there's those Bash Brothers we were talking about. Vladdy is going to bear the brunt of that as Zeka underneath the turret isn't worried at all. The curtains have been called as Viper wanting to get that fancy footwork out and Peanut needing to block at least one of them. Viper now looking for even more, and there it is, Yike finally taking him down. Peanut grabbing yet another kill, though. 6-0-6 for him. And, yeah, this is what happens. It's just Peanut and Zeka are still there as the rest of their team are kind of sort of just dying.
Yeah, perhaps the worst part of all of this, Peanut's still here, the worst part of all of this is that even with the counter pick, while all of this has been going on, Zeus has built
a 1.3k gold lead.
Yeah. He might die here, but he does get the turret.
Well, let's see where the Canna can live as well, as Grandmaster's Light has been brought. There is Delight! The flash over the wall from Kana as the captive audience not going to get too much, and Zeus able to just walk his way out. This is not what I was promised when it came to the Gangplank Jax matchup.
He is 42 CS up right now, took the tower in his face from the isolated 1v1. Zeus got gapped in game 1, but oh my God, has he been on a mission in game 2 and 3, and now Vladdy in trouble again.
Oh no, it's the Bash Brothers at it again. It's Peanut down here towards the bottom side, and oh God, that does not look even a little bit fair.
You know things are bad when your support is in that brush. He's like, I'm sorry, man, I can't help you here. And that's the right call, because if Targamas tries to help him there, he just also ends up dying.
Yeah, and the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, there is at least Kalist with a slight advantage over Viper, who has really tried to do things this game and hasn't really been allowed to. It's actually just Zeka and Peanut against KC, and that seems to be way too much in this game right now.
I mean, Kalista is the one with the gold lead, but he still doesn't even have his first item yet. Zeka's going to have 2 soon. And so it's like, yeah, you know, you might be ahead of your counterpart, but you are still so far behind the pace of the game because Zeka and Peanut are just ramping it up. And we talked last game about how, you know, they said, you know what, we're not going to skirmish anymore. This game is the opposite. TP's coming in, they're battling again.
Let's see whether Zeus can survive this one. Another arrow is going to sail by majestically, and down goes the Jax. But now Zeka has turned up, and so has the rest of the gang. Facebreaker comes through. Yike gives him the thumbs up. I think he knows that he's well and truly dead. Peanut wanting to take down Canna at the same time. He's going the wrong direction. Takes a while to get through Yike there, as well as the audacious charge. Wind Becomes Lightning actually missing onto Canna there, as we could see. And Targamas, I think you might just be more food for HLE if you stick around, buddy, as Delight is going to go over the wall. Does have the ignite there. Viper with the volley will be able to lock that one down. Targamas, like we said before, it's going to be hard for him to be able to do anything, as the Deadly Flourish, not really that right now. As it's a double for Viper, and now he's strong.
The way that this game is going is very different, but the flavor does feel the same. As I'm looking at the gold lead right now, Humble Life, they're just taking an inner. Uncontested, they're taking Dragon. You're not supposed to be able to win on all sides of the map.
Yeah, that's not winning on all sides. That's winning on the
winning,
map.
yeah.
Like, the map is, they just win at that point. And this is not, like, it's a 3.4 thousand gold lead individually for just Zeka.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, Delight as well now. He's got his dead man's done, so he's got so much move speed to set up these fights. I mean, the entire gold leads on the top side is just ridiculous. You're looking at, you know, nearly a 7,000 gold lead just on the top side.
Yeah, and the 2v2 gold lead, we don't even really want to talk about.
And as you mentioned, they're now 1 Mountain Drake away from a Mountain Soul.
Uh-oh.
Well, some chains are going to connect here, as the Cannon Barrage is going to be used by Zeka, and he just obliterates Canna.
Oh my God, I mean, 2.5 items by the time the GP just got his
And
Triforce.
it's Shadow Flame second as well. That insult to injury, like that as a snowball item is absurd.
Yeah, it's hard to think how you could possibly stop Zeka from this point. You know, he's got his Seekers as well for the next fight. You know they're going to be going for Mountain Soul. I feel like for KC, you're already preparing for the next game.
I have a foolproof plan.
What's that?
Elder Flip. The great equalizer. That's where we're at. Come on. They're down to 8k gold. You know, Alpha Life is going to get, you know who doesn't get Mountain Soul? Elder Dragon.
Hey, true. There you go.
The problem with that is you have to live 9 more minutes in this game, which I think is going to be really hard.
Have to get to the pit, but they have a Jhin, you know? Maybe they, Kalist, I know his Jhin is great. We saw him pull it out against home and he ended 17-2.
Nice little Jhin W steal.
Well, I think you do have to go for ult. I don't know about the W.
You're like, that's ridiculous. He has to steal with his ultimate.
Yeah. I like my plans zany, but grounded.
Yeah,
okay.
Fair, fair. Well, we'll see if KC can find anything, but I mean, from this far behind, all you can really do is just kind of try to hope to attack Viper and Delight, maybe get some picks there, but I mean, they are just getting ran over on the map. It's just a full court press here from HLE after a very reserved, slow, controlled game where they just dominated the objectives, choked you out. Oh, KC are going to send everybody top, but we'll
is it enough? That's the question. As the Winter's Wrath goes wide, they do manage to land that Glacial Prison, and Zeka going to buy some time by breaking this arm guard of his. And it should be enough here, as he's got a Glacial Prison of his own, and now he's bought enough time for the rest of his team to turn up. Delight comes in with the ultimate. Targamas with the Magnustorm going to try and get something done. Delight already dead in this fight. And now Zeus with the counter-strike, going to be able to take down Targamas first, and Yike, no damage back here, as Zeka should be able to hold him in place and take him down. It's another one, godlike now for this Silas, as Vladdy does get his shield back, and Peanut, he might be able to get in there, but he decides not to. Not going to be diving in an inhibitor turret just yet, as it is Atakan going down And this teleport is going to get Zeka over here. And Kana, we saw what happened last
turret,
time.
man! Just one turret!
I don't know whether that's going to be allowed. He eats some oranges, but I just don't know whether he's going to be K, guys. I don't think he's going to be K. Legendary now for Zeka, as this is getting difficult to watch here in Game 3.
It's starting to feel a bit like bullying. I mean, they don't even want to let them get a tower in back-to-back games. He's TPing in to deny it while they take the Otacon, while they invade the jungle, while they do everything everywhere all at once. HLE.
Phenomenal movie, but it really does. It's difficult to watch here in League of Legends form.
It is. I mean, Zeka's just, it's a masterclass.
He's level 15.
Oh, and he decides not to go in? I would have thought, like, if this was any other day, he's pressed that chain button again. But not this time.
Not in the finals.
Nope.
At least not this time, but they are setting up a minute 20 until the clock strikes 10, and you gotta go fight. It is gonna be the Mountain Soul on the table. We'll see if they just want to give that up and pray that they can maybe find that angle towards Elder, like you're saying. I mean, it is unironically your best chance to win,
It's literally,
but
unless Humble Life just started giving out shutdowns like it's free ice cream, they're too far ahead.
Yeah.
It's just you can't contest anything.
Well, Zeka did steal a curtain call, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. And he lands all the bullets. Doesn't do very much.
On Yike.
Gave Sejuani a little scratch on the butt there.
Yeah, he certainly did. Now, another curtain call going to come through as there's a Magnus Storm as well. Zeka taking a lot of damage, but goes golden to get away from the Glacial Prison. Down goes the set once again, but that kind of been Delight's job so far. This series is into the backline. Goes Zayas. He's finding everyone with his counter-strike. Now kind of being pushed away. Vladdy died at some point in that skirmish. And the rest of KC relegated to their inhibitor turret. HLE now able to move back towards this dragon to grab a Mountain Soul in 10 seconds time.
And the sacrificial set is going to be given up, but that is the jungler now down, meaning that the Mountain Soul is never going to get stolen away. It wasn't likely, but it's now impossible, as Peanut should be able to just pick that one up by himself.
And it's kind of weird because what we were talking about before about where is their engage, it actually has been Delight walking towards the enemy team.
I was so wrong.
And throwing his body in there. We're going to see it right here.
Look at Zeka selling out Viper here, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
If Viper gets ulted.
Hey, he has cleanse. It's fine.
Yeah, because Zeka uses his Zhonya's there, also has to flash out. And then the moment Zeus shows up, you know, the 4 versus 5 is the best bet you're going to get as KC. That Jax just runs rampant in the side lane. You know, well, they're just jumping onto inhibitor turrets now.
Well, Zeka versus 2 is not fair for KC at all.
For the 2.
As Vladdy's going to turn up, that might even things out here, as we can see Zeka not moving too far forward. Viper showing up as well. Spots the Ike on this control ward. And yeah, so that is Mountain Soul. So now this team that is already very burly with a lot of inherent regen, it has a shield that is just going to repair itself over and over again. 808 for the legendary Zeka there in the mid lane, and Peanut 809 on the Xin Zhao.
Zeka's falling behind. He's got to figure out a way to pick
Gotta
up
get that assist,
an
man.
assist somewhere.
Well, not in the gold, because he's winning as far as the gold advantage is concerned. So there's at least that
KDA
they
is
can
all
hold
that
on to.
matters. Look at the farm from Peanut, by the way. Back-to-back games, he is just power farming. He is actually close to where Viper is as far as
he has more farm
is
than
concerned.
Kana.
Yeah, that is definitely something. Already on 3 items incredibly early. They are just unstoppable. Level 16 now already done. Pre-25 minutes here for Zeka.
I think he knows that Yike's there, as Yike still hasn't moved. Oh, this game of chicken is actually just so interesting.
You legitimately just don't have to roll damage to take down Zeka before help arrives.
When's the last time you saw
it's a deep flank! No!
Oh, the Crab Rave from Zeka there as well. Wind becomes lightning, but doesn't find Bristle. As Yike is, I mean, this is a mission.
He's going to get out.
Well, let's see whether he can.
He's fine.
He is going to be able to walk under the turret. Yeah, nicely done. Targamas in this 1v2. Okay, Zeus doesn't know how to take damage. Yike does manage to land an ulti here, as we can see. Is Zeka going to be able to turn into the Sejuani, picks up the ult. He's legendary again. And Zeus is continuing this onslaught. And if I was Kalista, I would just have no idea what to do. Like, what are you supposed to do? give him the thumbs up. Yeah, maybe that's just the rule. There's Vladdy going to turn up there as well. Zeus inside the enemy base. Delight going to be moving on over as well. And Leap Strike to get him out of there. So at least they convince the Jacks to leave.
They got a tower.
Yeah.
We're on the board. Kana takes the tower. Uh-oh.
Well, Zeka has found Vladdy again. Chaos Storm sort of everywhere. Flash out. And Delight just does the walk up and ignite maneuver. Yeah. Kingslayer gets a whole bunch of health back. Not going to be able to land the chain here as the Cannon Barrage will help take him down. Kalista there with the 4th shot to the back of the head. So they get the shot down. The legendary Zeka is dead. And it's a 12,000 gold lead. Facebreaker comes on through here onto Targamas. And Peanut turns up. He says, I'm still very legendary.
He hasn't died yet, by the way. Peanut now winning the KDA battle.
Yeah, nailing it. Although actually, Zeka is now definable as far as KDA is concerned. Kana is going to get audaciously charged at here by Peanut. Flashes out of the way of the arrow. But this is now minions attacking Nexus turrets. I think game number 3 is done and dusted as HLE will move to match point here in this best of 5 and have now the opportunity to become our first stand champions with another win in this series.
HLE just looking untouchable in back-to-back games. I mean, KC did get a tower in this one, but it was at the cost of the base and the Baron at the very end of the game. They are just completely dominating. This team has looked like they are on a different level than everyone else in this competition. KC gonna have to go back to the drawing board and find a way to be able to get back into this series.
And obviously, the moment that we saw the Silas and the Zinzao get that far ahead, I think the game is always going to be really hard to play. I'm sure Casey knows that as well. But the fact that the counterpick on Zeus didn't work, that for me is real cause for concern, because you need to keep that guy down. Otherwise, the rest of Humble Life just gets to run free unchecked.
Exactly right. And now HLE find themselves 1 game away from becoming our inaugural first stand champions. And we'll see if they can close it out in game 4 right after the break.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Hey, Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flashback, before you got mad, you can crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy got only when he crack that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, full of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Do the game on the head, it's all mad at, mad at, mad at.
Axis, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And the only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength above all.
Hey. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play around. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. This a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go faster. We can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this. We up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one.
Young Neo, Craig to your Debo. Calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic where they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared for self-defense. They've been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been the war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison. My blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, you the one.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one.
Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up from Jack in the system.
Zeka, though.
Oh dear, Glacial Prison that he just picked up as well. And now Vladdy is just dead. Peanut able to come on through with the audacious charge, and oh dear, if it wasn't bad before, it is now. Yike has been in the perfect positions, and Delight going to be going down as well. Yike finally falls, but Zeka is a raid boss. He's just too strong, and this duo cannot be beaten.
Well, he has to flash at some point. I got him.
At least they don't have Silas anymore. At least he can't pick it anymore.
That's true. The OTPs are gone, guys. Don't worry.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025, where HLE take us to match point here. And I love the optimism from the KC boys here. At least they don't have Silas anymore. Honestly, watching this game, I was like, okay, guys, it's fine. We got it. You're good at League of Legends. Can you please move on now?
We've had them big upping each other like this throughout the entire tournament. Every time we've had comms open for these types of moments leading into draft. No, you're not nervous. No, you're not going to choke, this kind of stuff. And I think that's the attitude you have to have right now, because honestly, it's starting to feel pretty doomed.
Yeah, from behind, like, you have to have that attitude. You have to make the comeback. Every game is an individual game. It's fine. They can't play those champions anymore. Run it back.
Yeah, and this was more of, I think, what we've seen from HLE stylistically, right? Where as soon as they do get some sort of back-breaking fight, or they get a lot of these early skirmishes going, they're then challenging you everywhere on the map in a very different way from the slow kind of slowly sucking the life out of you through cross-map trading.
Throwing something different game after game after game. And honestly, I'm going to be honest here, guys. Maybe it's me copying, but it looked like KC could have taken an early lead, but HLE turns the fight on bot lane in the early stages of the game in our HyperX Reflex replay.
Yeah, and I think the big difference maker here is Zeka. He is going to get massively ahead off of this when he's able to join the fight, because, right, it looks really good. You have the global ult from the GP coming down. You're like, okay, they maybe can't get onto Kalist, right? And then here come Peanut and Zeka, and they are just absolutely going to destroy these fights. These two really took over the game after this.
Yeah, and that was after the grub fight too, where they got kills in the grub fight. And so they're getting kills up there, then they're getting kills in the bottom lane, then they're getting kills in mid lane, and it's two Conqueror champions that just want to fight you, and they just look like enemy duo queue abusers just smurfing. It was absolutely insane what they ended up. Just kept on fighting and snowballing and snowballing. I mean, we could show even the stats if we could pull up the graphic there, because they ended this game on an absolutely dominant streak.
Yeah, I mean, it was that play too where he had the dash cannon, and every single play is on razor-thin margins here for KC, and I think the game is a lot closer than you might actually think if you just tuned in late. You see the kill scores, and you're like, oh man, they just got dunked on. They fought, though, into a composition that's incredibly strong at skirmishing early, and they weren't able to win. And if you come at the Kings, you know, the defending LCK Cup champions, you better not miss. You lose those fights, it's a fed Silas, and he's just going to play it well. I mean, you give Zeka a gold lead, and he will actually just take over the game.
And you give him a Victor ultimate and a Sejuani ultimate, and he will use them better.
Yeah, I really love this Silas pick and draft, not only because of the ultimates he can steal, but this is one of Zeka's best champions, right? Like, even at a time when people are like, oh, maybe he only has like 3 or so champions, he ends up, this was one of his picks. This and the Akali were the two that they were like, you know what? You really need to watch out for these. He's so comfortable, so confident. And they're your duo queue abusers.
Yeah.
Cody.
The screenshot, they caught him just at the end. Just at the end while he's dead. But it was insane from them. Both of them went legendary.
As they said, these champions are taken off the board now. We're safe. At least I think we are. What is the hope for KC into what could be their last game of the tournament?
I mean, I put some win cons here, maybe. Draft for bottom prio. Yike plays for bot. Kana plays a tank or weak side, because you're probably not going to beat Zeus. It hasn't been working out. And then also pray for Peanut having a bad game play, and Zyra, maybe some inting. That's all you got. That's all you got. You got to play for bottom, though.
I like where your head's at with the, ask for Peanut inting.
I mean, yeah, they didn't stand a chance in this game, realistically, looking at the post-game breakdown. Do you have something for me, Kobe?
Yeah, we all wrote down some options here, trying to get as many as we could.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do. We'll see if KC can bring us to Game 5 in this best of 5. Will they manage to stay off their opponents and bring us to Silver Scrapes, or will we crown HLE in our inaugural First Stand champions?
The thing that's difficult about that is the fact that you move to a Game 5, and then we bring up all of the graphics about Zeka in Game 5s where he just never loses and all that sort of stuff.
Okay, but Hanwha Life was on a 15-game win streak in Game 1, and KC broke that.
You can't break 2 in the same series, though.
Well, isn't it more likely? if you broke one, then the other. It doesn't mean that much, right?
I think you just gave Max an existential crisis.
Yeah,
He
no,
was
I'm like trying to figure it out now. I'm like, is that record even relevant at all? Like now that they've lost game one, does
what do
anything
things
matter
even mean?
anymore? Who am I?
What am I doing with my life?
I'm reading a draft. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
The Poppy and the Renekton both taken away, and there is Peanuts Nidalee and the Yone taken away from Zeka, understandably so there as well. The Akali is still available.
Was gonna say, yeah, Akali is up, and as much as they're kind of like joking, have to go, well, at least he can't play Silas anymore. Well, he can play Akali if you don't ban it, and they are leaving it open, which I think is a bit shocking. I do think Zek has the confidence to just play it.
I don't know whether you first... Do you first
No,
pick
I don't
it?
think you first pick it because they're never going to take it.
All right, Vi's available as well.
But you just take Vi, and then you can take it on 2-3.
No, they're going to go via Kali again.
Oh, it's the Bash Brothers all over
It's literally
again.
what they did yesterday, except even more so than what they did in the previous game, because they were a combined 33 and 30. Yes, you heard that right, with the Vi Akali, which has been left up. This is bold from KC.
Yeah, I heard you say it yesterday, and it felt really.
It
like,
sounds fake.
Yeah, it was really like
You're
difficult
like, oh,
to
he
hear then,
misspoke.
and now it's even more difficult to hear. So it doesn't get easier. Is the Pantheon going to be locked in here by Kana? Can be going a multitude of places, but likely towards Yike, and has actually worked out quite effectively so far. The Vi as well has been under some scrutiny, some criticism for a lot of people, but Peanut has had recently some pretty great games on it.
Callista's looking really stressed. I mean, he goes
stressful.
Raven, but he does not look happy about it at all. Like, he was having a discussion there with the coach, and I mean, I think realizing you want me to go Draven, but they're probably going to play via Kali. Aren't I just going to be dead every fight? Like, you know, it can be tough. I mean, Draven blind as well? I don't really understand.
I really do feel like, because if we can think of it, KC must have at least some sort of plan, right? Like, I'm talking out there, Renata to me is an obvious pick that I think you want to look towards now because it'll make it a lot easier to play out.
Okay.
As is this better? I'm not so sure. I don't think it is, as Atlas also looks very, very distraught next to me because this duo has run the LCK for a good amount of time. Whenever one is picked, the other always gets banned very consistently. But I am wondering what the answer from KC is going to be, because I think that already this game is going to be so hard to play out for Kalist. And we've seen the Draven, when he does get shut down, he just doesn't really get to play the game. That is a blind Camille to come through here.
Now it's harder to play for Kalist. Because now you have triple dive champions.
There's a lot of things that can sort of single out a Draven and make him dead. In this game. So that is looking a little bit worrisome. The other side of it is, yes, we talk about the Akali. It's the champion that Zeka has a skin on, but he debuted in the LCK on Ahri. Actually, it was the first person to play the reworked Ahri after she got slightly changed, as well as a cannon being a consideration here. Bloody going to lock that one in for Kana most likely.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, Renata I also think could be kind of a giga pick. It's pretty good with the Draven and, you know, potentially hostile takeover, bailout, you know, that can turn around a fight. Kennen, I think, can do somewhat similar things in that if you're overcommitting onto Kalist, and then Kennen comes in with a big ulti across all these members that are trying to dive, Pantheon's there with the peel. So the idea that KC's going with is less peel, more counter engage, right? You know, punish the overcommitment to one member. That is what they're going to be counting on. And I do like it as a plan because it's also a good match up top here for Kana in the 1v1 against Zeus, at least in the early levels. We all know Camille hits a certain point where she kind of just doesn't care about the matchup anymore because she presses Q, you lose half your health. But banning out some of these good long-range matchups into the Draven as well, I think also very smart from KC. Caitlyn and Ziggs both gone.
It's the non-interactive lanes, right? Ziggs just completely negates laning phase. Caitlyn is one of the few champions that just by virtue of her range, especially if you slam a Karma alongside it as well, just gets to you really pressure in lane. What is going to be the counter pick here? Most likely for Vladi, because support counter pick I think is actually a big deal here. Can really change the nature of a lot of these matchups, and also makes I think the Renata pick a lot more safer if you're picking in response, as that is the Galio to come through
all
here.
counter engage, it feels like. You know, it's just, okay, you're going to dive in on us, and then you're going to get Kennen ulted, Galio ulted, taunted up, and if it is Renata as the last pick, that could be incredibly, incredibly strong because that is still available. I'm trying to think through of the kind of AD options here. You know, there are things like, you know, like Jinx and like Corki and whatnot, but none of the options that I'm thinking of really feel good into Draven that are still available. You can go towards mages and play some of those types of things. Xayah is going to be tough in the laning phase, but it is, if they're trying to dive in onto you, obviously really good at absorbing that engage. You know, if it is instead the cannon flying in instead of trying to peel. But the options do become quite limited. You know, normally people play kind of like long-range things into Draven, like the Ashe, like the Caitlyn, like the Varus, but those are, of course, all gone. So options were limited.
Gragas.
And it's going to be Gragas support, I'm assuming, unless they're going to get really
Camille
cooking.
support.
Camille support would be crazy. We used to see that back in the day with Halo Blades and stuff, but like, I don't think into Draven.
It's got a nerfed a
little
lot.
bit.
Yeah, it's got a nerfed a lot. I think we saw it played once or twice in LCK Cup. Didn't look that convincing, but it does kind of keep unclear where things are going. So we'll see what the response from KC is going to be.
Renata
yeah,
is just
complete no-brainer. The Renata does come through.
Renata's Giga pick. But why would they ban, you think, Pyke and Nautilus over that? Because it feels to me like such an obvious one. That's a little bit surprising. I mean, Targamas did play a Pyke game, but I'm a little bit surprised by the HLE bans.
Well, I guess because they wanted to, the Pyke at least makes sense for me with the Xayah, because Xayah already I think is going to really struggle in this lane. The Nautilus, yeah, especially because Renata was up. So I think if you ban Nautilus, like you save the Nautilus ban, and then if they go Nautilus, you go Renata, and otherwise, I think you can play around it a little bit more. Not going to be the case.
They're playing with it.
It's going to be Delight on yet another pick, going to be the Gragas here. And I got to imagine that they did know that Renata was coming, and the cost does have a lot of value into the Draven, who of course is stationary, so can't get knocked back.
And the cannon. Like, cannon obviously really wants to just go in with the slicing maelstrom, but if you get cast away, then you kind of just stand there with a lot of lightning around you doing not very much at all. Likely that Delight is also going to be wielding the exhaust at the same time, so can really do a fair bit to stop that little Pikachu from doing anything.
As we look at the oranges, that Renata to me is going to be the key difference maker. If Targamas can find big value in the team fights, I think that the angles that Humble Life is going to have to take have to be really, really crisp, because both the ultimate, the fact that you're basically fully short-range combat, even Xayah doesn't have that much effective range, combined by all the counter-engage that's there, we'll see. But the laning phase has been the really big difference, and if this Draven falls behind, I do think the comp falls apart.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of the same conversation we had in Game 2, where I really like KC's draft, and if you can get to late game on even terms, I think KC almost always wins with that Game 2 draft, but that is a big if based on how HLE has been playing these last 2 games. They've given up 1 tower over the last 2 games. That is pretty dominant.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Cannon ult, Galio ult, Renata ult, that's terrifying too.
See what happens. We dive into Game 4. All right. Big cheers. We saw the blue wall outside is looking real thick. There is not a lot of room to walk around that one at all.
How many Cs?
It's a lot of Cs. Maybe 3, but maybe it's only 2. I don't know. Like,
I thought you were going to go with like 5.
No, I think the cap really dictates. Like, Cap has the cap of the Cs, I think. His name even starts with Z.
It's like Wolf and the certification.
Yeah.
Sari moments.
There are certain things that belong to certain people, and I can't put that many Cs on. As Zeka with the sad B. Happy B there from Mr. Galio.
It's worth noting that there is no exhaust, so Delight did decide to go Ignite. That's pretty common, honestly, with the Gragas support because you are playing kind of so aggressively. But yeah, no exhaust versus cannon is always a little bit of a question mark. Can be pretty spooky if that cannon can find the perfect gauge.
Well, Delight spots everyone out here as they do eventually move over. Can take the body slam, of course, as Peanuts moving in as well.
What is he doing?
I don't know. He's sort of just auto-moving into the brush. He's going to be lit on fire. There's that Ignite that you were talking about as he flashes over the wall. Yike now as well in a really weird position. First blood goes over to Peanut. Yike is going to have to flash, but the immediate follow is there from Zeus, who might be starting the game with another one. Yep, there we go. The hook shot comes off cooldown, and he takes down the enemy jungler here. That could not have gone worse.
I mean, Kalist just completely lost track of where his team was. I guess he just didn't realize that they weren't walking with him because they were both going over to the Raptor pit. He just walked in completely blind and face-checked the brush. And you're starting this elimination game down all of these kills. I mean, it's right here. Dyke is over, gonna start the Raptors. Why are you solo invading the red?
Well, not only that, but even if Kalist doesn't walk that far up, like Zeus is also here. They clearly read this play. The invade comes through. Kalist goes down, and the only thing they get out of this
is Yike gets Raptors. And guess what? That's not going to be worth. Zeus is going to behind a little bit in experience because of this whole sequence. And that means that Kana gets to play out the lane with a little bit more dominance. You can see no CS yet, but he has a kill.
Yeah, and now you're playing Draven with no flash, no barrier, and you have no heal on Targamas. And that is a really rough situation to be in. You want to play for lane dominance with this comp. We talked about as long as they can stay even, you know, things could look okay. But it is already really tough from the word go.
There is a lot of team fighting potential. If they can stabilize things here in this game, then a mid game could look okay, utilizing a lot of these up buttons that they do have. It's not all doom and gloom, but it's a lot of doom and gloom, like a lot. To start this one off, we saw that HLE did not require a start like this to look good in the last couple of games. As Viper, I think, wanting to get out of this lane for a little bit. And Peanut, here going to be taking down his blue buff. Will be able to finish a full clear very, very quickly, as it is going to be the Rift Scuttler before the Wolves.
And as it is, you know, we have to find an angle. And the angle is that
it's our job.
At least Kalist, as long as they don't punish him for the flash, kills didn't go to his direct lane opponent, right? Because that, I think, if that's like Viper that picks up 2 kills, I actually think the game just becomes nigh unplayable. It is Peanut and Zeus that pick up those kills. Zeus hasn't backed yet, so hasn't actually been able to utilize this gold. As Yike going in for the repeat invade, I don't know if there's much that Hanwha can do about this. Peanut clearly wants to try and go for the smite.
See whether he can actually get it, as Yike will once again be able to take down these Raptors. So holds a monopoly on that particular camp.
Yeah, nicely done. And honestly, the gold lead is insignificant at this point. You know, it's just the 200 gold. So great job recovering here from KC. Really rough start, but they're not just kind of collapsing from that. And we'll see what they can actually do from here. Still a slight advantage on that bot side there for Kalist. And he really is going to be such an important part. I mean, Draven from ahead, we know how strong it can be, but Draven from behind, especially against a comp like this, has almost no chance of survival.
It's also something we saw with the lane swap meta so much, is that experience, particularly early on, matters so much more. Zeus is also a champion that is both gold and experience reliant. And Kana has actually been able to build a really significant lead here because of the fact that Zeus showed up to lane late, has been bullying away as Peanut gets the counter. Doesn't look like Yike is going to actually check the brush, so Peanut just makes his way out of their heist. Completely successful.
Yep. Will be another Raptor camp to Yike, though. We know how much he likes those, so he's going to be pretty happy about how this one all worked out in the end. Viper with the Blade Caller, utilizing that in order to farm, of course, things quite hard as Xayah in this matchup. Draven, of course, early on, very, very dangerous. As Targamas, I mean, the double range as well. I mean, it doesn't look very good here for the HLE bottom lane, just the general laning.
I mean, it's really tough, right? And as the light, unless you're willing to commit to a body slam flash, there's handshake and stand aside for your E, right? It's very difficult to actually find that body slam. So you have to be super careful about when you're actually going for that engage. If you can't win the 100-0 play, you basically can't use your E. So his job is just kind of sustaining, just trying to zone Targamas away so he's not poking Viper. As long as you as the Gragas are taking that damage and Viper's getting farm, then you're kind of okay with how things are going.
Oh, this is really rough though because of Vladdy getting chunked out so much. You've already TP'd back to lane. Looks like the free grubs are just going to go to Hanwha Life again. Yike does have a level lead. They do also have the bot lane swapping. Are ahead on that because the light's already here, but Viper still has to run a good amount of distance.
And then has first move as well. I think KC can actually fight this.
Yeah. Charm going wide there as well, as you can see. Peanut over the wall, so it should be 2 grubs over to KC. Peanut denying, I guess, a portion of feats of strength here for KC. They're not going to be holding that monopoly, and we know that they've been utilizing Void Grub very effectively so far this series. Not going to be able to do so, at least for the first portion this time.
Yeah, that Vi-Ahri duo is really gated by both of them having level 6, so I think it's understandable. Cannon, also level 6, really has to be respected. Incredibly big impact in these early river fights, so KC not going to just let Hanwha Life get away with it. Pick up that objective for free, is now here in the 1v1 as expected, even with the early not quite going the way that obviously KC was hoping for. Well, it's still fine. And you know, he didn't lose stacks.
Yeah.
That's something. He's been able to build up a good amount now. Once the ultimate is available, going to try, and they do have so much CC and setup to try and secure him these early kills.
And the thing that I'm thinking is the fact that the early game that was so awful feels like a nightmare now, not actual, like, real League of Legends. So that's a phenomenal thing here for KC. They're also able to get themselves this Drake, largely to do with the fact that this composition in the laning phase is very, very strong, but the stabilization incredibly important against HLE.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's huge. You know, whether you draft it for strong lanes or not, just the fact that they are in a better position, that they're actually being able to get some pressure in these lanes is so big, because if you allow HLE to dictate the pace of the game as they have these last two, we've seen what that looks like, and it does not look good, but Peanut is here, and they may be going.
Oh, Yike is there as well. I think he's waiting, has his ultimate available, can join in a moment's notice.
Yeah, Grand Starfall could get him there. Hasn't pressed that button, though. And Peanut is also just going to wander away. Zeka dealing with this wave, but he's already sorted his out. We'll be able to get into position here, possibly setting up a trap for Zeka. Oh, this is scary. Justice Punch. Oh, not enough to actually connect. The charm is going to be there, and there's the stun, but Spirit Rush gets Zeka out and back in, and then potentially out again as well. But they still do get the cooldown on that ult.
And the big thing here is you do have both Yike and Vladdy with those semi-global ultimates, right? I think that's why they didn't want to pull the trigger on that bot side play, even though Peanut was clearly looking to try and take down Kalist. Not going to happen. And the small lead for Hanwha still just basically coming down to those early kills.
You can see, though, as soon as we saw both Yike and Vladdy attack Zeka, the bot lane had to back off for KC, because then they know, all right, we can't actually have that response coming in if Peanut is still in the area, and Peanut was, in fact, still in the area. So they intelligently play that safe. They do back off. Of course, that means it's going to be a faster reset from Viper and Delight, who are heading out towards topside, potentially in preparation of these grubs.
Charm just barely going wide there, as Vladdy has been doing a great job just clearing out these waves. We've seen Galio struggle a little bit in this tournament thus far. I mean, Honkyu's game comes to mind against KC themselves, where they really did abuse the Galio this time around. Hasn't been the case at all, and he's been doing just fine. As Delight going to find a body slam, and Canna going to be delivered to the hook shot. Nowhere that he can go, and that is just a very comfortable kill here for Viper, also getting the feats of strength as well.
He's wadded up to you!
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some disrespect from Kana. I just don't think he realized maybe that Zeus was still around. Maybe thinks Zeus isn't going to go for this, but yeah, not even having to commit the flash. Delight just kind of walks up and ults him.
That was the one winning lane!
The freebie.
He's there, you see the shield, you see the perk of the minion go over. And Kana, this was the one lane where they had actually a big lead, where he was able to apply this early pressure, and now that gold lead all but evaporated.
Yeah, and in the meantime, it was Zeus heading down towards the bottom side, so he ate himself an extra minion wave and has been able to at least farm up a little bit as well. He was really struggling in that lane. So you're exactly right, works as a bailout for the HLE top lane at the same time as getting themselves a portion of the feats of strength, getting Viper a kill. It's the good news doesn't really start here for KC.
Kana, though, they may be trying to go here for Zeus.
Yeah, hook shot, oh, the buffer. Absolutely gorgeous, but he will get stunned on the wall there. That pushes him at least away for now. And Void Grub's up and available, and that will give KC the advantage. As far as those pushes are concerned, the Void Might's going to be helping them out when they're trying to take down these turrets.
Yeah, I mean, if Kana had ulti there, it might have been able to get a kill or at least a flash, but of course he didn't. I still like the lane assignments here. Zeus is going to match the Galio, so they sent the Ahri down to bot where they were expecting the Kennen to be, but Casey is saying, no, you can't actually just have free farm against the Galio. We're just going to keep moving the Kennen around to keep you locked in this lane, which I do think is very intelligent, because you are on a timer a little bit in this matchup, and they want to make sure they're keeping Zeus down for as long as humanly possible. You can't let him just farm against the Galio.
Wow, that sidestep was absolutely absurd. The charm going to connect onto Kana as well. Throws down the ulti though, and Zeka taking a lot of damage. Heroic entrance as well, but it's not enough. Peanut is able to lock down the kill before the gargoyle arrives. Does get the flash out from Peanut though, as he wanted to avoid the taunt. Another charm connecting here as it's magnetic for Zeka.
How did he get the crab out of that?
Well, he started hitting the crab after he flashed over the wall, Chronicler.
Oh. Yeah, it seemed like you must not have been watching. That seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You see, he killed them and then he flashed over the wall and took the crab.
That's how it's going to be, huh? Okay.
We're too powerful together.
You've been here a while.
As unfortunate there for Vladdy, his ultimate does not actually protect from the physical damage that Peanut does, so Peanut just kind of slams him down. You see as well, kind of looking for a catch onto Zeka there, but very clearly Hanwha were aware that this was happening. And now the gold lead that it felt like it stabilized, we can see it climbing here on the goal difference graph powered by AWS.
And I really feel like now, as KC fan, you are praying for that big cash out for Khalees. He's been working on this. He's nearly up to 300 stacks. That first fight is even more important than it would normally be because you're already falling behind. And if you lose those stacks too, it is going to be so hard to battle back.
You can see there on his portrait the adoration ticking over towards 300 pretty soon as well. So he is able to stack that one back up. The death was extraordinarily early in the game, so basically isn't relevant.
Actually wouldn't have missed any, right?
Yeah.
Except the autos on champions. Oh, Viper?
Yeah, Viper is taking a heck of a lot of damage. Whirling Death going to be avoided by the Feather Storm as Delight has his hand shook and isn't psyched about it. We'll be able to not get that minion as it turns up. So the aggression from Kalist certainly going to be netting them some positives here as the Blast Cone going to be ridden together here, Zeus and Yike. But I don't know whether Yike really wins out on this one against this Camille, who does have Trinity Force now completed.
Yeah, the fact that Kana's around in the area, of course, is going to dissuade that. They don't know necessarily the target is there, but still, if you overchase, then Kana gets you. Could be a big punish. And Zeus knows, just play it slow, play it steady. Eventually, you will get to that point where Kana can't threaten the 100-0, and you really can. It does get very tough in the later stages as you just kind of get tankier and tankier, more and more HP. Your sustained damage is so much higher than that of the cannon.
Yep, Cinder's on the map, and that does mean that we have an Infernal Soul this game as well, which is a fun one. A little bit spicy here. And remember what's on the line here. This is an extra seed for MSI. This is being the first victor of the first hand ever, right? Like this, there is so much here both of these teams are fighting for, and HLE wanting to pick up their first international win as this organization, even dating back to when it was known as the Rocks Tigers, right? So many phenomenal international performances, but none of them international championships. And so HLE, KC, both of them really desperate for a win here. And KC, just to keep themselves alive in the tournament, need to do something like killing Peanut here, which is what they were going for, the Grand Starfall. Oh dear.
Yeah, that hurts. It's such a long cooldown early on into the game that you're not going to have this for a long time now. Yike really trying to get at least into this position we're talking about. Now closing in on 350 stacks. And that is a lot of gold waiting to be claimed, but Peanut in the meanwhile has taken away that blue buff.
Yike going to be able to come over and get the crab. Some good news here is the MasterCard Lane Economy snapshot showing us that, yeah, the mid-jungle duo from HLE are continuing to be pretty powerful in this series and this game. Peanut and Zeka will see whether they can get together and get things done. As you can see, up towards his top side, and Vladdy going to get hit by the charm. Vault Breaker comes through, cease and desist. Can be lined up if he'd like to press the button, but he won't. He's going to let the Gargoyle escape for now.
Yeah, just happy to take up a chunk. You can see that the Herald's going to be spawning here in 20 seconds. So, just trying to delay the base, trying to keep Vladdy from being out on the map at full health, and they can pressure this tower right here.
Might even get a turret out of it. And while it's really good that they were able to deny too many grubs, KC was from Humble Life, particularly with the Camille. If there's no one to protect the turret, isn't really anything that they can do, as there goes the first turret blood. That's Feats going over to Humble Life as well. And we are getting closer and closer to the point where KC, they're just going to need to somehow get Kalista kill.
Yes.
And there are, again, many tools, but you can see as well, Humble Life are, I feel like, playing around it very carefully. Oh, Kana.
Well, he was thinking about going for a bit of a back here and possibly baited in as there's the body slam flash from Delight. Put into the Hextech ultimatum, and Canner is just dead with the help of the turret. And Zeus able to really turn this matchup around now. Now having a gold lead as well. The only lane that KC were winning is now also blue.
It's just a really nice bait there from Zeus. Delight is around, and Kana says, oh, you're pretty chunk low. Maybe I can actually find something. Steps that little bit too far forward. Delight nails the engage, knocks him back in a tower, and there's just no chance
the back
for him.
rows.
Oh dear. Remember, cease and desist still available as the Vault Breaker even lands. He flashes, but cease and desist has no justice for you, my friend. And he's taken down. Rift Herald does go over to KC in the meantime. But when they're bleeding these kills, like both Soul Lane is dying at exactly the same time, it feels like this game is starting to fall apart.
Oh, you can see there as well. They really want to try and get damage down. The bailout was used there just to try and get more damage out of Kalist. Couldn't quite find the stand aside. Viper just running it off.
And we are slowly starting to see again that goalie, particularly in the mid-jungle, balloon to unmanageable proportions.
And I mean, Viper just knows his job is not to carry this game. Your job is to clear waves and wait for the side lanes to win, because right now both your solo laners are ahead, your jungler is way ahead, and you're just going to get to this point where you just continually go for picks through side lanes, and eventually KC are going to be forced to try to find a fight from a disadvantageous position. So, you know, Viper just needs to play calm, cool, and collected, get his farm, and be that teamfight presence that he always is later on. It's really up to Zeus, Zeka, and Peanut to just be that three-man squad, crushing KC through side lanes as they happen.
And it's certainly been working in the last couple of games. Viper here, walking up, a little bit dangerous, but the handshake is going to go wide as the Rift Herald is here in this mid lane. Delight taking a few axes, as now Peanut might be getting out, also might be going in, but decides instead he will just exit the pit. As, all right, there's a Rift Herald. Hi, Shelly, how you doing? It's just a taxi over towards the dragon.
Yeah, wanted to make sure he was on time for the big fight.
It's actually really good.
The big fight, that is definitely happening, right? Yeah.
And unfortunately means not going to get a charge out of the Herald now mid, so even if it walks up, it won't be charging, and Viper's just going to be able to clear that out. Zeus heading back up towards top side, so they may just give up this dragon and play for the tier 2 top, which I think is absolutely reasonable. You don't have to commit to this whatsoever. You're in a good spot. It's only the second dragon here from KC. You know, maybe Peanut fishes around to try for a steal, but don't need to.
Or do they just go for it anyways? The flash out from Targamas, he does avoid the charm. They take a lot of damage though. Zeka actually really hurting right now with 2 items completed. The dragon, 50 health, and it is going to be secured here by KC. Flash out from Peanut gets him to relative safety. In the meantime, outer turret in mid lane. And the cask is going to connect, the charm to follow. But it's not enough to kill Targamas just yet, as the inner turret is also dead.
I love what Hanwha do there. It's literally just a three-man annoyance squad. Peanut trying to sneakily steal it away. And the harassment of both Zeka and Delight, because meanwhile, Viper's pushing mid and Zeus is pushing top. The gold lead now is getting to the point where, again, it's 6k gold at 19 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 towers to 0. They're just playing it out so well, utilizing the mobility, right? Because all 3 of these champions are so mobile. They're just playing right on that engage range. You know, really the only thing you have to be worried about is like a flash taunt or a flash, stun there from Yike. But because they're playing far enough away, there wouldn't really be able to be follow-up immediately. And they're always going to be able to use that mobility to get right back out. It's just excellently played here from HLE. A masterclass on how to play the map.
It's particularly because with this Renata, as good as it is, if Hanwha Life never commit, like Azure, the only pieces of engage they have are single target, unless it's a multi-man taunt, and very short range. So as long as you stay away from them, like how does KC actually start
you away?
Exactly. So how do you start a fight? You need enough map control to somehow find a flank with Kana and get into the enemy backline. But we're getting to the point where you're gonna have to just straight up like throw Yike in with an ult just so you can follow up, but I don't know if that's going to be enough with how the gold and the items have just completely slipped away from KC.
Yeah. The thing that's a real worry for me as well is that KC tried to sort of cheat it, right? Because they have a lot of champions with these globals that can try to sort of cheat away tempo. With the fact that you have the heroic entrance, the Grand Starfoil, even the whirling death that can come through, they can affect the map pretty globally. But none of that has been able to be utilized because HLE have had so much control throughout this entire game.
Or maybe top lane.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity here. Zeus with hookshot says, no, there's not an opportunity here. In fact, it's impossible to kill me.
He would have needed to hit the stand aside, right? If you can actually interrupt there, then maybe there's some sort of opportunity where you can chase in, but it's going to be so hard. It's desperation hours.
Kalist, if he dies here, it could just all be over, and he is definitely dead. Peanut. There's fists were made for talking as Yike now also in trouble. Delight with the body slam comes through. Zeus turns up as well. And Yike is also on the floor. HLE just taking him down one after the other. Another inner turret should be going down here as the minion wave is still very healthy. And is that 5 turrets to nothing? How many turrets? Like the last 3 games, it's just 1, right?
Yeah,
that was a lot. Like it was a long shot, but Kalist getting a big shutdown. I think that was the one angle outside of maybe some side lane picks with those double globals. But with him going down, I think that might be it. Peanut just ahead of the rotation catches him early, and the moment any CC connects, this Draven is 100% dead.
And they layered it perfectly, right? It's Peanut's all into the root, into the Delight all, into the body slam, into the Bolt Breaker, everything back to back to back to back. I mean, we're now at 24 towers to 1 over the last 3 games. And HLE has just been dominating the map completely.
8,000 gold. Now the lead as well, and for 22.5 minutes, that is pretty absurd. As here in these side lanes, it's another one of these compositions that does 1-3-1 really effectively, and if a 1-3-1 composition is ahead, it is so hard to play into.
And the problem is, you have the globals to like try and collapse into someone, but they're all at 2 items!
Yeah.
At 22 minutes! If you try to collapse into Zeus, he just Qs your face and you go down!
And we saw there that he just walked up to 3 people, like not really afraid of being collapsed on.
He does have Otacon right now, so I think he's gonna play extra aggro.
Well, they do have a ward over this wall. Will be discovered here as the control ward does go down. As Zeus not going to get Justice League punched and just walks back into the taunt. There are 4 people here. Remember, does of course have the Otacon, but instead just walks away from the Comet Spear, walks back towards Kalist as he throws out the hook shot. Zeus, you are, that's all, it's bordering on rude. Honestly, that was bordering on rude. Whirling Death is not really going to connect there, and the thumbs up, a little bit of a worry as the charm is going to bring Targamas through the base gate as another taunt is going to connect, but it's even Delight that seems too tanky. He's going to withdraw, and Viper is in the enemy base. As the Xayah, they're looking to break it open here at 24 minutes. And I think HLE are pretty ready to become our first stand champions here, as game number 4 is looking nigh impossible here for KC as Vladdy not gonna get Vault breaking. His Vault is still unbroken.
It is intact.
Although it has taken a beating previously.
Okay, yeah, it really has. There's not a lot of money, unfortunately, for KC. Hanwha did kind of steal most of it. It's going to be the second Dragon going over to Hanwha. But I have a very hard time, and I think we all do, writings on the wall to see how you actually get back into this game, right? No kills have been found, no turrets have been found.
Oh, Kana is dead. But there's another fight going on here, as we can see. Double body slam. There's a gorgeous cask as Delight lined him up, put him exactly where he wanted him, and no bailout is going to be enough. Yeah, you could post all the money you have, and it would not get you out of that prison. As Zeus moves into this mid lane to take down yet another inhibitor turret. Inhibitors going to be falling one after the other, as well as HLE take bottom, they take mid. They might even be able to take top lane if they get that minion wave in order, as well as the rest of them moving on over. It's very early in this game, so it's not likely to be just the end, as the inhibitor does survive somehow. Justice Punch onto Zeka. The taunt is going to connect as well. Kalist moving over, lands the stand aside. He's charmed as the flash finally is used, and the Whirling Death is just wide. But there's the Winds of War to come on through. The immediate heroic exit here for Vladdy at the same time. It's Kalist with the bailout. Is looking to take down Zeus. And cease and desist. I don't know about that one, Peanut. That was really a little bit of an overstep, you could say. And HLE probably stop going in now. It's KC. They find themselves here after losing most of their base. They're moving towards the Baron.
Yeah, they were just looking for even more, though. They're just looking to scrap here in a 2v5. They're taking the fight.
Okay, Delight and Viper, this is there's limit testing and there's limit testing. They are moving them away from the Baron.
Well, they just want to ensure that they don't actually get to walk to Nash, which they don't. Yeah, definitely started with Zeus. I think Peanut the most egregious by far there, as he still ends up going in.
But we're all the way back here to this 1v1.
Yep, you hit that point in the game where that's how it looks. That's the matchup. But, you know, Zeka didn't have ulti here. He does have flash to buy a little bit of space, but you have got to just fully commit to plays like this. Try to get something, and Vladdy at least gets them their first kill of the game, gets them on the board, and then Zeus tries to go into the back line. He was already low when he went in. Khalees gets the bailout, flashes forward, gets the shutdown. This was like 2K gold, immediate injection over into the KC side. So does give them that little bit of hope, but I do think we're going to see HLE just regroup and go back at it with full health bars.
That's a lot of shutdowns. It's still an 8K gold deficit.
It is, but it's not a 12K gold deficit, which is kind of what it was before.
Is this how I sound when I try to be optimistic?
Yes.
Yeah, you're that annoying, Chronicle.
Actually, it's worse now. I'm just kidding.
As unfortunately, that alone is not going to be enough. We're going to need to see more of those heroics, and this is the real issue. KC did invest a lot of sums, like very heavily. There was multiple flashes there.
just to try and make this happen. And I still don't think that they can do anything about the Baron that seems imminent here for Hanwha Life.
They're already 2-man on it, and Zeka and the rest of the team is just going to try to zone them away while Viper and Peanut do take it down. They get the vision,
given,
so
yeah.
We'll see.
I'm going to connect onto Targamas, but not going to be dead just yet. And what is the answer? How are you supposed to get in here outside of just Yike ulting in? He certainly could do that, as Zeus wanting to stop that one from happening. The cask going to be used just to remove them from the pit. And you're right, it's only Peanut that's kind of in there. Viper finally comes back and starts hitting it with supporters. In goes Zeus, and Yike unable to get the steal, but they're still able to get the kill onto Peanut. The answer is going to be there, and Kana, he now has that ulti on cooldown. Zeus taxis in, kills the cannon, and survives.
Oh my god, it's just not fair. How does Zeus get away with that? He's in the backline 1v3, survives, comes back with 5% health over the wall, gets the kill. Yike tries to go for the heroic play here, and who can blame him from the position? Can't quite get the smite, down to 290 health before Peanut claims it. And just look at Zeus, frustration there for KC as they don't quite have the damage, and he survives to get out and help get that kill.
That is so unfair. He solo zones 3 people and then even CC's counter on his way out. Oh, very rude, but beautifully played from the top laner of HLE. They will now have the Red Bull Baron for 2 minutes. Now, power play already up to 1.7. That is, of course, what you kind of get from killing it. But I think that may expand. As you can see, bottom lane being pushed in, top lane as well. Inhibitor a minute away from respawning in the mid. KC desperately trying to hold on to their chances here at first stand. Teleport is optimistic from Zeus. Let's see whether this 1v2 is going to work out. He is level 17. And there is a heroic entrance. So with 3 people, it might work out. Not timing the Hextech ultimatum just right here, but the rest of HLE are going to turn up. The bailout onto Canna is going to be able to keep him alive, but he's dead immediately afterwards. And Viper says, enough of this silly business. I'm looking to try and win the game with double siege minions. Both of these Nexus turrets are going to die. Vladdy going golden, but he can't defend as the hostile takeover is fantastic, but he does have the Featherstorm still. Avoiding the feathers, though, is Vladdy. Can he get more here as Targamas is chasing after him, and Viper, man against the world, he's going to be able to take down Targamas, but there he goes, Comet Spear to take him out.
Off screen, yeah, they were delighted. Viper were pushing, they were able to kill Kalist and then go for the game, as meanwhile Zeus, bold as you like, just TPs in on their face. They take the fight, it goes KC's way, so KC will survive. The Hextech ultimatum, as you called out, Max, just not timed that well. He was trying to use it on the heroic entrance, didn't actually find the timing, goes in a little bit early, gets CC'd up, locked down, even with Zeka and Peanut coming in. Zeka gets hit by the taunt and loses so much health as he enters.
And we see Peanut then tries to 1v1 Yike and actually loses, which I understand why he thought he can, but you can't disrespect the Pantheon like that. And then here Kalista's trying to solo hold, but obviously not going to be able to do that in a 1v2 scenario. But because the rest of the top side of Hanwha Life took some liberties they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Reinforcements can arrive. Nexus turrets can respawn now. So there is a possibility for a hold, but we do see in the picture the Infernal Soul, I think, or is it just the Infernal Drake? Yeah, the third Drake getting secured. And we are still in this game.
The game still goes.
HLE having a bit of fun with it for sure. Enjoying their victory lap, it feels like, as they are so far ahead, but we'll see if KC can pull off a miracle. You know, you get a little bit overconfident a few too many times. You give over some shutdowns, maybe you give over something like a Baron. Maybe KC can find a way to claw back into this, but HLE still massively ahead.
A Peanut of all people should know this. He's the man that has found his fair share of 10k gold. Well, I say fair share as if it's been a lot. There's been a few of 10k deficit comebacks. And I do think that the case comp will always struggle when the fight is very spread out. But if they can just continue this, eventually the gold lead is going to mean less and less, right? We're already getting to that point. The mid lane inhibitor is still up. And I think KC, there's still a chance. It's not a big chance. We got to be realistic. And I think it also relies on Hanwha, who have very clearly been playing with reckless abandon.
Yeah, there's some fast and loose moves being pulled here as Zeka is going to use the ultimate, but you can see Kalista starting to do a lot of work here. That was just one of these axes, and the Ahri lost a third of her health. That is certainly good news here for KC, but they've only got one turret left remaining. Two of them are going to be respawning, but this is the last one that they can lose for real. And some inhibitors
there
also in a little bit of trouble as Kana are going to be trying to clean things up. And here they are back once again. And the cast going to separate Targamas, but now the re-engage. The charm just going to interrupt everything as the Grand Starfall. Not exactly timed perfectly here by Yike as the full engage hadn't actually occurred from HLE. They're just going to move back. They're going to take the inhibitor in mid lane. And they're playing it a lot slower now. You can feel it.
This is a pretty marked difference in how they played before, right? Just playing for the inhibs, playing to ensure that KC doesn't get splayed again. Baron is going to come up, and as much as we have been kind of laughing at the antics of Hanwha Life, they do have a short-range composition. Their siege is actually quite weak because the fact that Viper obviously needs to walk up quite close. He's waiting now, as I say that, and the antics are done. There is just a Zaya waiting alone for someone to walk towards the brush. So does have GA, but would still be kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I think now the issue for KC is though they can't actually walk up.
Yeah, which target is he looking for? That's kind of the question that I have, because it's likely that Yike is the one that's going to be walking in to try and...
Gotta be Renata, right?
Yeah. He could definitely kill the Renata.
They also need to have an answer for Zeus, which is going to be tough.
Well, Vladdy is looking to try and be that as the hookshot gets Zeus out of there, not wanting to scuffle in the 1v1. And Viper picks up the wave in mid lane. The Baron getting pinged out here, and I imagine that HLE probably wanted to move over and grab their second one of those.
It's looking like it. Another buffer. That is so annoying.
Yeah.
But Kana playing over on that side. Zeka looking for potential flank here.
Yeah, Charm going to connect there onto Yike. Not going to invest any more than that, as we do have the re-engage onto Zeus once again, and that's the hookshot for the third time in a row.
That's flash.
And yeah, did have to use the flash. So that is certainly important.
Oh, that ward actually showing that they are currently not on the Baron, but they can tomb in this very easily. Teleport is going to come in as well just to ensure. And KC, I think rightly identified, they just can't get to that objective.
Yep, and
Yike, maybe the steal.
This is actually, yeah, so they do get the vision. Whirling Death is going to hit Zeka, so it doesn't get towards the Baron. No chance for that one to steal things away, and we're not going to invest a full Pantheon to try and take that down when they couldn't see that health bar. And HLE just grabbed themselves an uncontested Baron and now look to use that to take down the Nexus turrets for the second time in this game.
Feels like it's all up to Kalista, really, trying to set him up. He does have 4 items completed now. He is kind of that strong member at this point.
Yeah.
If KC can find the perfect angle, we'll see.
Yeah, Yike is certainly off on a flank angle here as the Grand Starfall to get him in, but the immediate body slam to delay it. Viper just pulls back the feathers. There's a dead Pantheon. The 2-man body slam is gorgeous as the defensive ulti from Vladdy is trying to get things done. Hostile takeover is going to connect onto Zeka, but he goes golden in the nick of time. Targamas hit by the feathers, and now Zeus turns up, and all of KC are going to be on the floor. Their last dance in this first stand as HLE are looking to take down the Nexus for the 3rd time in this best of 5 and become your first stand champions.
And the first game gave us hope. A back and forth, a crazy streak being broken. But then game number 2, 3, and 4, it was Hanwha Life showing why they are the LCK representative here at First Stand.
And HLE throughout this whole event just on another level than the rest of the competitors. KC still should be very proud, made it to the finals here. Did Europe proud, a great debut for most of these players internationally. Absolutely. A lot to be excited about with this KC club, for sure. Took down CFO in a really exciting series, but HLE, they are just different. These guys have looked so incredible. They really do showcase the fearless style.
They certainly do. But in our trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz, HLE will lift an international trophy for the very first time. Peanut has been Of course, able to lift it, but with a different team, with SKT back in the day, but now with the team that took over from the Rocks Tigers in their slot in the LCK. It means so much that Peanut, even now, is able to help that organization, or at least the one that took them over, hoist a trophy for the first time.
And Zeus as well, gonna go for his trophy lift. First time not with T1, forging his own path with HLE.
Ensuring he doesn't bonk his head on the trophy again.
Yeah, definitely a good idea.
He did last time as Zeka. His development from what was known as a fluke, you know, that DRX road run, it was magical while it was happening. But the fact that now he is the mid laner that he is with a crazy champion full, Viper and the like, the bro talent, always looking giddy. Got to play some fun stuff today as well.
He certainly did. I think his game one from Delight wasn't exactly the greatest, but every other game this tournament, Delight has been unbelievably good.
I mean, it's just been such a pleasure watching HLE throughout this event, bringing out all kinds of different picks. We got to see Zed, we got to see Vladimir, we got to see Kale, we got to see Set Support, we got to see Quinn Top. We saw so many unique picks brought out and played to the highest level possible. It is just so much fun to watch these guys play. They truly are masters of their craft, seem to be able to play each and every single style that there is. And it's just something for everyone else to aspire to and for everyone else to be pretty scared of going into the rest of the year and these upcoming internationals.
Well, the thing is, and now everything is Fearless. So I think you were watching before and you were like, oh yeah, but like we don't have to be this good at Fearless because it's going back to like regular League of Legends after this. Not anymore. We are Fearless forever. And taking on HLE in a format like this is something that only D plus Kia not too worried about as far as our league is concerned, because they also did pretty well in the format. But HLE certainly setting the bar pretty high for not only the LCK teams, but teams across the world.
As some more fan signs we get to see here. A classic. Hanwha Life.
The 4D signs.
Oh yeah, yeah. Really stepping it up here.
끝까지 가면 우리가 이긴댔지.
It's gonna open it up, and out come the needles as they chip away at that front line. Hanwha Life Esports looks like they have finally done it.
Zeka, he's just always biding his time.
그런데 제우스가 좀 위험하긴 하거든요. 제우스가 위험한가요? 제우스 이거 드리블 되나요? 위험한 거예요? 제우스 안 위험한 것 같은데요? 제우스 안 위험하네요. 제우스는 위험하지 않습니다. 하나 생명. It's happening, Zed. Yes. What in the yo stat team? Give it. Zed though still gonna put on the pressure. The ignite is coming in. Zeka one last auto. Doesn't need it. A super dominance game from Hanwha Life Esports as they continue.
But Viper and Peanut are going forward. It's so many kills for Viper. There's no hope for KC and HLE. Bury him in the bot lane.
I feel like that guarantees them moving on to the bracket stage now.
Kill goes the way of HLE. Zeka crushing the fight. It's HLE working their magic time and time and time again. Can they get something back here? It's Zeus. Of course it's him, the Thunder God himself. HLE will not be stopped. Will march towards the finals.
여러분 큰 박수로 축원합니다. 한화생명 e스포츠입니다. 데미지로 하면 이거 변신으로 살아갑니다.
한화생명 맛부활.
예, 국제대회 우리도 우승해야겠거든. 그럼 막으면서 1대1이 됐습니다.
아, 1레벨 지렸다. 나이스.
(2025) 퍼스트 스탠드 토너먼트 파이널
Here for the winners
7일간의
interview
뜨거운
translation.
여정 끝에 새로운
2025's first stand tournament finals. After 7 intense days of competition, history has been made. Today, we crown the very first champions of FST. The team that has secured the inaugural championship title is Hanwha Life Esports. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now, let's hear from the players and the head coach of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations, Zeus. You said you wanted to win it all with Peanut. How does it feel to achieve your goal and become the inaugural champion of the new international tournament? I think we're just getting a really good start of the season. And I'm so happy that we're able to secure another title, and I feel like I have a good feeling I would be able to keep it going. Did you have a good feeling on your way to the arena today? Every time I come to the finals, Karma and Corp was actually had underperformed before, but they were arising as the underdogs, so I was very on guard today. And what kind of feedback did you have with your team after Game 1? I already expected that Game 1 wouldn't be easy. And I don't think we actually brooded or dwelled too much up on that, and we just wanted to focus on the upcoming games. And what goals do you have moving forward? Honestly, my goal is to win as many titles as possible this year. And let's talk to Peanut. In Jungle, congratulations. You said once we go all the way, we will win. And after winning your 2027 MSI title, you seized the trophy against LEC again. How do you feel? It's been such a long time since I got my title in an international stage. And we lost our opportunity. I personally lost my opportunity before, but I'm really glad I'm able to get another championship. And since last year, you were undefeated in Game 1 of every best 5. So after losing Game 1, what did you discuss as a team? The enemy played out really well, and I personally think that Game 1 had a very high difficulty in terms of the draft. So I think we discussed as a team that as long as we do a better job in draft, we would be able to win. So what is your goal for the rest of the year? It's been such a meaningful start of the year. So we'll try our best to make sure that we can secure as many titles as possible. Next up, we got Zeka. You are the inaugural first stand champion. How do you feel? Following the LCK Cup, the newest international tournament was being opened at Lowell Park, so I'm just really glad that we're able to secure that victory. And so this was the first international tournament with the newly implemented format. What gave you the biggest trouble? I think we had this opportunity to experiment as much as we can with the newest format, so I think we were able to prove that we are the best given the new format, and I think we did really well today. And you were the Oppo player of the series. How do you feel? aside from myself, I think it wouldn't be weird that any of the other teammates would get the player of the series. I'm just really thankful for them for playing out their hearts. And I'm just really happy that you're able to, I'm so honored that I'm able to get the player of the series. So what do you think got you the player of the series? Maybe my Silas game? No, I think I had a pretty clean game with my Silas, so maybe that's what it was. So Silas, as a champion, you needed a lot of confidence, and you have to go into the game with the mindset that you will win. So I think that's what really paid off. And what are your goals for the future? You know, this is such a good start of the year. I want to make sure that we keep it up. We'll keep practicing and working hard to make sure that we can keep making this happen.
네, 그리고 4년 만에 국제전 우승을 이루어낸 바이퍼 선수
And
한번
let's move on to
만나보겠습니다.
Viper, who just secured his first international title after 4 years. The god of AD carry, Professor Viper, how do you feel as the very first FST champion? You know, just being able to play with such great teammates gave me such enjoyment. And being able to secure the victory and the title makes me even happier. Not one match was dropped for this first stand title. What kind of experience did this serve as? You know, I had no experience with this international tournament like this. But I think I learned how to stay focused in such a short tournament. So I think this will pay off very much in the future. And any message over to your fans? Since the LCK Cup to the first stand, thank you so much for all your support. And I hope you can keep cheering for us in the future. Congratulations again. Thank you. And let's have a talk with Delight. Congratulations. This is your first international title. How does it feel? You know, I've always just participated in MSI and Worlds. And I feel like being able to stand here today in a new international tournament like First Stand and being able to win makes me so happy. And you played set support in Game 3 and support Gragas in Game 4. What made you pick them without hesitation? You know, I discussed as a team during the draft phase what kind of champion I need to play to fit our comp, and that's what we came up with. And with so much anticipation in the future, what would you like to do in the future? You know, I had so many goals for this year. I want to make it to World, so I hope I can achieve it this time. Next up, we have head coach Dandy. Congratulations! Following the LCK Cup title, you have led the team to become the inaugural champion of the newest international tournament. How do you feel? You know, this entire tournament was packed full of so many things, and I think from the viewer standpoint, I'm sure you guys all had a lot of fun. And I'm just so happy to make sure that we're able to repay our fans. What was the most memorable moment? No, every moment was very cherishable, but the first game loss actually stands out a lot because we hadn't lost the first game of a best of 5 in such a long time. So what kind of advice did you give to your players after that loss in game 1? You know, I just told them that as long as we get a good mental reset,
that we got this,
그렇다면
that we are
마지막으로
able
정말
to
열심히
win.
우승까지 달려준 하나생명 팀원분들께 한마디
And anything you'd like
부탁드립니다.
to say to your players?
일단 너무 고생 많았고
Good work with you guys.
지금까지 좀 빡빡한 일정 속에서 대회하느라 좀 힘들었을
Despite
텐데
such a rough schedule,
이제
it must have been so
휴식할
hard.
수 있는 만큼 최대한 좀 쉬고
I hope that you guys get a restful break
잘해보자라고 말하고 싶습니다.
and let's get ready for the
다시 한번
next
여러분 모두
season.
축하드립니다. 네, 다시 한번 2025
And with that,
퍼스트 샌드 토너먼트 파이널
The
초대 챔피언에
2025
등극한 하나생명
First
e스포츠
Stand
정말
Tournament
축하드립니다.
Finals comes to
오늘의
an
뜨거운
end.
감동을 함께해 주신 모든 분들의 열정을 가슴에 새기며 저희는 다음 무대를
And your passion
기약하겠습니다.
and
다시
enthusiasm
한번 퍼스트
have
스탠드
made this
토너먼트
event
초대 챔피언 탄생을
truly
축하드리면서
special.
저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다.
With this incredible energy in our hearts, we look forward to the next event. Let's give one last round of applause to the inaugural champions. This is where we say goodbye. Thank you, and see you next time.
Thank you so much, Dia, for the translation. And once again, huge congratulations to Unreal Life Esports for being our inaugural First Stand winners. Lifting the trophy once again. The first international title for Unreal Life Esports.
Extremely deserving winners. And honestly, this tournament has just made me excited for MSI and for Worlds. Having Fearless at those events, I think it's just going to get better and better.
Shout out to all the crew as well, both in front of the camera. I really want to thank ourselves, but mostly everyone behind. There's an entire team of people, you know, all the videos, the hype. It's always a pleasure.
An absolute blast, and on behalf of our entire casting team and crew, congratulations, Humble Life, and thank you, the viewers, for watching. We'll see you next time as we look forward to MSI, and we'll sign you into Split 2 with Fearless Draft for the rest of the year, remember. Woo! Good night.
Wukong coming bot.
No, Wukong is mid, Wukong is mid.
I think.
Yep. No flash, came back. Good job. Nice, good call, very good call.
Probably a margin that I was expecting it to be when I looked down there. Here's a flash pulverize. Killer Instinct from Viper all the way behind the KC bottom lane, and Peanut throws out the Cyclone.
Flash. Just like it, just like it.
I got guys second.
Win.
Guys at it. Azin, good job. No flash rumble. Go Nas after. Nas after.
Nice. Keep this peak. Nice. Ping game on. We reset, okay? This is we're playing Koi, okay guys? We're playing Koi.
Take the soul.
Oh, they're getting
Shepard. Exactly right. Zeka finding almost everyone with that one as down goes Vladdy. Kana just realizing that someone will have to die. It may as well be him. Really, really good. And this is not his flavor of champion either, as Peanut looking aggressive finds the impale. They're happy to just grab any target as Daisy and Targamas both going down.
Zeka though.
Oh dear. Glacial Prison that he just picked up as well. And now Vladdy is just dead. Peanut able to come on through with the audacious charge, and oh dear, if it wasn't bad before, it is now. Good. Yike has been in the perfect positions, and Delight going to be going down as well. Yike finally falls, but Zeke is a raid boss. He's just too strong, and this duo cannot be beaten.
But he has to flash at some point. I got him.
At least they don't have Silas anymore. At least he can't pick it anymore.
That's true. The autopies are gone, guys. Don't worry.
Hostile takeover is going to connect onto Zeka, but he goes golden in the nick of time. Targamas hit by the feathers, and now Sayers turns up, and all of KC are going to be on the floor. Their last dance in this first stand as HLE become your first stand champions.